On a bright May morning in 1866, a young woman named Laura Foster packed a small bundle of clothes, told her father she was running off to be married, and rode her father's mare into the misty folds of the Blue Ridge Mountains. She was supposed to meet her lover, the handsome fiddler and war veteran Tom Dooley. But Laura Foster never arrived at their meeting spot. She was swallowed whole by the wilderness, leaving behind only whispers and a riderless horse that wandered home days later. What happened to Laura Foster on that hillside? Was it a simple crime of passion, the tragic end to a tangled love affair? Or was it something more sinister, a conspiracy of silence, a dark secret protected by an entire mountain community, a truth so twisted it would be immortalized in a folk song that haunts us to this day? Today, we become detectives of the past, sifting through the legends and lies to finally answer the question, who was truly responsible for the crime that created the legend of Tom Dooley? To understand what was lost, you have to understand the world that was. Wilkes County, North Carolina in 1866 was a land of breathtaking beauty and brutal hardship. The Civil War had ripped through these mountains, leaving not just economic ruin, but deep scars on the souls of the men who returned. They came back from the battlefields and prison camps to a world of poverty and uncertainty, their pockets empty and their hearts full of ghosts. This was a place of fierce clan loyalty, where disputes were settled by family and honor was a currency more valuable than cash. The air in these hollows was thick with pride, resentment, and unspoken tensions, a perfect tinderbox waiting for a single, fatal spark. At the center of this world was Laura Foster. By all accounts, she was a simple country girl, known throughout the valley for her striking beauty and a gentle nature. She lived a quiet life on her father's farm, her world defined by the seasons and the hard work of the land. Her dream was a common one, but for her, it was everything. To marry the man she loved, Tom Dooley. She was desperately, foolishly in love. A love so powerful, it blinded her to the dangerous currents swirling just beneath the surface of their lives. She was a wildflower, beautiful and vibrant, unknowingly blooming on the edge of a cliff. Then there was Thomas Dooley, the man they call Tom Dooley. Before the war, he was the prodigal son of the valley, impossibly handsome, a gifted fiddle player whose music could charm the birds from the trees and women into his arms. But the boy who went to fight for the 42nd North Carolina Infantry was not the man who came back. The war and the squalor of a Union prison camp had forged a darkness in him. The easy charm was still there, but it was now laced with a restless, reckless energy. He was a moth drawn to the flame of trouble, and in turn, he was a flame that drew others to their doom. And you cannot tell this story without Ann Melton. Ann was Laura's cousin, a woman of breathtaking beauty and a will of iron. Many believed she was Tom's first and truest love, a bond forged long before the war. While Tom was away, she made a practical choice, marrying an older, stable farmer named James Melton. But her marriage did little to tame the fire she felt for Tom. She was cunning, captivating, and deeply possessive. Ann Melton was the queen of this small, tangled kingdom, and she was not the kind of woman who tolerated rivals. These three lives were knotted together in a web of passion and jealousy that was an open secret in the community. Tom Dooley was courting Laura Foster openly, while just as openly carrying on his affair with the married Ann Melton. It was a dangerous game played in a community where everyone watched and everyone whispered. But even in their quiet lives, a darker shadow was gathering, unseen and unspoken. It was a secret sickness, a shameful disease brought back from the war, and a rumor of a pregnancy that threatened to unravel everything, turning a common love triangle into a matter of life and death. For weeks, the mountains held their secret. The initial search for Laura Foster had turned up nothing but tired men and unanswered prayers. Her father's mare had been found, wandering aimlessly, its saddle empty. As spring turned to summer, a grim silence settled over the valley. It was as if Laura had ridden into the morning mist and been erased from the world. The whispers continued, of course, but without a body, there was no crime, only a heartbreaking disappearance and a community left to wonder. The break in the case didn't come from a lawman's keen eye or a hunter's chance discovery. It came from the fevered ramblings of a woman named Pauline Foster, a cousin to both Laura and Anne, who worked on the Melton farm. Pauline, known to be suffering from the late stages of syphilis which often rotted the mind, began to have what she called visions. She claimed in moments of strange clarity that she knew where Laura was buried. No one knew whether to believe her ravings, but in the face of a dead-end search, desperation won out. Guided by Pauline's bizarre and unsettling directions, a search party made their way to a lonely, rhododendron-choked hillside. At first, they saw nothing, but then one of the men noticed it, a patch of earth that was slightly sunken, the leaves on top unnaturally disturbed. It was a scar on the landscape that didn't belong. With shovels and grim determination, they began to dig into the soft, dark soil. The stench that rose from the ground told them they had found her before their eyes ever could. What they unearthed was a horror. The body of Laura Foster, wrapped in a blanket, was pulled from the shallow grave. She was badly decomposed after months in the warm earth, but one brutal fact was unmistakable. A single deep wound pierced her chest, a wound made with a large knife, delivered with vicious force. There were no other signs of a struggle, just that one fatal act of violence. The burial was hasty, panicked. This wasn't a calculated execution. It was a desperate attempt to hide a body and a terrible secret. The discovery of the grave didn't bring clarity. It brought a new kind of confusion. The scene spoke of chaos and concealment, but the wilderness offered no easy answers. The only witness was a woman whose testimony was born of sickness and visions. The only real clue was the nature of the wound itself, a clue that pointed toward a man's strength and a man's weapon. The body had been found, but the truth remained buried, and the questions had only just begun to multiply. From the moment Laura Foster's body was pulled from the earth, one name was on everyone's lips: Tom Dula. Suspicion didn't just fall on him, it crashed down with the weight of inevitability. He was the man she was running away to meet, the last person known to have plans with her. In the tight-knit world of Wilkes County, where everyone knew everyone else's business, the tangled love affair between Tom, Laura, and Anne Melton was common knowledge. Tom was the central figure, the sun around which these women orbited, and when one of them was extinguished, all eyes naturally turned to him. The motive seemed painfully obvious, a story as old as the mountains themselves. The community saw a man trapped between two women, a reckless philanderer who had finally gotten in too deep. The whispers claimed Laura Foster was pregnant with Tom's child, an entanglement that would have forced his hand and ruined his chances with Anne Melton, the woman many believed he truly loved. An even darker rumor circulated that Tom had given Laura a foul disease, syphilis, and she had threatened to expose him, bringing shame and ruin upon them all. In either version of the story, Laura Foster had become a problem, an obstacle to be removed. The circumstantial evidence was damning. The deep, single stab wound in Laura's chest was consistent with the large blade Tom was known to carry, a hunting knife he had brought back from the war. But the most condemning piece of evidence was his own action. As the search for Laura intensified and suspicion began to coil around him, Tom Dula did the one thing an innocent man should never do. He ran. He saddled a horse and fled across the state line into Tennessee, living and working under a false name. This flight was seen by everyone as a confession written across the landscape of two states. Why would an innocent man abandon his home, his family, and his name? To the people of Wilkes County, the answer was simple: he wouldn't. Tom's escape solidified the whispers into a hard, cold certainty. He wasn't just a suspect anymore, he was a fugitive and a murderer. In the court of public opinion, the verdict was already in. But as the shadow of the gallows began to fall over Tom Dooler, another, more chilling possibility took root in the minds of the mountain folk. It was a story whispered over hearth fires, a theory that pointed not to the runaway lover, but to the woman at the very center of the storm, Anne Melton. She was Laura's own cousin, the woman who shared her bloodline and her lover. No one was closer to the heart of the tragedy, and many began to wonder if she wasn't the heart of the crime itself. The motive was primal and powerful, a jealousy so fierce it could curdle blood. Anne Melton was not a woman who shared. She was Tom's first love, and in her mind, his only true love. The news that he was planning to elope with Laura would have been more than a heartbreak. It would have been a profound betrayal, a public humiliation she could not endure. In the unforgiving code of the mountains, this was an offense that demanded a reckoning. The legend suggests that Anne, a woman scorned, decided that if she couldn't have Tom, no one would. Laura Foster wasn't just a rival. She was a testament to Anne's failure to hold her man, and she had to be erased. With this new suspicion, people began to re-examine the facts. The star witness, Pauline Foster, who had the convenient visions that led to the body, where did she live and work? On Anne Melton's farm. She was under Anne's roof, subject to her influence and her will every single day. Was it truly a supernatural vision that led Pauline to the grave, or was it a carefully planted suggestion from a manipulative mistress, a calculated move to have the body found only after Tom Dooler was long gone and suspicion had hardened against him? Suddenly, Anne's behavior after the disappearance seemed less like that of a concerned cousin and more like that of a cold, calculating conspirator. Her composure was seen as unnatural, her lack of public grief suspicious. The very legal maneuvering that separated her trial from Tom's, once seen as a procedural matter, now looked like a deliberate tactic to keep her off the witness stand and prevent her from being questioned under oath. The community started to see not a woman caught in a tragedy, but a puppeteer pulling the strings from the shadows. The theory that began to form was as simple as it was terrifying. Anne had killed Laura in a fit of jealous rage, and Tom, arriving to find the horrifying deed done, made a fateful choice out of love and loyalty to protect her and take the blame himself. But there was another power at play in these hills, one older and more relentless than a lover's jealousy or a man's guilt. It was the silent, brooding force of the Foster clan itself. In the world of Appalachia, family was everything. It was law, government, and army all rolled into one. The Fosters were a proud and numerous clan, their roots sunk deep into the rocky soil of Wilkes County. To dishonor one was to dishonor them all, and what had happened to Laura was the ultimate dishonor. Their motive was not simple grief. It was a cold, burning rage against the shame that had been brought upon their name. Tom Dooler, the charming outsider who had seduced their daughter, allegedly gotten her pregnant, and was the man she died with, was a walking monument to their family's humiliation. Whether he struck the fatal blow or not was almost secondary. He was the source of the rot, the cause of the scandal that was now the talk of 3 counties. They needed more than justice. They needed a cleansing, and for that, blood had to be paid. This created a climate of quiet, immense pressure. It's a theory whispered to this day that the Fosters, realizing they might never get the satisfaction of seeing the clever Anne Melton convicted in a court of law, decided to wage their own war in the shadows. They began to shape the narrative through social pressure and communal expectation. Witnesses who might have spoken of Anne's volatile temper or seen her near the scene found it easier to stay silent. Rumors that pointed away from Tom were mysteriously quashed, while those that implicated him grew louder and more detailed with every telling. Pauline Foster, the key witness, was caught in the middle of this storm. Was she just Anne Melton's pawn, or was she also a member of the Foster clan, being urged by her own kin to point the finger where it would do the most good for the family's honor? In this version of the story, the tragedy was no longer just a crime of passion. It was a battle between a lone man and an entire clan, a clan that had decided, with or without a court, that Tom Dooler was the one who had to hang. With Laura Foster's body discovered and Tom Dooler a fugitive, the investigation snapped into a singular, frantic focus: the manhunt. The law in those days wasn't a team of detectives meticulously gathering forensic evidence. It was a posse of determined men on horseback, driven by a raw sense of mountain justice. Led by former Wilkes County Sheriff William Dooler, a relative of Tom's, they picked up the trail. But Tom Dooler was a child of these mountains. He had a considerable head start, and the wilderness was his greatest ally. He vanished into the green labyrinth of the Appalachians like a ghost into the fog. For weeks, the posse tracked him through the rugged peaks and dense forests that straddled the border of North Carolina and Tennessee. The mountains themselves seemed to conspire to hide him, offering up 1,000 false trails, 100 hidden hollows where a man could disappear for years. Every snapped twig that wasn't his, every cold campfire that belonged to a hunter, was a dead end that cost the posse precious time. The pursuit was a grueling testament to the land's indifference. It was a place that could just as easily protect a fugitive as it could swallow a victim. The trail grew cold, and it seemed as though Tom Dooler had succeeded, that he had been consumed by the wilderness he knew so well. It wasn't until a legendary mountain lawman, Colonel James Grayson, got word that a man matching Tom's description was working as a farmhand near the Tennessee border that the chase had its break. Grayson and the posse cornered Tom, who gave himself up without a fight. They had their man. To the outside world, this seemed to be the end of it. The promising lead hadn't evaporated, it had been captured. But this capture was its own kind of false trail. It provided an easy answer, a simple villain, and in doing so, it slammed the door on any other line of inquiry. With Tom in custody, no one seriously investigated Ann Melton. Her convenient alibi, provided by her own farmhands, was accepted without much question. The possibility of another party being involved, a drifter or a rival unknown to the community, was never explored. The entire weight of the state's investigation was now focused on building a case against the man they had chased across the mountains. This created a deep and growing frustration. They had their killer, but the evidence was flimsy, built on circumstance, motive, and his flight. They had no murder weapon, no confession, and their star witness was a woman whose mind was crumbling from disease. The community, which had craved a swift and certain resolution, was left with a captive but no real closure. The single-minded pursuit of Tom Dooler had felt like a straight path to justice, but it had led them to a dead end, with the suspect in chains and the truth still hiding somewhere back in the mountain mists. When the lawmen brought Tom Dooler back to Wilkes County in chains, they believed the hardest part was over. They were wrong. As they began to build their case, they ran into a wall, not a wall of brick and mortar, but of downcast eyes, tight-lipped mouths, and sudden, convenient deafness. Neighbors who had known the families for generations suddenly saw nothing. Men who drank with Tom at the local tavern heard nothing. Women who quilted with Anne and Laura knew nothing. The mountain had drawn a breath and held it, wrapping itself in a thick, impenetrable code of silence. This silence was born of a deep and primal fear. Ann Melton cast a long, cold shadow over the community. The whispers that she was the true killer were pervasive, and with those whispers came a chilling question. If she was capable of stabbing her own cousin in a jealous rage, what would she do to a neighbor who dared to speak against her? Her husband, James Melton, was a respected and established farmer. To accuse his wife was to make a powerful enemy. It was a risk no one was willing to take. Self-preservation was a lesson the mountains taught well, and it often meant keeping your mouth shut and your eyes on your own affairs. But the silence was more complex than simple fear. It was also a matter of tangled loyalties. The Doolers, the Fosters, the Meltons, these families were all interwoven by blood and marriage, a complex tapestry of kinship that stretched back generations. To testify against Anne or Tom was not just to accuse an individual, it was to draw a line in the sand between families, to risk a feud that could simmer for generations, passed down like a rusty rifle. Faced with the choice of speaking to outside lawmen from Statesville or maintaining the fragile peace within their own clan, the people of Wilkes County chose their own. The cost of breaking this code was made terrifyingly clear. An old story, told for 100 years, speaks of a woman who lived on the trail Laura Foster had taken. She let it be known that she might have seen Anne Melton walking towards the meeting spot on that fateful morning. A few nights later, her barn burned to the ground in a blaze that lit up the hollow. No one was ever caught, but the message was as clear as the fire itself. Keep silent, or what you own will turn to ash. After that, the whispers died, and the silence became absolute. The community understood. The price of the truth was too high. For nearly 2 years, the case against Tom Dooler was a frustrating stalemate built on whispers and circumstance. His first trial ended in a guilty verdict, but it was overturned on appeal. A second trial was underway, and his brilliant lawyer, former Governor Zebulon Vance, was systematically dismantling the prosecution's flimsy case. He had painted Pauline Foster as a delusional, unreliable witness and pointed the finger of blame squarely at the calculating Anne Melton. It began to look as if Tom Dooler, despite the mountain of public opinion against him, might just walk free. The truth seemed destined to remain buried, a secret lost to the silence of the hills. The turning point didn't come from a dramatic courtroom revelation or a newly discovered piece of evidence. It came from a slip of paper, a desperate note scrawled in a jail cell. As his second trial drew to a close and the possibility of acquittal seemed within reach, Tom Dooler did something inexplicable. He took a pencil and a scrap of paper and wrote 4 simple, devastating words. I and Anne Melton. He passed this note to one of his lawyers, a cryptic and ambiguous message that could be interpreted in a dozen different ways. Was it a confession? A last-ditch effort to implicate the woman he felt had betrayed him? Or was it, as many have come to believe, the key to a hidden truth? The most enduring theory is that this note was Tom's attempt to articulate a complex reality. That he and Anne Melton were both involved, but not in the way anyone suspected. The note wasn't a confession of murder, but a confession of conspiracy. It was his way of saying that the plan had never been to kill Laura, but for Tom and Anne to run away together, and that Laura had somehow gotten caught in the crossfire of their own desperate escape plan. This tiny, forgotten clue, preserved in the state archives, throws the entire accepted narrative into chaos. It suggests a truth far more complicated than a simple love triangle murder. It points not to a lone killer, but to a shared plot, a pact between 2 lovers that went horribly wrong. The note changes everything. It reframes Tom's flight not as the act of a guilty murderer, but as the panicked escape of a man caught in a catastrophe of his own making. It was the moment the legend cracked, revealing a deeper, darker, and more tragic story beneath the surface. The trial was no longer just about who killed Laura Foster. It was about unraveling the true nature of the pact between Tom Dooler and Anne Melton. The courtroom in Statesville held its breath. Governor Vance's powerful defense had cast a deep and profound doubt on the state's case. Tom Dooler, the man everyone had condemned, now seemed like a victim himself, a pawn in a game played by a far more cunning mind. Acquittal felt not just possible, but likely. It was in this moment of rising hope that Tom Dooler's own hand sealed his fate. The cryptic note, I and Anne Melton, was seen by the jury not as a complex clue, but as a simple, damning confession of partnership. The ambiguity that Tom may have intended was lost. The prosecution finally had the link they needed. But the jury's verdict is not the end of this story. For the true unmasking didn't happen under the authority of a judge, but in the enduring judgment of the mountain people, a verdict whispered from one generation to the next. And in that court, the true killer was, and always has been, Anne Melton. She was the dark heart of the tragedy, the hand that held the knife. She was the architect of Laura Foster's death and Tom Dula's downfall. Tom's note was not a confession of his own guilt in the murder, but his last, desperate attempt to point towards hers without fully betraying the woman he still, inexplicably, loved. He couldn't bring himself to write the words "Anne killed her," but he could link their names together in the crime, a final, futile gesture towards a truth he knew would be buried with him. He was admitting his part in the conspiracy of silence, in the cover-up, and in the tragic aftermath, hoping someone would see the truth between the lines. Her motive was a poison as old as humanity itself, a possessive, all-consuming jealousy. Anne Melton had shared Tom Dula, but she had never accepted it. When she learned that Tom and Laura were not just courting, but were planning to elope, to build a life together far from her influence, it was a betrayal she could not stomach. It was an intolerable public declaration that she had lost. The legend, which many hold as gospel, says that Anne, under the pretense of making peace, lured her cousin Laura to that secluded hillside. There, the womanly truce turned into a bitter confrontation, and Anne's simmering rage exploded into a single, brutal act of violence. Tom Dula's only crime that day was one of love and loyalty. He arrived at the meeting spot not to kill Laura, but to run away with her, or perhaps to finally break things off. Instead, he found Anne, spattered with blood, standing over the lifeless body of her cousin. In that horrifying moment, faced with an impossible choice, he chose Anne. He chose to protect the woman who had been his first love, the captivating, manipulative woman who held his heart in a vice. His crime was not murder, but the digging of a shallow grave and the weaving of a lie that would cost him his life. The court of law would hang Tom Dula. But the court of the mountains knew better. They unmasked a killer far more frightening than a reckless young man, a beautiful, jealous woman who let the man she claimed to love swing from a rope for a crime she committed. The true climax of this story is not a guilty verdict, but the chilling realization that the real monster walked free, leaving a ghost and a legend in her wake. Let us now go back to that hillside, not as speculators, but as silent witnesses to the truth the mountains have held for over a century. The sun was warm that morning, filtering through the leaves of the old oak trees. Laura Foster arrived first, her heart aflutter with a mix of hope and nervous fear. In her hands, she clutched a small bundle of clothes, everything she needed to start a new life with the man she loved. She believed she was there to meet Anne for a final, difficult conversation, a truce, or a parting of ways between cousins before she and Tom disappeared together forever. She was a lamb, walking trustingly into the slaughterhouse. When Anne arrived, the air grew thick with a tension the warm sun could not touch. The conversation started with forced pleasantries, but the venom was not far beneath the surface. We will never know the exact words that were spoken, but we can hear their echoes. Anne's voice, once familiar, likely turned to ice. Accusations flew like stones, words of betrayal, of stolen love, of shame and jealousy. The beautiful clearing, meant to be the starting point of a new life, became a courtroom with only one judge and one executioner. There was a sudden, violent movement, a flash of steel in the dappled sunlight. It was not followed by a blood-curdling scream, but by a sharp, surprised gasp from Laura, a sound of disbelief more than pain. That sound was cut short, replaced by a soft thud as her body crumpled onto the blanket of leaves. The small bundle of clothes fell from her grasp, spilling a pathetic collection of folded dresses and girlish dreams onto the forest floor. In an instant, the birds in the surrounding trees fell silent. The wind itself seemed to die, and the woods were plunged into a profound and unnatural stillness. The hot rage in Anne's veins cooled to a chilling dread. She stood for a long moment, breathing heavily, the knife now feeling cold and alien in her hand. She looked down, not at her cousin, but at a problem that had been solved, creating a far greater one in its place. Laura's eyes were open, staring blankly at a sky she could no longer see. The silence of the clearing was now an accusation, a ringing void that was louder than any scream. Sometime later, Tom Dula walked into that clearing. He carried his fiddle in one hand and a shovel in the other, ready to dig a fire pit for the camp where he and Laura would spend their first night of freedom. He saw Anne first, standing like a stone statue. Then his eyes fell to the ground. The world stopped turning. He saw Laura, unnaturally still, her simple bundle of clothes scattered beside her like a child's forgotten toys. No words were needed. A look passed between Tom and Anne, a look of horror from him, and a look of desperate, silent pleading from her. In that moment, Tom Dula was no longer a lover planning an elopement. He became a protector of a terrible secret. He was a man of a certain mountain honor, and his honor, however twisted, belonged to Anne. His choice was made in that silent, horrifying instant. He set down his fiddle. He took the shovel, the tool he had brought for a life-giving fire, and began to break the earth. The rhythmic scrape and thud of the blade was the only sound in the clearing, a sound of a man digging not just into the soil, but into a lie so deep it would entomb them all. The trial of Tom Dula was more than a legal proceeding. It was a circus. Moved from the heated atmosphere of Wilkes County to the more neutral ground of Statesville, it became the sensation of the decade. The courtroom was packed every day with a sweating, breathless crowd, hungry for every sordid detail. You have to imagine the scene, a clash between the raw, unwritten code of the mountains and the starched collar justice of the state. At the head of Tom's defense was none other than Zebulon Vance, a celebrated former governor and Confederate officer, the most famous lawyer in North Carolina. The stage was set for a battle of titans over the life of one troubled fiddler. The prosecution built its case on a rickety foundation of circumstance. They presented their motive. Tom killed Laura to be free to continue his affair with Anne Melton, or to silence her about a pregnancy or a shameful disease. They leaned heavily on his flight to Tennessee, painting it as a clear admission of guilt. And at the center of their case was their star witness, Pauline Foster, who recounted her strange visions and claimed Anne Melton had confessed to her. But under the searing cross-examination of Governor Vance, her testimony crumbled, revealed as the confused and contradictory ramblings of a woman ravaged by illness. Vance's defense was a masterpiece of oratory and deflection. He portrayed his client not as a killer, but as a simple, honorable soldier who had been ensnared by a manipulative woman. With every question, with every booming objection, he pointed a long, accusatory finger directly at the empty chair where Anne Melton should have been sitting. He argued that she, driven by a mad jealousy, was the true murderer, and that Tom was either an innocent man framed for her crime or a foolishly noble one protecting her. He tore Pauline Foster's credibility to shreds, leaving the jury with a case full of smoke and shadows. Throughout the proceedings, Tom Dula was a picture of stoic calm. While lawyers battled and witnesses wept, he sat composed, his face an unreadable mask. It was not the defiance of an innocent man, nor the arrogance of a cold-blooded killer. It was the quiet, unnerving acceptance of a man who had already made his peace with his fate. Anne Melton, meanwhile, was safe. Thanks to a legal maneuver that separated their trials, she could not be compelled to testify against him, nor he against her. She remained a ghost, an unseen presence whose guilt or innocence was debated in the courtroom, but never tested under oath. Despite Vance's brilliant defense and the thinness of the evidence, the jury delivered its verdict. Guilty. Tom Dula was sentenced to hang. He appealed, and a second trial was held, but the outcome was the same. The legal system had its killer. But back in the hollows of Wilkes County, the verdict was met with a grim, knowing shake of the head. This wasn't justice, it was a convenience. They had hanged the fool and let the serpent go free. On the gallows, On May the 1st, 1868, Tom Dooler played a final mournful tune on his fiddle. He then stood before the massive crowd and spoke his last, carefully chosen words. "Gentlemen, I stand before you today, and I declare that I am the only person who had a hand in the death of Laura Foster." It sounded like a confession, but it wasn't. He didn't say he killed her. He said he had a hand in her death, the hand that dug the grave, the hand that held the secret. With those ambiguous words, he plunged the gallows into the ground and stepped into legend, a martyr in the eyes of his people, protecting the woman he loved to the very end. The gallows rope that snapped Tom Dooler's neck did not end the story. It merely scattered the characters to their own private hells. The tragedy rippled outwards, forever altering the lives of everyone it had touched. For Anne Melton, the woman at the dark heart of it all, there was no victory, no triumphant return to her life with Tom gone. She had won, but the prize was a life sentence of suspicion and isolation. She returned to her husband, James, but she was a pariah in her own community. The whispers followed her like a shroud. Neighbors would fall silent when she entered a room, their eyes holding a cold, knowing judgment that no court could ever deliver. She was a ghost among the living, haunted by the memory of the man who died for her and the cousin she sent to a shallow grave. The legend of her end is as dark as her life. Years later, ravaged by the same syphilis that had plagued them all, Anne lay on her deathbed. As a furious storm, a true mountain tempest, clawed at the walls of her home, she was seized by a final, terrifying need to confess. The local myth, told as gospel, claims that as she drew a rattling breath to speak the truth of what happened on that hillside, a bolt of lightning struck the chimney. The roar of thunder was deafening, shaking the house to its foundation and drowning out her final words. Her secret, whatever it was, died with her, snatched away by an act of God or the devil, leaving only the legend behind. The lives of the other players were just as irrevocably broken. Pauline Foster, the tragic and unreliable witness, was cast out. Her reputation was in tatters, and her mind continued its slow, merciless decay. She died not long after, a victim of her disease and a pawn in a game far beyond her comprehension. Laura's father lived out his days with the hollow ache of a man who got a conviction, but not the truth. His daughter's memory forever tied to scandal and a famous murder ballad. The Dooler family bore the shame of the gallows. They retrieved Tom's body and buried him in their family plot, his grave marked by a simple fieldstone that is still visited to this day. They never believed he was a murderer, but a fool who died for a wicked woman's love. They lived with the stigma, their name now synonymous with the most infamous crime in North Carolina history. Even the men who were merely actors in the final drama were marked by it. Governor Zebulon Vance went on to serve as a U.S. Senator, but the Dooler case remained one of his most famous, a rare and public loss in a celebrated career. Colonel James Grayson, the lawman who captured Tom, was further cemented as a folk hero, the man who always got his man. But for the families at the heart of the story, there was no glory, no moving on. The crime left a wound on the soul of Wilkes County, a scar that would be passed down through generations, a cautionary tale of love, jealousy, and the devastating price of silence. The rope that hanged Tom Dooler didn't silence his story. It just gave it a voice that would echo for a century and a half. The traces of this tragedy have not vanished. They are etched into the very soil of Wilkes County, tangible reminders that this is not just a legend, but a true story of love and death. You can still visit Tom Dooler's grave today. It's a simple plot of family land marked by a weathered stone, where visitors often leave small tokens, a coin, a flower, a guitar pick, offerings left for the ghost of a handsome fiddler. Miles away, Laura Foster lies in a different cemetery, her final resting place far from the man she died for, their separation in death as permanent as it was in life. But the most powerful remnant is not made of stone, it's made of music. Long before the lawyers and the newspapers, the people of the mountains preserved the story in the only way they knew how. They sang about it. The original folk ballad of Tom Dooley was a raw, haunting piece of oral history passed down through generations. Its verses were often darker and more complex than the famous version, with lines that pointed the finger directly at Anne Melton, capturing the community's true belief. It was this local ballad that kept the memory alive, a flickering candle in the dark hollows of time. Then, in 1958, a clean-cut group of folk singers called the Kingston Trio recorded their version. They simplified the narrative, smoothed out the rough edges, and turned a sordid Appalachian murder into a romantic, chart-topping hit. Their song, with its catchy rhythm and mournful refrain, blasted the story across the world. It cemented the name Tom Dooley in the popular imagination and ensured that this small-town tragedy would achieve a strange and lasting immortality. The song is the story's living ghost, a tune that drifts on the radio waves, its tragic origins unknown to most who hum along. Today, if you travel those winding roads in Wilkes County and talk to the old-timers, the story is still there, living and breathing. They will point you toward the hills where Laura's body was found, a place still thick with rhododendron and shadow. They'll tell you that on a quiet night, when the wind sighs through the pines, it sounds like the mournful notes of Tom Dooley's fiddle. And some will swear that if you're near that lonely hillside after dark, you might just see a spectral figure wandering through the trees, the ghost of Laura Foster, forever searching for the lover who was supposed to meet her on that long-ago morning. The world might have forgotten the details, but the mountains never do. So we return to the question that hung in the mist at the very beginning. What happened to Laura Foster? The answer, we find, is not a simple one. It was not just a crime of passion. It was a perfect storm, a tragedy born from a collision of desperate love, savage jealousy, a twisted code of mountain honor, and a community that chose silence over a truth that was too dangerous to speak aloud. The law, in its formal and rigid way, found a killer. But it never found the whole truth. It settled for a convenient villain and closed the book, content to let the deeper, darker story fester in the shadows. This is a story that teaches us a hard lesson, that justice and the law are not always the same thing, especially in a place where family loyalty is its own kind of law. It's a chilling reminder of how a single, violent act can poison generations, and how a lie, once told, can take on a life of its own. But more than that, the legend of Tom Dooley is a testament to the enduring power of a story. The courts delivered a verdict, but the people of the mountains delivered a ballad. And in the end, it was the song, not the law, that kept the truest version of the story alive. The Ballad of Tom Dooley is more than just a folk song. It is the final testament of a community that knew the truth and chose to sing it rather than speak it. It's the ghost of a handsome fiddler, forever playing a mournful tune for the foolish choice he made. It's the whispered confession of a guilty woman, a confession the thunder tried to drown out. It's the cry of a young girl, silenced by a knife on a lonely hillside. The courts may have closed the case, but the mountains never did. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of the truth as a mournful old song is willing to give up. Imagine this. An old woman sits on her porch in the misty mountains, her voice thin but clear. The tune she sings is simple, almost a lullaby. But the words tell of a jealous lover, a flash of steel, and a shallow grave by the river. This isn't just a song, It's a coroner's report. It's a witness statement from a ghost. Now imagine realizing that the hills around you are filled with these musical affidavits, detailing every kind of human tragedy imaginable. What if the darkest secrets of a region weren't written in dusty court records, but were hidden in plain sight, carried on a mournful melody? And who was the strange, suit-wearing lawyer who dared to venture into those isolated hollows to collect them? Today, we follow the man who became a detective of the past, using a banjo instead of a magnifying glass to uncover the bloody sagas the mountains tried to forget. Before we follow the man in the suit, we must first understand the world he was trying to save. In the early 1900s, the Appalachian Mountains were a nation unto themselves, a place where time flowed like creek water, slowly and in its own channel. The true victims of this story weren't just the people in the ballads. It was the memory of them, a living history held together by the frailest of threads, the human voice. This was a world built on self-reliance, where your closest neighbor might be a 2-hour walk over a ridge, and the law was often a distant, abstract idea. The keepers of these stories were not scholars or poets. They were farmers whose hands were stained with the same soil that would one day cover them. They were mothers who sang murder ballads to their children like lullabies, not to frighten them, but to teach them about the very real dangers of the world. Their lives were a cycle of hardship and small joys, marked by the seasons, the birth of a child, or the death of a neighbor. Their dreams were not of fame or fortune, but of a good harvest, healthy livestock, and a winter with enough firewood to keep the cold at bay. The mountains themselves were a living character in every story. They were a fortress that protected this unique culture, but also a prison that bred isolation and suspicion. A foggy hollow could hide a moonshine still, a family feud, or a fresh grave with equal ease. The deep woods and winding trails that were a source of life and sustenance could also swallow a person whole, leaving behind nothing but a whispered story. Justice here was often personal, and consequences were swift and final. These ballads, then, were more than just entertainment for long winter nights. They were the community's collective memory, its legal code, and its moral compass. A song about a betrayed lover was a stark warning. A ballad recounting a feud served as a map of bad blood, reminding each new generation who their friends were and who they could never trust. To lose these songs would be like a town losing its courthouse records, its newspaper archives, and its gravestones all at once. But even in this isolated world, shadows were beginning to gather. The first crackle of the radio was starting to echo through the hollows, bringing with it new songs from faraway cities. Young folks were hearing tales of a different life, a world of electricity and automobiles, and some were beginning to see the old ways as a burden. An entire library of ghosts, a complete history of human passion, violence and sorrow, was at risk of fading into an unspoken silence, and only a very few seemed to notice. When Bascom Lamar Lunsford arrived in a remote hollow, he was stepping into a unique kind of crime scene, one where the evidence was not bloodstains or broken furniture, but fading memories and fractured melodies. The first sign that something was wrong was often the silence. He would visit a family known for its music, only to find the younger generation knew the latest radio hit, but not the half-forgotten ballad their own grandfather used to sing about a local tragedy. The air was thick with an unnatural quiet, the sound of a culture slowly losing its voice. The clues he found were scattered and cryptic. In one cabin, he might collect a single haunting verse of the Omi Wise saga, a piece of the story preserved like a shard of bone. Miles away, over another ridge, he might hear the same melody, but attached to a different set of words, the names changed to protect a long-dead ancestor. He would find specific, tangible details embedded in the lyrics, the mention of the Yadkin River, or a landmark like Adams Falls, clues that felt as real and specific as a footprint left at the scene of a crime. These weren't just random stories, they were anchored to the very soil beneath his feet. Yet this evidence only deepened the mystery. The scene spoke of chaos and the ravages of time. For every fact a song seemed to preserve, it offered 10 contradictions. Was Tom Doola a heartless killer, or a handsome fool manipulated by a jealous woman? The ballads Lunsford collected painted him as both, sometimes in the very same version. The trail of truth was overgrown with decades of gossip, family pride, and the simple, inevitable erosion of memory. The mountains held the secrets, but they offered no easy answers. Lunsford quickly realized his task was far more complex than simple recording. He was an archaeologist of sorrow, trying to reconstruct a complete skeleton from a handful of scattered, mismatched bones. Every person he spoke to was a witness, but their testimony was shaped by who told them the story and why. The wilderness he was navigating wasn't just the dense laurel thickets and steep ravines of the Blue Ridge, but the tangled, treacherous landscape of human memory itself, and it was filled with a multitude of unsettling questions. The first and most powerful suspect in the slow murder of these mountain sagas was the community itself. Lunsford quickly discovered that the greatest threat to a story was often the pain it carried. These weren't tales of distant kings and queens, they were raw, open wounds in the local memory. To sing about a young woman drowned in a river was to remember the real girl whose family still lived just down the creek. The songs were a constant reminder of a neighbor's betrayal, an ancestor's shame, or a violence that had torn families apart. Forgetting was not an accident. It was a choice, a form of self-preservation. The motive was a deep and understandable desire to bury the past. Many families felt a personal vendetta against the very history that defined them. As the 20th century progressed, the outside world began to cast a long shadow, bringing with it a condescending judgment of Appalachian life. The stereotype of the violent, feuding hillbilly was taking root, and these murder ballads felt like Exhibit A. To the younger generation especially, these songs were not a proud heritage, but a source of shame, a link to a brutal past they were desperate to escape. They wanted radios and cars, not grim reminders of the bad old days. The evidence of this quiet conspiracy was everywhere Lunsford looked. He'd approach an old man known to be a master fiddler and ask about a specific feud ballad, only to be met with a stony silence and the curt reply, "We don't trouble with that one no more." Parents actively stopped teaching the darkest songs to their children, preferring to pass on church hymns or the cheerful, impersonal tunes coming over the airwaves. This wasn't just forgetfulness, it was a deliberate act of cultural pruning, cutting away the painful branches of their own family trees. The community was turning on its own memories, hoping that silence would finally bring peace to the ghosts that haunted their hollows. If shame was driving the old songs into the shadows, a more seductive threat was beginning to change them in the open. The second suspect was someone no one wanted to point a finger at, the most gifted and ambitious musicians themselves. These were the keepers of the flame, the high priests of the tradition, the very people Lunsford sought out as his most valuable sources. Their betrayal wasn't one of malice, but of temptation, a quiet corruption that came from within the circle of trust. The secret motive was the dazzling promise of the modern world, delivered on a spinning shellac disc. In the 1920s, talent scouts from record labels like Victor and OK began venturing into the mountains. They weren't looking for historical documents, they were hunting for hits. They offered cash money, a life-changing sum for a family living on the edge of poverty, for a 3-minute recording. Suddenly, a song wasn't just a piece of heritage. It was a potential ticket to a life beyond the cornfield and the coal mine. A musician who had only ever played for neighbors at a barn dance was now being offered a small taste of immortality. Lunsford began to see the evidence of this pact everywhere. A long, grim ballad he had collected in its pure form from an elderly woman would reappear on a commercial record, but it would be different. The 15-verse saga of a bloody feud, with all its specific names and local details, was trimmed to a tidy 3 minutes. The killer's chilling, remorseless confession was replaced with a more palatable, moralizing chorus. The very soul of the story, its raw, uncomfortable truth, was being sanitized for sale. The custodians of the culture, in their understandable desire for a better life, were becoming agents of its alteration, polishing the jagged edges off the evidence until it no longer told the whole story. But the most dangerous intruder didn't carry a gun or a land deed. It arrived in a polished wooden box and spoke with 1,000 voices from a world away. The third suspect was a vast, impersonal, and relentless force, the rise of national mass media spearheaded by the radio. This was an entity with no face and no name, an invisible invader that could slip through the cracks of the tightest-knit community and whisper its promises directly into the heart of the home. Its motive was not malicious. It was something far more powerful: commerce. The radio wasn't interested in preserving the grim history of a specific mountain county. Its purpose was to create a single, unified American culture, one that bought the same soap, drove the same cars, and listened to the same songs. The old ballads, with their dark themes, rough edges, and hyper-local references, were an obstacle to this new, streamlined world. They were static in the signal of progress, a relic that didn't fit into a tidy, half-hour sponsored program. The presence of this threat created a quiet, creeping sense of cultural anxiety. The ancient art of storytelling, of passing a song from one generation to the next on a cold winter's night, was suddenly in competition with professional comedians and crooners from Nashville and New York. The local fiddler, a hero in his community for decades, now sounded amateurish compared to the polished bands broadcasting from the Grand Ole Opry. This external force didn't need to threaten or intimidate. Its very existence was a judgment. It carried an air of quiet menace, not with violence, but with the subtle, corrosive suggestion that the old ways were no longer good enough. In the beginning, Bascom Lamar Lunsford approached his collection like the lawyer he was, with a methodical belief that for every crime there was a single, definitive truth. He ventured into the mountains not just as a collector, but as an investigator, certain that he could track down the one pure version of each ballad, the original testimony that had been passed down unaltered through the generations. He believed that somewhere, in the most remote cabin, held in the memory of the oldest living soul, was the definitive, uncorrupted story of what truly happened to Laura Foster. He pursued this phantom through the rugged wilderness of human memory. He would meticulously record what he believed was the final word on the Tom Dula saga from a farmer in Wilkes County, only to travel 20 miles over the next ridge and hear a contradictory version from the man's own cousin. One song painted Tom as a romantic fool, another as a heartless killer. Ann Melton was a jealous accomplice in one holler and an innocent victim of rumor in the next. Every promising lead, every witness who claimed to have the real story from their great-grandmother, only led to another dead end, another fork in the trail. The single solid truth he sought was a red herring. He also assumed that the most celebrated local musicians, the prize-winning fiddlers and banjo pickers, would be the most reliable keepers of the ancient songs. He followed the sound of their music to barn dances and town squares, hoping to find the mother lode. But this trail, too, quickly went cold. He discovered that these were often the very people who had already been compromised. They were the first to be tempted by the record companies, the quickest to alter a 15-verse ballad into a catchy 3-minute tune. Their brilliant playing was often a cover for a story that had been stripped of its soul. The frustration for Lunsford must have been immense. The logical, orderly processes that worked in a courtroom were useless here. The evidence was alive, constantly changing with every telling. His investigation was yielding not clarity, but a growing, maddening fog. In the communities, his relentless, probing questions began to stir a quiet unease. The fear was growing that perhaps these stories were not meant to be solved. Perhaps in trying to untangle the truth, this man from the outside world was simply pulling apart the last fragile threads holding their entire history together. As Bascom Lamar Lunsford pushed deeper into the mountains, the friendly smiles and offered dippers of water remained, but a new barrier rose to meet him, one as real as a stone wall, yet completely invisible. He was running into the unspoken law of the hills, a code of silence as old as the feuds themselves. The moment he moved beyond pleasantries and asked for a specific bloody ballad by name, the air on the porch would grow still. Eyes would drop. The answer was almost always the same: a slow shake of the head and a quiet mumble of "don't rightly recall that one," or the even more final, "we let that story die with the old folks." The reasons for this omerta were buried deep in the soil of the community. These songs were not abstract folklore, they were active social documents. To sing the ballad of the Allen Griffin feud in front of an Allen was more than rude. It was a hostile act, a dredging up of bad blood that generations had worked to bury. The names in the verses were not characters in a fable. They were the names on the weathered tombstones in the churchyard just up the hill. Lunsford quickly learned he wasn't just asking for a song. He was asking a man to testify against his neighbor's great-grandfather, and that was a line no one was willing to cross for a stranger. There was also a deep and abiding suspicion of any outsider asking too many questions. Who was this man in a starched collar, writing down their tragedies in his little notebook? The mountains had a long memory of being exploited by timber companies, by coal barons, and by condescending writers who came to caricature their way of life. Was Lunsford any different? Was he a cultural undertaker, come to put their most painful memories on display for a gawking world that already saw them as little more than violent savages? The silence was a shield, a way of protecting what little they had left that was truly their own. The psychological toll on the few who considered breaking this code was immense. One old woman, who knew a version of a local murder ballad that Lunsford had been searching for years, would only agree to sing it for him in her spring house, with the door bolted and the sound of the running water masking her voice. She was terrified, not of physical harm, but of something worse: the judgment of her neighbors, the quiet shunning that would follow if they knew she had given away their ghosts. In these hills, a reputation was all a person had, and the price for breaking the wall of silence was to lose it forever. For months, perhaps years, Bascom Lamar Lunsford operated as a detective chasing a ghost. He was searching for a single, verifiable truth, a definitive version of each ballad that could be entered into the record as historical fact. But the mountains resisted. The contradictions piled up. The silence grew deeper, and the logical mind of the lawyer was nearing a point of despair. He had a collection of beautiful broken fragments, but the complete, unassailable story he sought remained as elusive as smoke. The trail, it seemed, had finally gone cold. The turning point came not with a dramatic deathbed confession, but in a moment of quiet frustration. He was sitting on a porch with an elderly woman, trying once again to coax from her the full version of a local feud ballad. She would sing the beginning, her voice strong and sure, but when it came to the verses describing the killing, she would stop, shake her head, and hum a different tune, a simple, mournful church hymn. Lunsford, seeing another day's work dissolving into another dead end, was about to pack his things. But then he stopped, and he listened. He truly listened, not to the words, but to the feeling behind them. In the sorrowful cadence of that hymn, he suddenly heard the echo of the murder ballad. The forgotten clue wasn't a hidden lyric or a secret name. It was the realization that the emotion was the one thing that had survived intact. The community might change the names, forget the details, or refuse to speak the violence, but they never forgot the grief. The hymn was their way of telling the story when the story itself became too terrible to tell. It was the emotional core, the untainted piece of evidence he had been overlooking this whole time. This moment changed everything. It was as if a key had turned in a lock he didn't even know was there. He realized his entire approach had been wrong. He was not a detective hunting for a single culprit or a single truth. He was an archivist of human heartbreak. The contradictions and variations weren't flaws in the evidence. They were the evidence. They showed how a community grappled with, processed, and tried to heal from a trauma over generations. A renewed urgency surged through him. He had to collect it all, every fractured verse, every sanitized radio version, every mournful hymn that carried the ghost of the original tragedy. The real story wasn't in any single song, it was in the sum of all of them. With this new understanding, Bascom Lamar Lunsford stood like a prosecutor ready to deliver his closing argument. But in the spectral courtroom of his mind, the witness stand was empty, and the jury box was filled with ghosts. He had spent years searching for a single villain responsible for the slow death of the mountain sagas. He had cross-examined shame, ambition, and the relentless march of progress. And now, as he pieced together the fragments of evidence, the half-remembered verses, the sanitized records, the telling silences, the horrifying truth finally took shape. There was no single culprit. It was a conspiracy. He finally saw the first conspirator for what it was, the community's own shame. This was the inside man, the accomplice who unlocked the door and let the other forces in. The raw, bloody memories of the ballads had become a burden, a mark of otherness in a world that was rapidly modernizing. By choosing to bury their most painful stories, by refusing to teach their children the songs of feud and betrayal, the mountain folk had, with the best intentions, created a vacuum. They had disarmed their own culture, leaving it vulnerable and defenseless against the coming storm. Into this vacuum stepped the second conspirator, the gifted local musician, tempted by the promise of a world beyond the mountains. These were not villains, but tragic figures caught between two worlds. Driven by the understandable human desire for a few dollars and a little recognition, they became the unwitting agents of the crime. They took the raw, unvarnished testimony of the old songs and polished it for public consumption. They cut out the darkest verses, smoothed over the rough language, and sold a palatable, commercialized ghost of the real thing. They were the ones who put the forged signature on a false confession. And finally, Lunsford saw the mastermind, the cold, impersonal force that had orchestrated the entire affair, the radio and the rise of a national commercial culture. This was the entity that provided the motive, the means, and the opportunity. It offered a shiny, new, and effortless form of entertainment that made the old ways seem obsolete. It whispered the promise of a unified America where everyone listened to the same songs and shared the same simple stories. It created the very shame that had weakened the community's resolve and offered the very temptation that had turned its own guardians against it. In the end, Lunsford's discovery was far more chilling than a single, identifiable villain. The true culprit was an unholy trinity, a perfect and terrible collaboration between the past, the present, and the future. The motive wasn't malice, but something far more powerful, the inevitable crushing weight of change. The ancient, isolated world of the mountains, with its dark memories and bloody sagas, had been put on trial by the 20th century. And in this trial, there could only be one verdict. The old world was found guilty of being old, and the sentence was death by forgetting. Now that we have identified the culprits, we can finally reconstruct the crime. This was not a murder committed in a dark alley with a single sudden blow. It was a slow poisoning carried out in the warm, fire-lit cabins of the mountains themselves, with the victims' own families as unknowing accomplices. The truth, my friends, is that the ballads were not killed. They were allowed to die. Imagine an old man, a patriarch, sitting on his porch with his grandson as the evening shadows stretch across the hollow. He clears his throat to sing the old ballad, the one about the land dispute that cost his own great-uncle his life. He begins the first verse, his voice a familiar, comforting rasp. But then he looks at the boy, who is wearing a store-bought shirt and whose mind is full of things like automobiles and the world beyond the ridge. And the old man's voice falters. The next words, the ones about the gunshot and the bitter feud, freeze in his throat. In that moment of silence, a story that had survived for a century suffers a mortal wound. It doesn't end with a scream, but with a quiet, heartbreaking stillness. Now picture a different scene, a few years later. A talented young fiddler, the pride of his county, sits stiffly in front of a strange, cone-shaped microphone in a makeshift studio in a Bristol hotel room. A man in a suit tells him he has 3 minutes. He begins to sing the saga of Omi Wise, but when he gets to the part where the villain pleads with her, he softens the words. He changes a raw, brutal line into a more poetic, romantic one. The man in the suit nods in approval, and with that single, simple change, the soul of the song begins to bleed out, replaced by something cleaner, safer, and no longer entirely true. The final blow came not from a person, but from a piece of furniture. See it in your mind's eye, a family gathered in their cabin after supper. For generations, this was the time for stories, for the banjo to be taken down from its peg. But now, in the corner, sits a handsome wooden box with a glowing dial, a single cyclops eye staring into the room. They turn a knob, and a clear voice from Nashville fills the cabin with a song about a love they've never known and a city they've never seen. They are captivated. And over in the shadows, the banjo hangs on the wall, untouched. Its strings are not broken, they are simply silent. This is how the great bloody sagas of the mountains met their end. There was no single gunshot, no grand battle. It was 1,000 tiny, quiet surrenders. A forgotten verse here, a changed lyric there, an evening spent listening to the radio instead of a grandfather's voice. The stories became ghosts in their own homes, fading slowly until only a faint, melodic echo remained. They weren't murdered in a fit of passion. They were simply starved, one by one, in the quiet, comfortable darkness of a new and brighter world. There was no grand courtroom for this crime, no judge in black robes. The trial of the mountain ballads was held in the court of progress, and the jury was the American people, whose ears were already filled with the siren song of a new century. The prosecution, a slick and powerful attorney called the Future, presented its case with devastating force. It showed evidence of a faster, brighter, more connected world, a world of convenience and prosperity that made the old ways seem slow, dark, and obsolete. The defense was barely heard, a few faint, mournful notes from an old fiddle, drowned out by the confident roar of the radio. The accused parties reacted to the proceedings in their own ways. The commercial media, the mastermind, showed no remorse. A force of nature doesn't apologize for the storm. The ambitious musicians who had altered the songs for profit took the stand with a mix of defiance and quiet regret, arguing they had simply made a deal to survive in a world that was leaving them behind. And the community itself, the accomplice, sat in silent acceptance of its fate. They had already bought the radios and listened to the new songs. They had, in effect, already pled guilty. The verdict was swift and nearly unanimous. The ancient, bloody sagas of the mountains were found guilty on all counts, guilty of being too complex, too sorrowful, and too stubbornly local for a modern, optimistic nation. The sentence was not execution, but something far more final: obsolescence. They were to be banished from the front porch and the public square, remanded to the custody of a few dusty archives and forgotten collections, their stories replaced by a simpler, more cheerful narrative that sold more records. This verdict was, at the time, overwhelmingly popular. It was called Progress, Enlightenment, the inevitable march of history. But in this vast, impersonal courtroom, there was one man who refused to accept the judgment. Bascom Lamar Lunsford did not act as a lawyer for the defense. It was far too late for that. Instead, he appointed himself the court clerk for the condemned. He worked tirelessly, not to overturn the verdict, but to create a perfect, unassailable transcript of the proceedings. He recorded every last piece of evidence, every haunting testimony, not for this trial, but for an appeal to a higher court, the court of history. And so, while the world celebrated a victory, Lunsford preserved the memory of what was lost. He ensured that the case of the mountain ballads would never truly be closed. He created a file so thick with sorrow and beauty that future generations would be forced to reopen it, to re-examine the evidence and ask themselves a chilling question. Was this justice, or was it a crime? It's a verdict that, thanks to him, still sparks arguments in these hills to this day. The verdict had been handed down, and the consequences rippled through the mountains for generations, changing the fate of everyone involved. The survivors of this cultural crime, the ballads themselves, were now safe, but forever altered. Rescued by Lunsford, they were no longer living, breathing stories shared on a porch. They became ghosts in a filing cabinet, their voices captured on wax cylinders and stored in the climate-controlled vaults of the Library of Congress. They were saved from extinction, but at the cost of their freedom. They had become specimens, butterflies pinned under glass, their beautiful, tragic patterns preserved, but their flight forever ended. For the community, the people of the mountains, the verdict of obsolete had a devastating, long-term effect. The silence that Lunsford had encountered became the new normal. A generation grew up disconnected from the bloody sagas that had once defined their ancestors' world. The caricature of the simple banjo-strumming hillbilly, once a condescending fiction, began to feel like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Many of the brightest young people, convinced that their heritage was a source of shame, left the mountains for the cities, leaving behind an aging population and a profound sense of cultural amnesia. They had been judged by the outside world, and in their hearts, many felt their own culture had been found wanting. The descendants of the guilty parties, meanwhile, thrived in ways no one could have predicted. The ambitious musicians who had sanitized the old songs for commercial appeal became the founding fathers of a global phenomenon. The DNA of their altered ballads, the simple chords, the narrative style, the themes of love and loss, mutated and evolved, becoming the bedrock of what the world would come to know as country music. In a bitter twist of fate, the very act of betrayal ensured a kind of immortality. The raw, uncomfortable truth of the mountains was gone, but its polished, commercially viable ghost now echoed from every radio in the nation. And so, the lives of everyone in those mountains were forever changed. A people who had once known exactly who they were, their identity rooted in a deep and often dark well of shared stories, were now set adrift. They inherited the accent, the family names, and the stunning, unforgiving landscape, but they had lost the lyrical map that explained what it all meant. They became haunted not by the ghosts of the old stories, but by the far more unsettling ghost of their absence. You might think the story ends there, in a dusty archive, with the final verdict rendered by a changing world. But if you know where to look, you can still find the evidence of Bascom Lamar Lunsford's investigation scattered all across these hills. The traces of his work have not vanished. They have simply sunk into the soil, becoming part of the landscape itself. The most tangible remnant of his crusade is the Mountain Dance and Folk Festival, which he founded in Asheville in 1928. It still happens every year. On a warm summer night, you can go there and see the grandchildren and great-grandchildren of the very people he interviewed. You can see them playing the same banjos, dancing the same steps, and most importantly, singing the same songs. It is a living, breathing wake, a place where the ghosts Lunsford collected are brought out into the light, not to be mourned, but to be celebrated. It is his final, defiant piece of evidence, presented to a new jury year after year. The songs themselves are another echo. Thanks to the collection he so painstakingly assembled, the ballads did not die. They were rediscovered. The raw, haunting melodies he saved from oblivion became a wellspring for the American folk revival of the 1950s and 60s. When a modern artist stands on a stage in New York or London and sings the chilling tale of Tom Dooley, they are, whether they know it or not, calling on one of Lunsford's ghosts. His work ensured that these hyper-local tragedies became part of a universal human story. And the story of Lunsford himself has become a piece of Appalachian folklore. The whispers about the minstrel lawyer still linger. He is remembered not just as a collector, but as a mythical figure, a man who walked between worlds and knew the mountain's darkest secrets. The legend of the man who knew where the bodies were buried has outlived almost everyone who told it, a testament to the power of a man who listened so intently that he became part of the story he was trying to save. But the most powerful echo is in the land itself. The rivers where lovers were betrayed still flow. The sharp ridges that once divided warring families still cut across the sky. These places hold the memory of what happened there, etched into the very rock and soil. Bascom Lamar Lunsford's greatest achievement was not that he saved the songs, but that he saved the connection between the songs and the land. And now, when you hear one of those old ballads, it feels as if the mountain itself is singing, telling you its own dark and beautiful secrets. So we return to the question we asked at the beginning, around our digital campfire. What if a region's darkest secrets were carried not in books, but on a melody? We now have our answer. The secrets were a community's soul, its open wounds, its moral code, and its cautionary tales. And the strange man in the suit who collected them was more than a folklorist. He was a custodian of ghosts. Bascom Lamar Lunsford understood that these weren't just songs. They were the last, fading testimony of a world on trial, and he was the only lawyer willing to take the case. This is a story, then, not just of a man saving songs, but of the immense, often brutal price of progress. It is a timeless lesson on the seduction of forgetting. It teaches us that the most dangerous threat to a culture is rarely an invading army, but more often a quiet, internal whisper that tells us our own complicated, painful history is a burden we should lay down in favor of a simpler, brighter future. Lunsford's great crusade was a fight against this seductive silence, an argument that our scars are not meant to be hidden. They are proof that we have lived, and they are warnings that must never, ever be forgotten. Bascom Lamar Lunsford fought a war against the quiet death of memory, and in the end, he did not win. No one could. But he achieved something far more important. He ensured that the ghosts of Appalachia would never be homeless. He gave them a permanent refuge in the archives of a nation, and a voice that could still be heard by anyone willing to listen. And now, my friends, the story is yours to keep. The next time you hear an old, mournful tune carried on the wind, listen closely. It might not be the wind at all, but a story that, thanks to one stubborn man, refused to stay silent. 2 days shy of her 41st birthday, shotgun blasts ripped through the quiet hills of the Indian Territory. She was shot in the back. A coward's ambush. The woman they called the Bandit Queen lay dead in the dirt, just feet from her own gate. The dime novels painted her as a female Jesse James, a ruthless outlaw. But that's the legend. How does a girl who mastered Greek and the piano, born to a respectable family, end her days this way? Today, we separate the truth from the lies to find the real Myra Maybelle Shirley and to ask the question that still haunts these hills. Who wanted her dead? Before the legend, there was a girl named Myra Maybelle Shirley. She wasn't born in a dusty outlaw camp, but into a life of relative comfort in Carthage, Missouri. Her father, John Shirley, was a respected farmer, innkeeper, and judge, a man of property and standing. Their home sat on the very edge of civilization, where the rolling prairies gave way to the rugged, ancient Ozark Hills. It was a land with a soul much like Appalachia's, a place of tight-knit clans, fierce independence, and memories as long and deep as the valleys themselves. The roots of that spirit ran deep in Myra's blood. Her mother, Elizabeth Hatfield Shirley, came from the same line as the notorious Hatfields of the West Virginia-Kentucky border. This wasn't just a distant relation, it was a heritage. It meant that Myra was born into a world where honor was defended with fists and firearms, where loyalty to family was the highest law, and where an insult was a debt that would one day be paid in full. This was the unwritten code of the mountains, a code she understood long before she ever read a law book. On the surface, however, Myra was being molded into a proper southern lady. Her father sent her to the Carthage Female Academy, a place of refinement and learning. She studied the classics, mastered Greek and Latin, and could fill the Shirley home with the beautiful, complex notes of a piano sonata. She was intelligent, articulate, and poised. Everything a daughter of a prominent family was expected to be. She was destined for a life of quiet dignity, of ball gowns and polite conversation. But beneath the corset and silk beat the heart of a rebel. The same girl who could quote Greek philosophers was more at home in the saddle, racing her horse through the woods with a freedom most women of her time could only dream of. She preferred the company of her older brother, Bud, and his friends, learning from them the ways of the wilderness. She could handle a shotgun with a skill that shamed grown men and knew the hidden trails of the Ozarks as if they were lines on the palm of her hand. Two worlds were at war inside this young woman: the polished, respectable world her father was building for her, and the wild, untamed world of the hills that flowed in her Hatfield blood. For a time, she could walk in both. But a storm was gathering on the horizon of America, a storm of fire and steel that would sweep across the nation, and it would force Myra Maybelle Shirley to choose, once and for all, which world she truly belonged to. Little did she know that choice would burn the life she knew to the ground. If the Ozark Hills were the anvil of Myra's character, the Civil War was the hammer that shattered it and reforged it into something hard and sharp. When the war came, it didn't just divide the nation, it ripped through Missouri, turning neighbor against neighbor in a savage guerrilla conflict. The Shirley family didn't hesitate. Their loyalty was to the Confederacy, and their home soon became a clandestine way station for the most feared Southern partisans, the bushwhackers. Men like William Quantrill and Bloody Bill Anderson, men who fought with a cold fury, found refuge under the Shirley roof. And riding with them were boys who would become legends in their own right, the James brothers and the Younger brothers. This was the world that consumed Myra Maybelle. She saw these men not as outlaws, but as heroes defending their homes. And her greatest hero was her own brother, Edwin, whom everyone called Bud. He was everything she admired: brave, defiant, and free. When he joined the bushwhackers, Myra's war began. The polite young lady from the academy vanished, replaced by a cunning operative for the Southern cause. Legends say she would use her charm and education to flirt with Union officers, prying information from them about troop movements, which she would then pass on to her brother and his comrades. She became a scout, a spy, a vital part of the shadow war being fought in the Missouri hills. For a time, it must have felt like a dangerous, righteous adventure. She was fighting alongside her brother, defending her family's beliefs. The risk was real, but so was the adrenaline, the sense of purpose. She was no longer just a girl playing piano, she was a player in the great bloody drama of her time. But this was no adventure, and the price of this war was about to be brought to her door in the most brutal way imaginable. In 1864, the hammer fell. Federal troops, tired of the constant raids and ambushes, hunted down Bud Shirley. He was trapped, cornered, and killed. For 16-year-old Myra, the news wasn't just devastating, it was the end of her world. The light of her life, her protector, her idol, was gone, slain by the very men she saw as foreign invaders. In that moment, her girlish patriotism and grief curdled into something far darker, a cold, permanent, all-consuming hatred. A hatred for the government, for its uniforms, for its laws. They had taken her brother, and in doing so, they had taken a part of her soul. The war might end for the country, but for Myra Shirley, it would never be over. She would spend the rest of her life fighting the victors. After the war, the Shirley family fled to Texas, seeking a new life from the ashes of the old. But for Myra, peace was a foreign country. Her heart, forged in hatred, was drawn to the fire. She found that fire in the eyes of the men who, like her brother Bud, refused to surrender. Men like the charismatic Cole Younger, a childhood friend and now a notorious outlaw. Rumors would later whisper of a passionate affair, claiming her daughter Pearl was his. It was a romantic story, but likely just that, a story. The truth, however, was no less dangerous. Her first husband was Jim Reed, another former bushwhacker who couldn't trade his pistol for a plow. With him, Myra stepped fully into the world of the outlaw. Their life was a blur of stolen horses and dodging posses, a frantic existence on the run. In this chaos, her two children, Pearl and Eddie, were born. But this was no family portrait. It was a partnership born of war and rebellion, and it was destined to end in blood. In 1874, Jim Reed's luck ran out. The news that reached Myra was cold and brutal. Her husband had been shot down, not in a blaze of glory, but by an acquaintance who valued the reward money more than friendship. At 26, Myra was a widow, a mother of two, and officially branded the accomplice of a dead bandit. This was the world she had chosen, a world with no honor among thieves. So she moved deeper into the shadows, to a place where the law of the United States was thin and the old ways were strong, the Indian Territory of Oklahoma. There, she met and married Sam Starr, a man from a proud Cherokee family. This wasn't just a marriage, it was the founding of a dynasty. On their land, tucked away in the rugged hills, they established a stronghold. It had a name that was a tribute to her old friends and a warning to her new enemies: Younger's Bend. Younger's Bend wasn't a ranch. It was a sanctuary for the damned. It was a place where men on the run, men like Jesse James and the Younger brothers themselves, could find a hot meal, a fresh horse, and a place to lay low, protected by the cunning of its queen. The air there was thick with the smell of wood smoke, whiskey, and paranoia. Every rider on the horizon was either a friend or a hangman. This was the heart of darkness, a kingdom built on stolen goods and guarded by guns. Here, the final transformation of Myra Maybelle Shirley was complete. She was no longer just a bandit's wife, she was the mastermind. She never led a charge, her hands weren't on the triggers during the robberies. Her weapons were her intellect and her will. She planned the heists, fenced the stolen property, bribed officials, and used her deep knowledge of the law to tangle up prosecutors in court. And she crafted an image that became a legend. She would ride into town on a fine horse, sitting side-saddle in a velvet dress like a proper lady, but on her hips, for all the world to see, rested two Colt revolvers. She could quote classical poetry one moment and arrange the sale of a stolen herd the next. This walking contradiction, the refined lady and the criminal queen, was her armor and her declaration of war. She had created a monster, and her name was Belle Starr. The two shotgun blasts echoed through the hills and then faded into an unnerving quiet. Belle Starr's horse, spooked and riderless, galloped the rest of the way to the ranch house, its panicked whinny the first alarm. Her daughter Pearl, hearing the sound, ran out to see what was wrong. The discovery she made in the mud of the road, just outside their own gate, would become the final bloody chapter of her mother's legend. The bandit queen was dead, her velvet riding habit stained with the earth and her own blood, her back riddled with buckshot. News of a murder like that travels fast, even in the isolated Indian Territory. It moved from ranch to ranch on the lips of breathless riders, then crackled across the telegraph wires to the newspapers in Fort Smith and beyond. The death of Belle Starr was an event. For the lawmen, it was the closing of a long and frustrating case file. For the dime novelists, it was a dramatic ending they couldn't have written better themselves. For the locals, it was a source of fear and feverish gossip. The queen was dead. But who had dared to kill her? Soon enough, Deputy U.S. Marshals rode down the trail to Younger's Bend. For years, this place had been a no-go zone, a sanctuary for fugitives where the law entered at its own peril. Now, they were in charge. picking through the life of the woman who had so often made fools of them. The investigation began, and the web of suspects was tangled and dark, spun from the threads of Belle's own life. Every person in her orbit had a potential motive. The first and most obvious suspect was a man named Edgar Watson. He was a tenant on Belle's land, a man with a shadowy past from Florida, rumored to be wanted for murder himself. They had argued bitterly. Belle wanted him gone, and Watson wasn't a man who liked being told what to do. It was a simple, logical motive, a dispute over land and money that ended in violence. But the simple answer isn't always the true one. Then there was her own husband, a Cherokee man named Jim July Starr. He was younger than Belle and was, at the time of her murder, facing his own trial for horse theft. Did they have a falling out? Was he driven by jealousy? Or, as some whispered, did he arrange the murder to silence her before she could testify in some secret deal with the law? He had an alibi, but in the murky world of Younger's Bend, an alibi was just another story. The silence that fell over the hills wasn't one of peace. It was a silence of fear. Belle's network of outlaws scattered, not knowing who among them might be next, or who might sell them out for a pardon. A reward was posted for information, but few dared to speak. The killer was still out there, and no one knew how far their reach extended. The hunt was on, not just for a murderer, but for the truth behind the final bloody act of the bandit queen's life. The wheels of justice turned slowly, but in the case of Belle Starr's murder, they seemed to grind through mud. The primary suspect, Edgar Watson, was finally brought to trial. You can just imagine the scene in the Fort Smith courtroom. It wasn't just a legal proceeding, it was a spectacle. The room was packed with a tense mix of lawmen, curious townsfolk, and shadowed figures in the back rows, friends and enemies of the dead woman, all there to see how this final chapter would play out. The air itself felt heavy, thick with whispered theories and cold stares. Everyone had an opinion, and everyone was waiting for a conviction. The prosecution laid out its case. They painted a picture of a bitter dispute between a landlord and her troublesome tenant. They spoke of threats exchanged, of Watson's notorious temper, and of his presence near the scene of the crime. They presented him as a man with a motive, the means, and the opportunity. But their case was like a house built on sand. There was no murder weapon. There were no direct eyewitnesses to the shooting. The entire argument rested on bad blood and circumstantial evidence, a foundation that began to crumble under the slightest pressure. Watson, for his part, sat there with a cold confidence. He was no frightened farmer caught in the gears of the law. This was a man who understood the violence of the world. His defense lawyers didn't just deny his guilt. They threw the courtroom doors wide open to the chaos of Belle's life. They argued that putting only Edgar Watson on trial was absurd. Why not her husband, Jim July, who had his own legal troubles? Why not any of the dozens of spurned lovers, jilted partners, or vengeful victims Belle had created over the years? To have an enemy, they argued, was to be Belle Starr's acquaintance. And then, the darkest rumor of all, a chilling whisper that slithered through the courtroom, gave everyone pause. The story of Belle and her own son, Eddie. Their relationship was poison. He was a disappointment, and she was a harsh mother. The gossip was that just before her death, she had taken a whip to him for mistreating her favorite horse. Had the boy's resentment finally boiled over into an unspeakable act? Could he have pulled the trigger himself, or perhaps paid Watson to do it for him? It was a monstrous thought, but in the world Belle had built, it wasn't an impossible one. Faced with a weak case and a sea of reasonable doubt, the jury was trapped. They could condemn a man on suspicion, or they could let a potential killer walk free. They deliberated, and when they returned, the foreman's voice cut through the silence. "Not guilty." A shockwave went through the room. Edgar Watson, the man everyone was so sure had done it, stood up and walked out of the courtroom a free man. And so, the law of men had spoken. But was it justice? Or was it just a failure of a system that couldn't comprehend the complex, violent world of Younger's Bend? The court case was closed, but the murder remained unsolved. The killer had vanished back into the hills, becoming just another ghost in the bloody history of the territory. The truth, it seemed, was buried with the bandit queen. The murder of Belle Starr wasn't the end of the story. It was the explosion that scattered the pieces. Her kingdom, Younger's Bend, crumbled without its queen. The outlaws who had found sanctuary there drifted away, seeking new shadows to hide in. The land itself was eventually swallowed up by the relentless tide of settlement and progress. Today, what was once the most notorious hideout in the Indian Territory lies quiet and still, submerged beneath the placid waters of Lake Eufaula. A concrete historical marker stands on a nearby hill, a lone sentinel pointing toward the drowned land, the only official sign that this infamous chapter of the West ever happened here. The fates of those in her orbit were as tangled and often as tragic as her own. Edgar Watson, the acquitted suspect, moved on, but his reputation followed him. He eventually met a violent end himself, gunned down by a vigilante mob in Florida. Her last husband, Jim July Starr, died in a gunfight with lawmen not long after Belle's murder. Her son, Eddie Reed, who some whispered was the true killer, lived a troubled life, eventually becoming a deputy sheriff himself before being killed in a saloon brawl. It seems the violence that Belle had courted her whole life clung to those she left behind, an inescapable inheritance. But there is one final strange twist. Her daughter Pearl, the one rumored to be Cole Younger's child, chose a different path of rebellion. She turned her back on the world of guns and stolen horses and moved to Fort Smith, where she opened a high-class brothel. In a way, she too became a queen, presiding over her own illicit kingdom, a world with its own codes and dangers, just a stone's throw from the courthouse where her mother's killer had been set free. The strongest echo of Belle Starr, however, is not in the ground, but in the story itself. After her death, the legend took on a life of its own. A journalist named Richard Fox penned a lurid book called Belle Starr, the Bandit Queen, or the Female Jesse James. It was a work of pure fiction, filled with sensational tales of her leading bank robberies and stagecoach heists, things she never actually did. This book, and the countless dime novels that followed, created the image we think of today, the pistol-packing outlaw in a feathered hat. The myth completely consumed the woman. You can still visit her grave, tucked away in the woods not far from where Younger's Bend once stood. The original headstone, carved with a bell, a star, and a poignant poem, was chipped away to nothing by souvenir hunters over the decades. A new, protected monument stands in its place. And as you stand there, in the quiet of those Oklahoma hills, you realize the mountains do remember. They remember the real Myra Maybelle Shirley, the educated girl, the grieving sister, the cunning organizer, and the woman who gambled her life on a defiant dream of freedom and lost. So we return to the question that has hung in the air since those shotgun blasts first rang out. Who killed Belle Starr? The law of men never gave us a name. Was it the vengeful tenant, Edgar Watson? Was it one of her own family, a final, terrible betrayal? We will never know for sure. But maybe the real answer isn't a name. Maybe what killed Belle Starr was the violent, lawless world she had so carefully constructed around herself. In the end, the snake she had nurtured in the heart of Younger's Bend finally turned and bit its queen. Her story is a powerful reminder that the Civil War didn't truly end at Appomattox. It continued to rage in the hearts of people like Myra Shirley, leaving scars that festered into a deep and abiding hatred for the authority that had won. She was not a hero. She was not the cartoon villain of the penny press. She was a casualty, a woman whose fierce mountain pride, when poisoned by grief, became a force of self-destruction. She waged a 25-year war against a world she felt had wronged her, and in that war, there could only be one victor. Myra Maybelle Shirley was a woman of stark contradictions, the educated lady who could quote the classics and the ruthless godmother who ruled a den of thieves. She was born with the spirit of the mountains in her blood, proud, defiant, and unforgiving. But that spirit, when broken, forged a legend written in gunsmoke and blood. A girl who was meant to be a lady became the bandit queen, a cautionary tale that still echoes in the hills where she once rode. When the gunsmoke cleared over the Tugfork River, one Hatfield lay dead on the ferry landing, put there by another. The killer wasn't some long-hated McCoy. He was the law itself, Sheriff Bud Hatfield, and the man bleeding out in the dirt was his own cousin. This single act raises a chilling question that echoes through the hollows to this day. How does a man forged in the fires of the Hatfield feud, a clan that valued blood above all else, bring himself to kill his own family for a tin star? The newspapers of the day called it justice. But those who lived in the shadows of the mountains whispered a different story, a story of a kinslayer, a man who made a deal with the devil, a traitor who sold his soul. Today, we will separate the facts from the folklore to find the truth behind the most feared and complicated lawman in Appalachian history. To understand the man, you have to understand the silence that fell after the storm. By the turn of the 20th century, the great Hatfield-McCoy feud was over. The shooting had mostly stopped. The famous raids were now just stories told to wide-eyed children. But the peace was a fragile, wounded thing. It was a land of long memories and short tempers, where a man's last name was more important than any law written in a book. The Tugfork Valley was a world unto itself, a labyrinth of creeks and hollows where families lived by codes carved into their very bones over generations. Justice wasn't found in a courthouse. It was settled in a cornfield, on a riverbank, or at the dark end of a lonely mountain path. In this world of simmering grudges lived William Anderson Hatfield, known to all as Bud. He was not a patriarch like his famous cousin, Devil Anse. He was a younger man, molded by the feud's final bloody years. He had seen the cost of hot-blooded pride firsthand. While his kin were known for their booming laughs and explosive tempers, Bud was different. He was quiet, watchful. He moved through the woods not like a man, but like a shadow, his eyes missing nothing. He didn't boast of his skill with a pistol. He simply practiced, hour after hour, until the Colt revolver felt like an extension of his own hand. He learned the mountains as a hunter, but he wasn't just tracking deer. He was learning how men think when they're being hunted, where they hide when they're scared, and the fatal mistakes they make when they believe they're safe. He was absorbing the brutal lessons of the feud, not as a brawler, but as a student of violence. He was a weapon being forged in the quiet aftermath of a war, waiting for a purpose. His world was one of clan loyalty, where the only thing that mattered was protecting your own, no matter the cost. But a new sound was beginning to echo through the mountains, a sound louder than a rifle shot. It was the chugging of steam engines and the grinding of machinery. Coal companies with their fat checkbooks and their armies of private detectives from agencies like Baldwin Felts were pushing their way into the hills. They saw the mountains not as a home, but as a treasure chest to be cracked open. They brought with them a new kind of law, corporate law, and they had no patience for the old ways of the clans. The world that had created Bud Hatfield was about to be devoured, and he would soon have to make a choice that no Hatfield had ever faced. The conflict that would define Bud Hatfield's life didn't begin with a single gunshot. Its seeds were planted generations before, deep in the rocky Appalachian soil. The Hatfields, like many of the Scots-Irish families who first dared to cross the mountains, carved a kingdom for themselves, not with a pen and a deed, but with an axe and a long rifle. This land wasn't just property. It was their lifeblood, their fortress, and their identity. They owed allegiance to no distant government. They were kings of their own hollows, and they held their land with a fierce, possessive grip that outsiders could never understand. The deepest scar on this landscape was the Civil War. While the nation tore itself apart, the borderlands between West Virginia and Kentucky became a brutal theater of guerrilla warfare. The Hatfields were fiercely Confederate, seeing the Union as an invading force trying to impose its will upon them. Devil Anse himself led a band of irregulars, the Logan Wildcats, who fought a vicious war in the hills long after the main armies had gone home. They weren't just fighting for a political cause, they were fighting for their own sovereignty against any and all outside control. This deep-seated division bled directly into the Hatfield-McCoy feud. At its heart, it was a continuation of the war on a more personal scale, with the largely Confederate Hatfields pitted against the largely Unionist McCoys. The conflict was fueled by old loyalties and betrayals that the rest of the country was trying to forget. For these families, the war never ended. It simply smoldered under the surface, waiting for any spark, a stolen pig, a forbidden romance, to erupt into a full-blown inferno. In this world, a family name was everything. It was a heavy cloak of obligation and pride worn from birth. And to be a Hatfield meant you lived by an unwritten, unbreakable code. It meant you stood by your kin, right or wrong. It meant you settled your own scores, answered insults with your fists or your gun, and never backed down from a fight. Above all, it meant you never, ever turned to an outside lawman for justice, and you certainly never became one. The law was the enemy, the outsider, the threat to the clan's power. This was the legacy Bud Hatfield was born into, a legacy of fierce independence, deep suspicion, and a sworn duty to put blood before all else. The end of the feud didn't bring unity. It left a vacuum. With no common enemy to fight, the old clans began to turn on themselves. The Tugfork Valley became a tangled web of personal slights and simmering resentments. The supporting cast wasn't just Hatfield and McCoy anymore. It was the Hatfields who sold timber rights to the coal companies versus the Hatfields who refused. It was the families who wanted schools and roads versus the families who saw every change as an invasion. It was a community teetering on a knife's edge, where everyone was watching everyone else, waiting for the first sign of weakness or betrayal. At the center of the old guard's resistance was Bud's own cousin, another Elias Hatfield, but this one went by a different name, Bad Lias. He was everything the old Hatfields were supposed to be, wild, violent, and utterly contemptuous of any law but his own. He drank, he brawled, and he took what he wanted. While Devil Anse was growing old and making calculated deals with the coal barons, Bad Lias was a living, breathing reminder of the clan's lawless past. He was a festering wound, a source of both pride and shame for the family, and his violent exploits kept the old animosities burning bright. The air itself grew thick with gossip. On the porch of the general store, men would speak in low tones about which Hatfield was seen talking to a Baldwin Felts man. Women would whisper over their washboards, speculating on who was behind a mysterious fire that burned a small logging operation. The McCoys and their allies, though quiet, were watching with hungry eyes. They saw the cracks forming in the great Hatfield dynasty and knew that a house divided against itself could not stand. Every fistfight, every land dispute, every drunken threat was fuel for a fire that had never truly been extinguished. This was a world where suspicion was a survival tool. A friendly wave from a man whose grandfather fought for the Union might be a genuine greeting, or it might be a trick to get a better look at the rifle you were carrying. A business deal gone sour wasn't a civil matter. It was a mortal insult that could lead to an ambush on a lonely stretch of road. It was a poison that seeped into the wells, turning neighbor against neighbor and cousin against cousin. The community wasn't healing. It was rotting from the inside out with paranoia and fear. And into this poisonous air, a new rumor began to spread, one more unbelievable than all the others. That Bud Hatfield, the quiet one, the dead shot, was thinking of doing the unthinkable. In the months before Bud Hatfield pinned on his badge, the old folks said the mountains themselves seemed to hold their breath. The air went still and heavy, the way it does before a lightning strike tears the sky open. A hoot owl, That feathered messenger of death was heard crying in broad daylight near the Hatfield family graveyard. Men hunting deep in the woods came back with stories of feeling unseen eyes on their backs, a cold dread that had nothing to do with the bears or panthers that roamed the hills. The very land seemed to be sending a warning, whispering through the rustling leaves that the old world was dying and its ghost would not go peacefully. The human omen was far less subtle. Strangers began appearing in the hollows, men with clean hands and cold eyes, carrying surveyors' transits and leather briefcases full of contracts. They were the agents of the coal and timber companies, and they moved with a confidence that bordered on arrogance. They spoke of progress and prosperity, but their eyes measured the ancient trees in bored feet and sized up the family homesteads by the tons of coal that lay beneath them. Their presence was a constant, grating reminder that the outside world was no longer content to leave the mountains alone. They were a walking, talking prophecy of a new kind of war, one fought not with rifles over family honor, but with lawyers and hired guns over mineral rights. Bud Hatfield, a man who read the woods better than any book, felt this change in his gut. It was a coiled tightness in the air, a new kind of fear in the eyes of his neighbors. He saw men who had once been proud and defiant, now speaking in hushed tones, worried about losing the very land their grandfathers had bled for. He saw the easy smiles of the company men and recognized the look of a predator sizing up its prey. He felt a deep, chilling premonition that the old Hatfield code of settling their own problems and protecting their own kin was no longer enough. It was a code designed for fighting other mountain men, not for fighting a corporation with limitless money and its own private army. Something terrible was coming, and Bud knew, with the certainty of a hunter sensing a shift in the wind, that he was standing directly in its path. The law in Logan County had become a ghost. It haunted the courthouse, but it held no power in the hollows. The chaos that Bud Hatfield had foreseen was no longer a distant storm. It was a flood. Drunken brawls turned into shootouts in broad daylight. Payrolls for the coal mines were robbed on the open road. Witnesses to crimes would suddenly lose their memory, their silence bought by a quiet threat delivered on their doorstep in the dead of night. The old system of clan justice was crumbling, and the new corporate law of the Baldwin-Felts agents was nothing more than organized brutality, serving only the interests of the coal barons. The county was bleeding, and there was no one to stop it. It was in this desperate atmosphere that the county officials made their move. They needed a man who could not be intimidated, who knew the mountains and the mindset of the men who haunted them. They needed a man who was feared more than the outlaws themselves. And so, they came to the one man who fit that description perfectly. They came to Bud Hatfield. The offer was laid on the table, a deputy's badge. It wasn't a job offer, it was a plea. They weren't asking him to be a peacekeeper. They were asking him to be a hunter, a one-man army who could walk into the darkest hollows and drag the violence out into the light. For Bud, this was the moment the world stopped. To accept the badge was to turn his back on everything he had ever known. It was a declaration that the code of the Hatfields, the sacred bond of blood, was no longer his law. He was choosing the law of strangers over the blood of his grandfather. He looked at the chaos around him, at men like his cousin Bad Lears, who were becoming rabid dogs, and at the cold-eyed company thugs who were no better. He saw two paths leading to the same ruin, and in that moment he chose a third. With a steady hand, he reached out and took the small piece of tin. He pinned it to his chest. The word spread through the hollows like a pestilence. A Hatfield was the law. To his family, it was the ultimate betrayal. Whispers of traitor followed him like a shadow. Uncles and cousins who had known him since birth now looked at him with a mixture of fear and contempt. The community was instantly and violently divided. You were either for the old ways or you stood with the kinslayer. There was no middle ground. This was the first drop of blood. It wasn't spilled by a bullet, but by an oath. By pinning on that badge, Bud Hatfield had drawn a line not on a map, but through the heart of his own family. From that moment on, he was no longer just Bud Hatfield. He was Deputy Hatfield. And for men like his cousin, Bad Lias, who saw the badge as a declaration of war, it made him a target. The confrontation was no longer a possibility. It was an inevitability. The confrontation was inevitable, and it happened, as so many things in that country do, by the river. Bud Hatfield and his posse cornered his cousin, Bad Lias, at the ferry landing. The water of the tug fork was slow and brown, the air thick with tension. It wasn't a long standoff. There were no grand speeches. There was only the low, steady voice of Sheriff Hatfield ordering his own blood to surrender, and the wild, defiant laugh of Bad Lias in response. For a moment, the two men stood as living symbols of the two worlds colliding, the old, lawless clan and the new, iron-willed law. What happened next took less time than a single breath, but the silence it created would last forever. There was no Hollywood gunfight, no men diving for cover. There was only a sudden, blurred movement, and then the calm was shattered by a deafening roar that echoed off the water and slammed into the hills. It was followed almost instantly by a second shot, so close to the first they sounded like a single stuttered clap of thunder. The posse froze, their own guns still in their holsters. When the sharp, acrid smell of gun smoke cut through the damp air, Bad Lias was no longer standing. He was on his knees, his head bowed, looking not at his cousin, but down at the wooden planks of the landing. He stayed that way for a single, long second, a statue of defeat. Then, without a sound, he simply pitched forward, his fall making a dull, hollow thud that seemed shockingly loud in the sudden quiet. From across the river, a person would have seen almost nothing. Just two men facing each other, a puff of white smoke quickly stolen by the breeze, and then one man falling. They would not have seen any blood. They would only have seen a dark stain begin to slowly spread across the back of the fallen man's shirt, like a shadow growing in the afternoon sun. The true horror wasn't in the wound, but in the stillness that followed. Bud Hatfield walked forward, his boots making heavy, deliberate sounds on the ferry landing. He stood over the body of his kinsman, his own pistol still smoking in his hand. The pearl handle, they say, felt as cold as a river stone against his palm. He did not speak. He did not offer a prayer. He simply looked down at what the law had required of him. Members of the posse would later whisper that the most terrifying part was the look in Sheriff Hatfield's eyes. It wasn't triumph. It wasn't remorse. It was a chilling, empty calm, the look of a man who had just performed a necessary but terrible piece of work. A Hatfield had killed a Hatfield. In that moment, the old world of clan justice didn't just die. It was executed on a riverbank by one of its own sons. To understand what went through Bud Hatfield's mind on that ferry landing, you must first understand that he likely didn't see himself as a killer. He saw himself as a surgeon. In his cold, calculated view, his cousin, Bad Lias, wasn't a man anymore. He was a disease. He was the living embodiment of the chaos and violence that was strangling the mountains, the very sickness that Bud had sworn an oath to cure. His twisted logic was terrifyingly simple. To save the body, you must cut out the cancer. In that moment, the bond of blood was meaningless. It was an old-world sentiment that had no place in the new order he was trying to build. He wasn't executing his cousin. He was executing a problem. The true transformation didn't happen in the flash of gunfire. It happened in the quiet moment he first pinned the badge to his chest. That act was a silent vow to kill the part of himself that was a Hatfield clansman. He had to consciously sever the ties of blood and tradition that had defined his entire life. To become Sheriff Hatfield, Bud Hatfield, the cousin, had to die. So when Bad Lias made his move, there was no internal struggle. There was no hesitation. The switch had been flipped months ago. He was no longer acting as a man, but as an instrument of the law he had chosen to serve, and instruments do not feel conflict. As he drew his pistol, the world would have narrowed to a single point, the threat in front of him. His years of relentless practice took over, his mind becoming a place of chilling calm. There was no anger, no hatred, not even a flicker of sadness for the boy he once knew. There was only a target, a distance, and a trigger to be pulled. It was the detached, predatory focus of a hunter, but his prey was his own family. He was operating on a level of pure, brutal efficiency that few men could comprehend, let alone achieve. And afterward, standing in the gun smoke over his cousin's body, he would not have felt triumph or relief. He would have felt a profound and chilling emptiness. It was the quiet that comes after a storm has passed, the silence of a void created where something used to be. He had proven his loyalty to the law, but the price was a piece of his own soul. He had become what the county needed him to be, a monster to hunt monsters. But in doing so, he had become a stranger to his own kin, and perhaps even to himself. The legend of the fearless lawman was born in that moment, but so was the ghost of the kinslayer that would haunt him for the rest of his days. The silence that fell on the ferry landing was heavier than a tombstone. Bud Hatfield's posse stood frozen, men who had seen their share of violence now stunned into stillness, not by the death, but by the identity of the killer and the killed. Sheriff Hatfield broke the spell. His voice was flat, devoid of any emotion, as if he were cataloguing supplies. He gave orders to secure the body and retrieve his cousin's weapon. He treated the scene with the cold, methodical procedure of a man clearing away a fallen tree from a road. There was no room for grief or hesitation. The law had been served, and now the paperwork had to follow. The body of Bad Lias was brought back to town, laid out on the back of a wagon. That grim procession was the only announcement needed. The news didn't travel by wire. It moved like a ghost, whispered from porch to porch, from one hollow to the next. A Hatfield has killed a Hatfield. The words carried a terrible weight, a sacrilege against the deepest code of the mountains. It was a wound cut into the very soul of the clan, a wound that would fester and poison everything it touched. For the Hatfield family, it was a moment of profound and terrible clarity. The lines were drawn. Doors that had always been open to Bud were now silently, permanently barred. Eyes that once held kinship now held a cold, hard judgment. They did not raise their guns against him, not yet. Their reaction was a silence more menacing than any threat. He was no longer one of them. He was an outsider, a tool of the very government they had fought for generations. He was a kinslayer. In the eyes of his own blood, his badge was not a symbol of honor, but the brand of a traitor. The official reaction was the polar opposite. The county prosecutor reviewed Bud's report, a document as blunt and efficient as the man who wrote it. It was a lawful killing. Bad Lias had resisted arrest. He had drawn his weapon. The men of the posse, shaken but loyal to their sheriff, corroborated the story. The officials who had hired Bud let out a collective sigh of relief. They had unleashed a force of nature, and it was working. He had done the unthinkable, the very thing no one else had the stomach to do. They saw a hero, a man bringing order through righteous, necessary violence. His power was solidified, his legend cemented in the halls of the courthouse. But for Bud, the hunt was just beginning. It was not a hunt for another outlaw, but a lifelong hunt for a peace he would never find. He had made his choice, and now he had to live in the world he had created, a world where he was feared by all and trusted by none. The ashes of his old life were all around him, the family he had forsaken, the traditions he had shattered. He was the law, but he was utterly alone, a solitary figure standing in the chilling silence that follows the final, fatal shot. The killing of Bad Lias split the county like a bolt of lightning hitting a 100-year-old oak. There was no middle ground left, no place for neutrality. Every single person, from the coal baron in his fine house to the farmer scratching a living from a rocky hillside, was forced to choose. The general store became a silent battlefield. A man's loyalty could be judged by who he tipped his hat to and whose gaze he avoided. A woman buying flour would fall silent if a known supporter of the sheriff walked in, the friendly chatter dying as if a cold wind had blown through the room. It was a war fought with averted eyes, tight-lipped smiles, and doors that suddenly wouldn't open. An unspoken conspiracy of silence descended upon the hills. Many knew the official story of the shooting was too clean, too simple. They'd heard whispers of a different tale, that Bad Lias was trying to surrender, that the second shot was unnecessary. But who would dare say so? To speak against Sheriff Hatfield was to invite a visit in the dead of night. People who had once been proud and outspoken now looked at their own children and chose to hold their tongues. Fear was a more effective lawman than Bud Hatfield could ever be, and it kept the community locked in a state of terrified paralysis. The truth, whatever it was buried alive under the weight of that silence. But even in the deepest fear, there were small acts of courage and cowardice that revealed the true heart of the people. A merchant, once a friend of Bad Lias, now made a point to give Sheriff Hatfield a discount, a public display of his newfound allegiance. A preacher, caught between his fear of the lawman and his fear of God, delivered a sermon on the sin of Cain that was so full of careful, veiled language that both sides could claim it as their own. Then there were the quiet acts of defiance. An old woman from a distant branch of the Hatfield family walked 10 miles to lay a single wildflower on Bad Lias's unmarked grave. A miner, his face black with coal dust, was heard to mutter "Kinslayer" as Bud rode past, a single word of rebellion that could have cost him his life. And the McCoys, the old enemies, they said nothing at all. They just watched, their silence one of grim satisfaction as their great rival, the House of Hatfield, began to devour itself from within. The death of Bad Lias was not an end, it was a declaration. With that single act, Sheriff Bud Hatfield had served notice to every outlaw, moonshiner, and hot-blooded brawler in the county. The old ways were over. His posse was no longer made of Hatfield cousins riding to defend the clan's honor. It was a new breed of man. They were young, grim-faced deputies who owed their loyalty not to a family name, but to the paycheck and the terrifying man who signed it. They followed him into the darkest hollows, not out of camaraderie, but out of a deep-seated fear of what he would do to them if they refused. They knew they were not his kin, they were his tools. The hunt for fugitives under Sheriff Hatfield became a new kind of Appalachian horror story. He didn't send his deputies, he led them. And when he went into the mountains, he was no longer a lawman. He was a predator returning to his natural habitat. The very skills the feud had taught him, how to track a man through dense rhododendron thickets, how to read a footprint in a creek bed, how to move through the woods without making a sound, were now turned against the very people who lived by that same code. The mountains that had for generations served as a fortress for the clans, hiding them from the outside world, had now become Bud Hatfield's personal hunting preserve. When a warrant was issued, a chilling game of cat and mouse began. The fugitive would run to the hills, believing himself safe in the familiar terrain. But he wasn't just being chased, he was being stalked. Bud was relentless, a force of nature that did not sleep or tire. Men on the run would tell stories of going days without seeing him, only to find the ashes of a campfire still warm, just 100 yards from where they had slept. They would hear a branch snap in the dead of night and know, with a certainty that chilled their blood, that it wasn't a deer. The psychological toll was immense. They weren't just running from the law, they were running from a ghost who knew every secret trail and every hidden cave. The moment of capture was rarely a chaotic firefight. More often, it was a scene of terrifying quiet. After days of being worn down by exhaustion and paranoia, the cornered man would look up to see Bud Hatfield standing at the edge of his camp, a Colt revolver held loosely at his side. He wouldn't shout or make demands. He would just stand there, his eyes flat and cold, his presence promising a swift and final violence if the wrong choice was made. Faced with that unflinching, predatory stare, most men simply gave up. Hardened killers who had sworn they'd never be taken alive would slowly raise their hands, their will to fight completely broken. They understood in that silent moment that they were not facing a man, but a reckoning. The hunt would end not with a bang, but with the quiet click of handcuffs, a sound that signaled the total and absolute surrender of the old world to the new law of the mountains. The Logan County Courthouse, once a sleepy building of legal debate, transformed under Bud Hatfield's reign. It became a theater of fear. When the sheriff brought a prisoner to trial, the room was packed not with curious onlookers, but with a silent, tense audience of clan members and enemies, all watching each other. Armed deputies, loyal only to Bud, stood at every exit, their presence a constant, unspoken threat. The air was thick with a tension that had nothing to do with legal arguments. It was the ancient tension of the mountains, of blood feuds and violent retribution, now brought indoors and wrapped in the thin veneer of official procedure. The trials themselves became a grim formality. The defendants Bud brought in didn't swagger or boast. They stood before the judge with the hollow-eyed look of a cornered animal that has already accepted its fate. Their real trial hadn't happened in the courtroom. It had occurred days earlier in a dark hollow at the end of a relentless manhunt, when they looked up and saw Bud Hatfield emerge from the trees. By the time they reached the courthouse, their spirit was already broken. Their reaction was not one of defiance, but of quiet, defeated submission. Even the sharpest lawyers learned a new set of rules. You did not aggressively cross-examine Sheriff Hatfield. You did not challenge his account of the arrest. To do so was to imply he was a liar, and you could feel the temperature in the room drop when it happened. Witnesses for the prosecution spoke with a newfound clarity, while those for the defense often found their memories grew foggy under the weight of the sheriff's quiet, unblinking stare from the front row. It wasn't jury tampering in the traditional sense, it was an atmosphere of pure, suffocating intimidation. The verdicts, when they came, were swift and almost always the same: guilty. The conviction rate in Logan County skyrocketed. The payroll robberies stopped. The open brawling ceased. On paper, it was a staggering success. The law of men, with its procedures and its juries, was finally working. But a chilling question hung over every conviction, whispered on the courthouse steps after the prisoner had been dragged away in chains. Was this truly justice? Or had Bud Hatfield simply brought the old ways of the mountains inside the courthouse walls? He had not replaced the clan's code with the state's law. He had merged them into something new and terrifying. He used the tools of the state, the badge, the courts, the prisons, to enforce his own absolute, iron-willed version of mountain justice. The mastermind of it all was Bud himself, and he was never on trial. He was the judge, jury, and executioner long before any gavel fell. The people of Logan County had order, but many wondered if they had sacrificed justice to get it. After the trials were over and the jail cells were full, the Hatfield clan did not declare open war on their cousin. They did something far colder, far more final. They simply erased him. He became a ghost in his own family tree, a name spoken only in whispers of contempt. To the world, he was the powerful Sheriff Hatfield, but to the people who shared his blood, he was a dead man walking. The price for his iron-fisted order was a profound and permanent exile. He had brought the law to the mountains, but in the process, he had lost his home. Bud's life became a strange paradox. He was the most powerful man in the county, yet he was also the most alone. He walked the streets of Logan, a solitary king, his throne built on fear, and his kingdom populated by subjects who hated him. The justice he escaped in the courthouse found him in the shadows. Attempts on his life became a regular occurrence. A rifle shot that echoed from a distant ridge, narrowly missing his head. A stick of dynamite found under a bridge he was about to cross. He survived them all, his uncanny instincts and sheer, stubborn meanness keeping death at bay. But it was a life lived on a razor's edge, a constant grinding war of attrition. The mountains themselves seemed to hold a grudge, and every rustling leaf, every snapping twig was a potential threat. He was not a lawman. He was a warden in a prison of his own making. Whether he was truly haunted by the ghost of Bad Lias, as the campfire tales claimed, is a question that lies buried with him. But those who knew him in his later years described a man hollowed out from the inside. The chilling calm he displayed at the ferry landing became his permanent state. The silence around him wasn't just a result of the fear he inspired, it was a reflection of the silence within his own soul. He had made a deal to bring order, but the cost was a lifetime of looking over his shoulder, of seeing his cousin's face in the eyes of every man he arrested, and of knowing that the blood he spilled could never be washed away. This was his true sentence, not a curse from a ghost, but the relentless atonement of a man living with the consequences of an unforgivable choice. As the years passed, and Bud's era of iron rule eventually faded, the community did what communities do after a great trauma. It chose to forget. It was easier to talk about the Hatfield-McCoy feud, a distant, almost romantic conflict, than to speak of the time when a Hatfield hunted Hatfields. The story was too raw, too close, a mirror that showed a reflection of themselves they did not want to see. The tale of Sheriff Bud Hatfield, the kinslayer who brought order, was buried under new roads, new coal mines, and a thick, heavy blanket of willful silence. Today, the name Hatfield is known across the world, often romanticized as a symbol of rugged Appalachian defiance. Tourists flock to see the statue of Devil Anse, the great patriarch, standing proudly in a family cemetery. But there is no statue for Sheriff Bud Hatfield. For his descendants, the inheritance is a far more complicated thing. They carry a name associated not with a legendary feud, but with a kinslaying. It's a legacy of uncomfortable silence, a chapter of the family history that is rarely spoken of, a ghost that still lingers at the edge of family gatherings. The physical traces of his reign are faint, like old scars on the land. The courthouse in Logan may have been replaced by a newer building, but the spot where it stood remains a symbol of his absolute power, a place where the law of men was bent to the will of one man. But the true monument to his legacy is unmarked, and it lies on a quiet stretch of the Tug Fork River. There is no plaque, no cross to mark the spot where Bad Lias fell. It is just an ordinary ferry landing, a place where the slow brown water slips past the banks, holding its secrets close. It is a place of profound and terrible memory, hiding in plain sight. The official records of his arrests and the newspaper articles praising his efficiency still exist, gathering dust in archives. But the true story of Sheriff Hatfield is no longer found in books. It has seeped back into the soil from which it came, becoming a piece of folklore. It lives on in the quiet conversations of old men on their porches, a cautionary tale told to grandsons about the danger of putting a badge before blood and the terrible price of absolute order. The coal mines have scarred the hills, new roads have been paved over the old horse trails, and the world has moved on. The people have forgotten, or perhaps have chosen to forget the specifics of that dark time. But the mountains have not. They were the silent witnesses to it all, to the oath, the hunt, and the final fatal shot on the riverbank. The mountains remember everything. So we return to the question that hung in the air like gun smoke on that fateful day. How does a Hatfield bring himself to kill a Hatfield for a tin star? The simple answer is that he didn't. Bud Hatfield wasn't fighting for the law of the state. He was fighting for his own brutal vision of survival. He saw a world of chaos and blood that was being devoured by an even greater predator, the coal companies and their armies of hired guns. He believed the old ways of the clan were a sentimental weakness, a path to extinction. So he made a terrible choice. He became a monster to save the mountains from other monsters, sacrificing his own family and his own soul in the process. This is a story not just of one complicated man, but of the brutal, heartbreaking bargain Appalachia was forced to make. It's a story about what happens when the forces of the modern world come for a land steeped in tradition, blood, and honor. Bud Hatfield is the personification of that collision. He was the iron will that brought order, but it was the order of the gallows, the peace of the graveyard. His life is a testament to the fact that sometimes the man who claims to be bringing civilization is more savage than the wilderness he is trying to tame. So the next time you hear the name Hatfield and you think of the famous feud, I want you to remember this story. Remember the man who was both a lawman and a kinslayer, a hero and a traitor, a savior and a beast. He was a man forged in the crucible of the mountains, who then used that fire to burn away the very world that created him, leaving behind nothing but the cold ashes of order. And now, my friends, another one of these forgotten stories has been told. The first shotgun blast threw her from the saddle into the cold, muddy water of the creek. She was still alive, crawling for the bank, when the second, more brutal blast tore through the air, silencing her forever. The newspapers called her the Bandit Queen, a velvet-clad phantom who rode with the James brothers and ruled the outlaws of the Indian Territory. But the truth was far messier and far more tragic than any dime novel could capture. Who would ambush a woman just 2 days shy of her 41st birthday and leave her to die in the mud? Today, we ride past the legends and the lies to find the real Belle Starr, and to answer the question that still haunts that lonely patch of ground. Who pulled the trigger? Before the gun smoke and the legend, there was a girl named Myra Maybelle Shirley, born in 1848 into a world that was anything but lawless. Her home was near Carthage, Missouri, a land of rolling green hills and fertile soil that held a promise of prosperity. Her father, Judge John Shirley, was a man of standing, a prosperous farmer and innkeeper whose family lived a life of relative comfort and respectability. They were slave owners and fierce believers in the Southern cause, their identity deeply woven into the fabric of Missouri's divided soul. This was not a world of desperate poverty that breeds outlaws. The Shirley home was a place of order and aspiration. Young Myra was not raised in a dirt-floored cabin, but was sent to the Carthage Female Academy to receive a classical education. She learned literature, rhetoric, and became an accomplished pianist. You can almost picture it. A dark-haired girl with a stubborn set to her jaw, her fingers flying across the ivory keys, filling the respectable Shirley Inn with music that seemed to hold the roughness of the frontier at bay. She was known to be bright, quick-witted, and possessed of a temper that could flash like heat lightning. She was devoted to her family, particularly to her older brother John, whom everyone called Bud. He was the pride of the family, the embodiment of young Southern manhood, and Myra adored him. In those years, her future likely seemed as clear and orderly as a line of sheet music, a good marriage, a family of her own, a life of influence within her community. But their Missouri was a border state, a land of fault lines and hidden pressures. The very inn where Myra played piano was a crossroads of whispers and arguments. Men passing through spoke of states' rights, of abolitionists, of a nation tearing itself apart at the seams. For the Shirleys, these were not abstract political debates. They were matters of honor, identity, and survival. Every traveler brought news that seemed to darken the sky just a little bit more. The world of Myra Maybelle Shirley, the world of piano lessons, family pride, and Southern gentility, was a fragile one. It was a stately home built on the edge of a volcano. Little did she know that the gathering storm of civil war would not just knock at their door, but blow it clean off its hinges, consuming her brother, destroying her family's fortune, and setting her own feet on a path of rebellion from which she would never turn back. To understand the fire that burned in Belle Starr, you have to understand the land that shaped her. Missouri in the 1850s was not a place of settled peace. It was a powder keg with a short fuse. It was a border state, a place where the deep South culture of the Shirleys, built on land and slaveholding, clashed daily with the free state ideals of their northern neighbors. For families like hers, their property wasn't just soil and buildings. It was a testament to a way of life they believed was righteous, a legacy they would defend with their blood. The Civil War was the spark that ignited that powder keg. This wasn't a conflict of distant armies marching under grand flags. In Missouri, it was a savage, intimate war fought in farmyards and on lonely country roads. It was a war of bushwhackers and jayhawkers, where your neighbor could be your executioner. This was the old scar that would never truly heal, a wound that split communities and families down to the bone. For the Shirleys, there was no question which side they were on. They were Confederates through and through. The weight of the Shirley name now demanded more than just respectability. It demanded action. And it was Myra's beloved brother Bud who would carry that burden into the fight. He didn't join a regular army. He joined a band of Confederate irregulars under the command of the infamous William Quantrill. Riding alongside him were other angry young farm boys whose names would later be written in blood and legend, the James brothers and the Younger Boys. Bud Shirley became a guerrilla, a shadow warrior in a war with no rules. For Myra, this wasn't politics, it was family. Her brother was fighting for their home, for their honor, against an invading force. When Union troops finally caught up with Bud in 1864 and killed him, it wasn't an act of war in her eyes. It was murder. The Union and the entire system of law and government it represented became the sworn enemy of her clan. The feud wasn't with another family over a property line. It was with the United States of America. Her grief hardened into a cold, lifelong vow of defiance. The seeds of the Bandit Queen were planted right there in the blood-soaked soil of Missouri. Long before the war ended, the Shirley Inn had become more than just a resting place for travelers. It was a safe house, a quiet harbor for the Confederacy's most daring and dangerous guerrilla fighters. You have to understand, men like Jesse James and Cole Younger weren't just abstract legends passing through. They were Bud's friends. They were boys Myra knew, young men who sat in her family's parlor, listening to her play the piano while their Colts rested heavy on their hips. Her music was the only moment of peace in their world of ambush and reprisal, and this shared experience forged a bond of loyalty that ran deeper than any law. When the war was lost and the Shirleys were forced to relocate to Syene, Texas, they carried those old loyalties and grudges with them like family heirlooms. They were surrounded by other displaced Southern families, all of them nursing the bitter wound of defeat. In this world, the new Reconstruction-era lawmen weren't seen as protectors. They were seen as occupiers, the enforcers of a victor's justice. A man's worth was judged not by his adherence to this new law, but by his loyalty to the old cause. Whispers travel like wildfire in a place like that, and they clung to Myra Maybelle Shirley. Her association with the Younger clan was common knowledge, and the rumors of a youthful romance with the handsome Cole Younger followed her everywhere. It didn't matter if it was true. What mattered was the perception. She was marked, seen as part of that defiant, dangerous world. She wasn't just Judge Shirley's educated daughter anymore. She was the girl who kept company with outlaws, a woman who understood their codes and shared their enemies. This web of associations poisoned the air, turning small disagreements into matters of life and death. When Myra fell for Jim Reed, it was no surprise that he was one of their own, another former bushwhacker, a man who knew the taste of battle and had no love for the authorities. Her family objected, seeing in Reed the violence and uncertainty that had already cost them a son. But Myra's defiance was absolute. Marrying him was an act of choosing her side once and for all. The ground was now perfectly fertile for conflict. The community was a tinderbox of Civil War resentments. Myra's own reputation was already stained with the smoke of rebellion, and she had bound her fate to a man who saw the law as an obstacle to be overcome, not a shield to hide behind. The stage was set, the players were in place, and the air was thick with the certainty that trouble wasn't just coming. It was already there, waiting for its moment. The dream of a quiet life died hard under the relentless Texas sun. For a time, Jim Reed tried to beat his past into a plowshare, to work the stubborn soil and be the farmer Myra's family had wanted. But the land held no promise for him, and the quiet life felt more like a cage than a sanctuary. There was a restlessness in him, a hunger for the old thrill, the easy money, and the simple, brutal clarity of a fight. Myra, sharp as she was, saw it in his eyes. She saw the farmer fading and the ghost of the bushwhacker growing stronger with each passing day. The human omen arrived not as a single stranger, but as a clan. They were the Stars, a notorious Cherokee family who lived by their own laws in the wild Indian territory. When they came to visit Jim, it was like a change in the weather. They were men who moved with a different rhythm, their eyes constantly scanning the horizon, their hands never straying far from their belts. They spoke in low tones about fast horses, fat cattle that belonged to other men, and lawmen who could be outrun or outgunned. In their presence, Myra could see the change in her husband. The slump of the weary farmer left his shoulders, replaced by the coiled readiness of a predator. Their whispers and laughter late into the night sounded like a prophecy of doom to her. This wasn't the rebellion of a Southerner against the Union anymore. This was the siren song of pure outlawry, and Jim was listening with his entire soul. She must have felt a cold dread settle deep in her gut. This was the moment of decision, the fork in the road she could see as plainly as a line in the dust. She had chosen a dangerous man, hoping she could tame him, but now his world was coming to claim him back. Every clink of a whiskey bottle, every quiet cleaning of a revolver was a sign. It was the feeling of standing on a cliff edge, knowing that the man she loved was about to take a step and drag her over it with him. The time for farming was over. The quiet life in Texas didn't just fade away, it was executed. The news didn't arrive as a whisper on the wind, but as a formal warrant carrying the name of Jim Reed. And the charge wasn't for rustling a few head of cattle or running whiskey, it was for murder. A man lay dead, shot down during a dispute over money, and the law said Jim Reed was the one who killed him. The dream of the farm was over, drowned in another man's blood. For Myra, this was the moment the earth opened up beneath her feet. She was standing at a crossroads, and both paths led through hell. One path was to follow the law of the state, the same law that wore the blue uniform of the men who had killed her brother. To follow that path meant turning her back on her husband, the father of her children, and surrendering him to his enemies for judgment. In her world, that wasn't justice, it was the ultimate betrayal. The other path led deeper into the shadows. It meant choosing her clan over the law, loyalty over respectability. It meant accepting that her husband was a killer and deciding to stand by him, to protect him, to become his accomplice. There, in the harsh Texas sunlight, with the wanted poster acting as a death warrant, Myra Maybelle Reed made her choice. She chose blood. She chose her own. Her reaction wasn't fear, but a cold, hard resolve. The anger she had nursed since her brother's death now had a new focus. The law wasn't a faceless entity anymore. It was a hunter, and its prey was her husband. From that moment on, they were no longer just a family struggling to get by. They were fugitives. Every knock on the door, every stranger on the road was a potential threat. The conflict was no longer a matter of old grudges. It was an open war, a daily struggle for survival. The first drops of blood had been spilled, and they had stained her life forever. It happened on a cold February day in 1889, just 2 days before her 41st birthday. She was riding home from a neighbor's house, the path toward Younger's Bend as familiar to her as the lines on her own hand. The air was still, the winter woods quiet. The only sound was the steady rhythm of her horse's hooves on the hard-packed dirt trail. And then, that rhythm was shattered. The sound of the first shotgun blast was a physical thing, a brutal roar that ripped through the silence of the hollow. It echoed off the bare trees and sent a flock of birds screaming into the sky. Her horse, terrified, reared violently, and the saddle was suddenly, unnaturally empty. There was a pause then, just a few seconds that must have felt like an eternity. A moment of agonizing stillness. Then a second, more deliberate blast followed, its report even uglier than the first. And after that, there was only a profound, ringing silence. Later, it was the horse that brought the first news of the tragedy. It came galloping back to the cabin at Younger's Bend, wild-eyed and trembling, the reins tangled, the saddle empty. It was a message of disaster that needed no words. The men who saw it knew instantly that something terrible had happened out on that lonely trail. When they followed the horse's tracks back, they found her. She was lying at the edge of the muddy creek crossing shed, ridden through 1,000 times. The cold, grey water swirled around her, indifferent to the scene. There were no witnesses, only the churned-up mud and the chilling quiet of the woods where an assassin had hidden, waited, and vanished. Her riding habit was stained with the dark, wet earth of the creek bank. The legendary bandit queen, the woman whose name was whispered in fear and admiration from Texas to Arkansas, the friend of the James boys and the wife of Sam Starr, had not gone down in a blaze of glory. There was no grand shootout, no final defiant stand. The air still smelled of spent gunpowder. The only other evidence was the profound and terrible stillness where a life had just been. It was an execution, carried out from the shadows, a cowardly end to a life that had been anything but cowardly. The violence wasn't in the details of the wounds, it was in the deafening silence that was left behind. We will never know for certain who hid in that cold brush, but we can try to crawl inside the mind of a man who would. Let's imagine it was the prime suspect, Edgar Watson, a man with a murder warrant hanging over his head like a noose. In his mind, this wasn't an act of pure evil. It was a simple, brutal calculation. Belle Starr had become a threat to his very existence. She had discovered his secret, the crime he had run so far to escape, and she was about to turn him out. That meant the law would come sniffing around, and his life as a free man would be over. In this twisted logic, Belle wasn't a person anymore. She was a problem, a loose end that needed to be tied off permanently. He saw her not as the legendary bandit queen, but as the one person standing between him and survival. Killing her wasn't an act of passion. It was a business decision, as cold and pragmatic as shooting a lame horse. He was a cornered animal, and in his world, you did whatever it took to break out of the trap. Honor, friendship, decency, those were luxuries a man like him couldn't afford. The switch flipped the moment he realized she would not be bluffed or bought, the moment he looked into her eyes and saw that she was going to act. That was the point of transformation. His anger and fear cooled into a single, sharp point of purpose. The planning would have been methodical. He knew her routines, her paths. He would have chosen the creek crossing deliberately, a place where she would have to slow her horse, where the terrain gave him perfect cover, where the sound of the shot would be muffled by the hollow. He wasn't a raging monster. He was a patient predator setting a trap. And after the second blast tore the air, what did he feel? Not remorse, not triumph. Most likely he felt a profound and chilling sense of relief. The threat was gone. The problem was solved. As he melted back into the brush, his heart would have been beating fast, but not from guilt. It was the adrenaline of survival. His mind would already be working on the next steps. The alibi, the look of surprise on his face when he heard the news. Whether it was the cold calculation of a man like Watson, or the hot, humiliated rage of her own son, the psychology was the same. Belle had become an obstacle, and for the beast in the shadows, obstacles were meant to be removed. When the echoes of the second shot finally died, a heavy, unnatural silence fell over Younger's Bend. The discovery was as grim and undignified as the murder itself. It wasn't a posse of lawmen who found her, but her own people, led to the spot by her riderless horse. They lifted her body from the cold, clinging mud of the creek bank and carried her home. The fearsome bandit queen, the woman who had stared down Judge Parker's court, was gone. All that was left was the mortal remains of Myra Maybelle Starr, her clothes soaked and stained with the earth she had fought so hard to possess. The cabin at Younger's Bend, once a bustling sanctuary for men on the run, became a house of mourning. The whispers of outlaw plots were replaced by the stunned silence of grief. For her daughter, Pearl, the sight of her mother's body was a wound that would never heal. The shock was soon followed by a cold, burning question that settled in the air like smoke. Who had done this? And who among the men and women gathered in that very room knew more than they were saying? The fight for survival was no longer against the law. It was against the secret killer who might be standing right beside them. Word travels fast in the back country, and it wasn't long before the law arrived. Deputy marshals from Fort Smith, Judge Isaac Parker's men, rode into Younger's Bend. They were hard men, accustomed to the violence of the territory, but this was different. This was the murder of the most famous woman in their jurisdiction. They weren't just investigating a crime, they were stepping into the heart of a legend, a place built on a foundation of secrets and lies, where every neighbor had a grudge and every friend had a hidden motive. The investigation began immediately, a slow, methodical process of untangling the web of Belle's complicated life. Who were her enemies? Who owed her money? Who feared her? The list was dangerously long. A reward was posted, a paltry sum that seemed an insult to the scale of her fame. But in a land where loyalty was cheap and life was cheaper, even a small reward could be enough to loosen a tongue or point a finger. The initial chaos of rumor soon began to crystallize around one name. In the fearful whispers of neighbors and the cold calculations of the deputies, the name of Edgar Watson surfaced again and again. The tenant farmer with a secret past, the man Belle was about to evict. He had the motive, he had the opportunity, and he had the cold-blooded history. The hunt for Belle Starr's killer now had a face and a name. Belle Starr's murder was like a stone dropped into a still pond, and the ripples of fear and suspicion spread through every isolated cabin in the territory. This wasn't a tight-knit community bound by friendship. It was a loose collection of families, fugitives, and farmers, all held together by a fragile web of convenience and mutual distrust. Her death tore that web to pieces. Instantly, invisible lines were drawn in the dirt. On one side were those loyal to Belle's memory, her family, the outlaws she had sheltered, and the neighbors who had, in their own way, respected her power. On the other side were those who had feared her, owed her money, or, like Edgar Watson, felt the sting of her wrath. When the marshals from Fort Smith began their investigation, they ran headlong into a solid wall of silence. You have to understand, in the Indian Territory, the law of Judge Parker was seen as a foreign power. The real law was the local code, and that code had one simple rule: you don't talk to outsiders. To be a snitch was a death sentence, far more certain than any verdict from a jury in Fort Smith. The deputies would ask questions, and in return they would get blank stares, shrugged shoulders, and the maddeningly simple phrase, "Don't know nothing." This wasn't just loyalty to the outlaw way, it was raw, paralyzing fear. The killer was still out there. He could be the man plowing the next field over. He could be listening from the shadows at the general store. To speak a name aloud to a lawman was to invite a shotgun blast in the dark for you and your family. People who once left their doors unbarred now checked them twice. A strange horseman on the road was no longer a traveler, but a potential threat. The law offered a reward, but the killer offered a much more immediate consequence. In this atmosphere of terror, even the smallest actions became profound statements of allegiance. True courage was rare, and it was quiet. It was the neighbor woman who left a basket of cornbread on Pearl's doorstep, a silent offering of sympathy that said, "I am with you," without speaking a word. Cowardice, however, was far more common. It was the man who, when asked about Edgar Watson's whereabouts on that fateful afternoon, suddenly found a fascinating spot on the floor to stare at. It was the providing of a vague alibi, the convenient lapse in memory, the turning of a blind eye. Every person in that hollow was forced to make a choice, and most chose the side of self-preservation, burying the truth under a thick blanket of silence. The hunt for Edgar Watson wasn't a grand, sweeping posse of righteous lawmen. It was two separate hunts, running on parallel tracks of justice and revenge. On one track were the U.S. deputy marshals, methodical and official, working for Judge Parker's court. On the other, far more dangerous track, was an unofficial posse, a ghost-like band led by Belle's new husband, Jim July Starr, and likely composed of men who had called Younger's Bend a safe haven. The lawmen wanted Watson in handcuffs. Jim July and his riders wanted him in a shallow grave. The Indian Territory in winter is a merciless landscape. It's not the soaring peaks of Appalachia, but a tangled, brutal world of its own, a maze of dense thickets, frozen swamps, and red clay mud that can suck a horse down to its belly. Watson knew this land. He was a creature of its shadows. He melted into the landscape, his trail as slippery as a water moccasin in a dark creek. For days, the hunt was a frustrating ordeal against nature itself. The marshals followed procedure, while Jim July's men followed instinct, their eyes reading the land for broken twigs and disturbed leaves that the official lawmen missed. Watson was a phantom. A farmer would report seeing a man matching his description near the Poto River, but by the time the posse arrived, he was gone, leaving nothing but a cold campfire. They were always one step behind, chasing a ghost through a wilderness that seemed designed to protect its own. The territory itself was his greatest ally. It was a place where a man on the run could find a sympathetic ear, a hot meal, and a fresh horse from someone who held their own grudge against the law at Fort Smith. Watson wasn't just one man against a posse. He was a fugitive plugged into the lawless network that thrived in those hills. The chase stretched on, the days turning into a week. The pursuers grew weary, their supplies dwindling, their frustration mounting. They were hunting in a land of whispers and lies, where the very air seemed to conspire against them. It felt less like a manhunt and more like an exorcism, trying to drive a malevolent spirit out of a haunted land. Every cold night spent by a fire was a reminder that their quarry was out there, just as cold, just as determined, and driven by the most powerful engine of all, the will to survive. The end came not with a roar, but with a quiet click. It wasn't in a desperate firefight on a windswept ridge. The U.S. Marshals, relentless in their pursuit, finally cornered him. Perhaps it was a tip from someone who decided the reward money was worth more than the risk, or perhaps Watson simply made a mistake. They found him holed up, exhausted, hungry, and out of options. There was no final, defiant stand. Faced with the unwavering steel of the law, Edgar Watson surrendered. The hunt in the shadows was over, but the fight for what passed for justice in that wild country was only just beginning. The air in the Fort Smith federal courtroom was thick enough to taste, a stale mix of sweat, wet wool, and cheap tobacco. This was the domain of the hanging judge, Isaac Parker, a place where the law of the United States finally sank its teeth into the wild frontier of the Indian Territory. The trial of Edgar Watson for the murder of Belle Starr was a sensation. The public gallery was packed to the rafters with a curious and volatile mix. Sober-faced townsfolk, hard-eyed riders from the territory who watched everything with unnerving stillness, and a pack of slick reporters from the eastern papers, pencils flying, hungry for every sordid detail. Edgar Watson sat beside his lawyer, a picture of calm defiance. He wasn't a cornered, terrified animal anymore. He was clean-shaven and wore a borrowed suit, and he surveyed the courtroom with an almost imperceptible smirk. He knew the rules of this game better than any lawyer. His innocence or guilt would not be decided by facts, but by fear. He understood the code of the hills, and he was betting his life on it. The prosecution laid out its case, a carefully constructed web of circumstantial evidence. They had the motive. Belle was about to evict him, exposing him as a wanted murderer from Florida. They had the opportunity. He had no solid alibi for the time of the killing. What they didn't have was a single, credible witness. One by one, Belle's neighbors were called to the stand. and one by one, the wall of silence went up. Men who had spoken freely of their suspicions to the marshals now suffered from a crippling loss of memory. Their eyes would shift, their voices would drop to a mumble, their answers becoming a litany of, "I can't rightly say," and it was too dark to see. You can just imagine the prosecutor's mounting frustration as he watched his case dissolve under the silent, powerful gaze Watson directed at each person who took the stand. The most powerful person in that room wasn't the judge. It was the defendant. He held the lives and fears of the witnesses in his hands, and everyone knew it. They were 100 miles from their isolated cabins, but the threat felt as close as the man in the witness box. The jury was out for less than an hour. The law required them to convict beyond a reasonable doubt, and with only whispers and motive, there was doubt everywhere. The foreman stood, cleared his throat, and refused to look at Watson as he read the verdict. Not guilty. A wave of murmurs and gasps swept the room. Edgar Watson simply nodded, as if he had known the outcome all along. He stood up, a free man in the eyes of the law, and walked out of the courthouse into the sunlight. But as he passed through the crowd, a local legend says he came face to face with Bell's daughter, Pearl. Someone asked her then and there who she thought had killed her mother. Pearl, it is said, never took her eyes off Watson as she replied, her voice cold and clear, "I know who killed my mother, and so does Mr. Watson." The court of men had spoken, but out on the courthouse steps, the justice of the mountains had delivered its own chilling verdict. The verdict was a second shotgun blast, this one fired into the heart of Bell's family. For her daughter Pearl, the acquittal of Edgar Watson was an impossible betrayal. The law had failed, and the man she believed was her mother's murderer was now free to walk the same earth. She and her brother Ed were now adrift, the anchor of their chaotic world gone. They stayed at Younger's Bend for a time, trying to hold on to the last piece of their mother's legacy, but the place was haunted. Every shadow in the woods, every creak of the cabin door was a reminder of the murder and the injustice. Eventually, the weight became too much. They drifted away, their lives following a long, sad arc away from the violence of their upbringing, seeking a peace they would never fully find. As for Edgar Watson, he left Fort Smith a free man, but he was a marked man. The court's verdict meant nothing in the territory, where Bell's friends and family held their own silent court. He knew he could never return to his farm, so he fled, becoming a wanderer, drifting from state to state, always looking over his shoulder. He couldn't escape the shadow of the Bandit Queen. For years, he was a ghost, haunted by the murder he was never convicted of. The law had acquitted him, but the court of public opinion and rumor had found him guilty. His ultimate fate is a matter of legend itself, but many say he met his end years later in another squalid dispute, his life ending as violently as the one he was accused of taking. It was a different kind of justice, slow and patient, but just as final. The community around Younger's Bend tried to forget. Forgetting was a form of self-preservation. To speak of Belle Starr's murder was to stir up ghosts and invite trouble. The story was pushed down, buried under the routines of farming and the passing of seasons. The notorious cabin at Younger's Bend, the outlaw sanctuary, slowly fell into disrepair, its timbers rotting, its stories fading into the landscape. The territory was changing. The old outlaw days were dying, and the people who lived there wanted to look forward, not back. The story became a cautionary tale whispered to children, a wild piece of local folklore. They buried the truth under a conspiracy of silence, not out of malice, but out of a desperate need for peace. But burying a story like that is like burying a seed. It doesn't die. It just waits in the darkness, ready to sprout again when someone comes along and starts digging. The name Starr didn't simply vanish into the red dirt of the territory. It echoed on, carried by her children, whose lives were forever shaped by their mother's violent end. Her son, Ed Reed, continued a life of petty crime, a pale shadow of the outlaws his mother had known until he was killed in a saloon argument. Her daughter, Pearl, took a different path. She tried to escape the legacy, but found that the only way to survive was on the fringes of the very society that had sensationalized her mother's life. She eventually settled in Fort Smith and ran a bordello, becoming a different kind of outlaw queen, one who provided a haven not for gunslingers, but for the lonely and the lost. The most tangible trace of Belle Starr is a lonely patch of ground near the Eufaula Lake in modern-day Oklahoma, not far from where Younger's Bend once stood. There lies her grave. For years it was marked by a headstone said to have been carved by her daughter Pearl, bearing a bell, a star, and a poignant poem. Shed not for her the bitter tear, nor give the heart to vain regret. 'Tis but the casket that lies here, the gem that filled it sparkles yet. It was a daughter's attempt to reclaim the memory of her mother, to see the gem instead of the gun smoke. But even in death, the legend wouldn't let the woman rest. Over the decades, Belle Starr's grave was desecrated, plundered by treasure hunters possessed by the dime novel lies. They came searching for the twin Colt pistols they believed were buried with her, for jewels, for anything to connect them to the myth. In 1930, ghouls stole the headstone itself. Later, they even stole what was believed to be her skull. The woman's story was consumed by her own legend, her final resting place picked apart by the very sensationalism that had created her. Today, the cabin at Younger's Bend has long since rotted back into the earth. The courthouse in Fort Smith has been preserved as a museum, its walls no longer echoing with the whispers of her trial. Most of the people who live on that land now only know her name from a road sign or a local festival. But the land remembers. The wind that whispers through the blackjack oaks still carries the story. Though the people and the buildings are gone, the spirit of that violent, defiant, and tragic life remains, a permanent echo in the soil of Oklahoma. So we come back to that cold, muddy creek, and the question that still hangs in the air like winter mist: who pulled the trigger? The law books will tell you the case is unsolved, the killer never brought to justice. But the truth, as it so often does in those hills, lies in the whispers that the court refused to hear. The real killer was likely not some romantic, spurned outlaw, but a desperate man with a dark secret, ending a squalid dispute with a blast of buckshot. A pathetic, cowardly end to a life that was anything but. But perhaps the greatest lesson from this saga isn't about solving a murder. It's about how a real person, made of flesh, blood, and contradictions, can be consumed by the legend created for her. Belle Starr was not the mastermind, the velvet-clad rider leading gangs into battle. She was a woman forged in the crucible of civil war, a survivor who used her wits and her connections to build a life in a violent world dominated by violent men. She was a haven, a negotiator, a mother, and a formidable enemy. The true tragedy of Belle Starr isn't found in the manner of her death, but in the theft of her life by the myth that outlived her. This is a story of the untamable, often brutal spirit of the American frontier, and of the sensationalist press that turned real people's pain into cheap entertainment. The newspapers and dime novels gave the world a bandit queen, but in doing so, they erased the real Myra Maybelle Shirley, who lived, bled, and died in the mud of the Indian Territory. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. On the morning of March 20th, 1906, the modern steel of the Walnut Street Bridge in Chattanooga, Tennessee, was host to a medieval horror. Dangling from a thick rope tied to a girder was the body of a man riddled with bullet holes, a silent silhouette against the rising sun. This wasn't a secret crime, hidden in the shadows. This was a public spectacle, a brutal message left for the entire city and the entire nation to see. The victim was a man named Ed Johnson, and just hours before his death, he had been granted a stay of execution by the United States Supreme Court. He was, by law, under federal protection. So what happened on that bridge? How could a mob tear a man from his cell and lynch him in open defiance of the highest court in the land? Today, we will answer that question. We will unravel a story of a city's rage, a sheriff's betrayal, and an injustice so profound it sparked an unprecedented legal battle for the very soul of America. Before he was a name in a Supreme Court case, Ed Johnson was just a man trying to find his way. He was 24 years old, a handyman, and a member of the Second Baptist Church. He wasn't a troublemaker. By all accounts, he was quiet, unassuming, and known for his steady work. In the segregated world of 1906 Chattanooga, a city trying to brand itself as a progressive hub of the New South, men like Ed Johnson lived a precarious existence. They were the backbone of the city's labor force, yet they were afforded none of its protections and lived under the constant unspoken threat of a racial hierarchy enforced by both law and tradition. His world was one of separate entrances, separate water fountains, and a carefully maintained social distance. He had hopes and fears like any other man, but his were filtered through the lens of Jim Crow. He sought stability, a bit of peace, and the quiet dignity of a life well lived within the narrow confines society had drawn for him. He was, in short, an ordinary man, which made him the perfect blank canvas onto which a city could project its deepest fears and hatreds. Miles away, in another part of that same city, lived Nevada Taylor. She was a young white woman, and her world was the mirror opposite of Ed Johnson's, defined by a different set of rigid expectations. Her life was meant to be one of protected virtue, of church socials, and a future promised within the safe confines of her community. She was a symbol of the Southern purity that the white power structure was obsessed with defending. The city they both called home, Chattanooga, was a place of deep contradictions. It boasted of its industry, its economic growth, and the grand Walnut Street Bridge that stitched the city together over the Tennessee River. But beneath this veneer of progress was a simmering cauldron of racial animosity. The memory of the Civil War was still fresh, and the rigid social order of the Jim Crow South was considered sacred. The slightest perceived transgression against that order, especially the ultimate taboo of a black man being accused of harming a white woman, was enough to make the city's civilized facade crumble into dust. In this tinderbox, Ed Johnson and Nevada Taylor were strangers, their lives running on parallel tracks that were never meant to intersect. But on a cold January night, in the darkness of a cemetery on the edge of town, those tracks would collide in a catastrophic event. One of them would become the victim of a brutal assault, and the other the victim of a city's ravenous, indiscriminate rage. Both of their lives and the world they knew were about to be destroyed. The crime scene was not a room with four walls, but a sprawling, cold expanse of earth and stone, the Forest Hills Cemetery. By day, it was a place of quiet reflection. But on the night of January 23, 1906, this sanctuary for the dead became a stage for a living nightmare. The air was still, the only sounds the rustle of winter leaves and the distant whistle of a train. It was in this profound and unnerving silence that Nevada Taylor was found, terrified and disoriented. There was no physical evidence to speak of, no footprints that could be trusted on the hard, cold ground, no discarded weapon, no clear signs of a struggle that told a specific story. The only evidence was Nevada Taylor's own harrowing account, a story pieced together from the fragments of trauma and the blackness of the night. She couldn't see her attacker's face. She couldn't describe his clothes. All she could offer was a voice in the dark and the terrifying assertion that her assailant was a black man. From the chaos, investigators clung to a single flimsy piece of information. Miss Taylor mentioned that she had grabbed at something during the attack, a small leather strap, which she thought might have come from her assailant's weapon. This tiny, ambiguous detail became the cornerstone of the entire investigation. It was not a clue that pointed to a specific person, but a desperate anchor in a sea of uncertainty. The scene of the crime quickly expanded beyond the cemetery gates and into the very heart of Chattanooga. Whispers turned to shouts, and fear curdled into rage. The city's white populace didn't see a mystery to be solved. They saw an outrage to be avenged. The lack of a clear suspect didn't inspire caution. Instead, it created a vacuum that was instantly filled with suspicion directed at every black man in the city. The investigation began not with a question, who did this, but with a conclusion. A black man was responsible, and he would be found. The wilderness of the cemetery had offered no easy answers, but the mob-minded certainty of the city demanded one, and it demanded one immediately. The hunt was on, not for a specific individual, but for any man who could be made to fit the crime. The city's fury needed a face, a name to attach to its collective rage. That pressure fell squarely on the shoulders of Hamilton County Sheriff Joseph F. Shipp. A man of his time and place, Shipp understood that justice in the Jim Crow South was often secondary to maintaining order, and order meant placating the white majority. His personal vendetta wasn't against any one man, but against the threat of chaos and the political damage an unsolved crime of this nature could do to his career. He needed a culprit, and he needed one fast. The investigation became a brutal dragnet. Deputies swept through the black neighborhoods of Chattanooga, rounding up men by the dozen. It wasn't about finding clues. It was about creating a lineup of potential sacrifices. And in this trawl, they found Ed Johnson. He wasn't caught red-handed, nor was he found with any incriminating evidence. He was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, a known figure in the community who suddenly found himself ensnared in a nightmare. The flimsy clue of the leather strap was now given a purpose. A rumor began to circulate, likely started by the authorities themselves, that Johnson had been seen with a similar strap. It was a lie, but a powerful one. Suddenly, the community had something to latch onto. Ed Johnson fit the profile not because of evidence, but because he was available. He was a black man, he was young, and he was powerless. The entire weight of the investigation now shifted onto him. Every aspect of his quiet life was re-examined through a lens of presumed guilt. His unassuming nature was twisted into sullen secrecy, his work as a handyman seen as a cover for a darker character. The community didn't have a motive rooted in personal animosity, so they invented one for him. The racist, monstrous caricature of a black man driven by uncontrollable lust. A vile stereotype used for a century to justify racial violence. The mob had its villain. The Whispers had found their target. In the face of a lynch mob and a hostile legal system, a man has one last line of defense: his own lawyers. They are supposed to be his sword and his shield, the one party in the room bound by oath to fight for him, no matter the odds. For Ed Johnson, this sacred trust was placed in the hands of two court-appointed attorneys, W.G.M. Thomas and Robert Cameron. But this is where the story takes a chilling turn. The deepest betrayal wouldn't come from the mob in the streets, but from the very men sitting beside him at the defense table. There was no hidden affair or secret greed driving these men. Their motive was something far more common and far more poisonous. They simply did not believe their client was innocent. They were products of their time, white men of standing in a society that had already condemned Ed Johnson in its heart. To them, defending him was not a pursuit of justice, but an unpleasant professional obligation. A vigorous defense would mean alienating their peers, the judges, and the entire white community of Chattanooga. It was a battle they had no intention of fighting. Their actions in the courtroom, when re-examined, tell a story not of a failed defense, but of a defense that was never truly mounted. They met with Johnson only once, for a few minutes, before the trial began. They called no witnesses to the stand to testify to his character or to help establish an alibi. They offered only a timid, half-hearted cross-examination of the prosecution's witnesses. The trial was a sham, and his own lawyers were willing participants in the charade. The final, damning proof of their betrayal came after the inevitable guilty verdict was handed down. Ed Johnson, terrified but resolute in his innocence, begged them to file an appeal. They refused. In their eyes, the case was closed. They had performed their duty as they saw it, and now they were washing their hands of the condemned man. This wasn't just legal malpractice, it was an act of profound abandonment. Ed Johnson's supposed guardians had delivered him, bound and gagged, to his executioners. He was utterly and completely alone. Just when Ed Johnson's fate seemed sealed, a new and unexpected force entered the fray. It did not come from within Chattanooga's white power structure, but from outside of it, from a quarter no one had bothered to consider. Two local black attorneys, Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins, stepped out of the shadows. This was not just a legal maneuver, it was an act of almost unimaginable courage. In a city where they were considered second-class citizens, where their very ambition was seen as a provocation, they chose to stand up for a man everyone else had left for dead. Their motive was not profit or personal gain. It was a radical belief in the promise of American justice, even when America itself had broken that promise time and time again. They saw a sham trial, an innocent man railroaded, and a violation of the most basic constitutional rights. Their interest clashed directly with the unwritten law of the city, which demanded a swift execution to satisfy the mob. Pardon and Hutchins were not just fighting for Ed Johnson, they were challenging the entire corrupt edifice of Jim Crow justice. Their presence created an immediate and dangerous unease. They were threatened, intimidated, and ostracized. But they refused to back down. When the Tennessee Supreme Court slammed its doors in their face, they made a decision that would change legal history. They decided to appeal to an authority far outside the state, a power that the Chattanooga mob could not control, the Supreme Court of the United States. This was the ultimate external threat. The news that two black lawyers were taking their case to Washington, D.C. was seen as an outrageous act of defiance. To Sheriff Shipp and the city's leaders, this wasn't an appeal, it was an invasion. It was the federal government, the same force that had crushed the Confederacy 40 years prior, once again threatening to meddle in their affairs. The conflict was no longer just about Ed Johnson. It was a battle for control, a struggle between local mob rule and the supreme law of the land. The entire official investigation into the assault of Nevada Taylor was, from the very beginning, a grand and tragic false trail. The objective was never to find the truth, but to secure a conviction. The so-called clues that led to Ed Johnson were not discoveries, but constructions, red herrings deliberately laid to guide public opinion toward a predetermined conclusion. The central piece of evidence, the small leather strap, was the most potent of these fictions. Investigators treated it like a smoking gun, a direct link to Johnson, despite the fact that no one could ever definitively prove it belonged to him or that it was even connected to the crime. The trail led from this flimsy object to the Hamilton County Jail, where the most crucial piece of misdirection was staged. The identification of Ed Johnson by Nevada Taylor was not a moment of clarity, but of manufactured certainty. She was brought into a dim room where Johnson was the only suspect presented. Her initial hesitation, her uncertainty, was brushed aside by the forceful suggestions of the lawmen around her. Under immense pressure, she gave them the identification they wanted. This shaky, coerced statement, which should have been a dead end, was instead treated as an irrefutable fact. Meanwhile, any path that might have led to the truth was quickly blocked off. Ed Johnson had an alibi. Witnesses in the black community could place him at a saloon far from the cemetery at the time of the attack. But these leads, the only ones that actually pointed toward his innocence, were never pursued. The authorities simply weren't interested. Every testament to Johnson's good character, every inconsistency in the timeline, was ignored. These promising trails didn't evaporate. They were deliberately buried under the weight of the official narrative. This created a strange and dangerous kind of frustration. For Sheriff Shipp and the white mob, the frustration wasn't that the case was stalled, but that the legal process, however flawed, was taking too long. They had their man, their simple answer, and the appeals filed by Pardon and Hutchins were seen as infuriating obstacles. For the black community, the feeling was one of growing terror. They were watching a legal system actively lead itself down a false path, and they knew that at the end of this trail lay not justice, but a hangman's noose for an innocent man. In Chattanooga, the truth was not buried by a lack of evidence, but by two formidable walls of silence. The first was a wall built by the white community, not of quiet whispers, but of a deafening, unified roar. It was an unspoken agreement that Ed Johnson was guilty, a conclusion reached before the trial even began. This wasn't just about one crime, it was about defending a fragile social order. To question Johnson's guilt was to question the very foundation of their world, to suggest a white woman could be wrong and a black man could be innocent. Any white person who harbored doubts learned quickly to keep them to themselves, lest they be branded a sympathizer, a traitor to their own. The second wall was built by the black community, and it was a wall of pure, unadulterated terror. People knew Ed Johnson. They knew his character. Some even knew where he was on that fateful night. But the code of the Jim Crow South was brutally simple. You saw nothing, you heard nothing, and you knew nothing that contradicted the white mob. To come forward as an alibi witness for Johnson would not have been seen as a civic duty, but as an act of suicidal defiance. The price for speaking the truth was the firebombing of your home, the destruction of your business, or a rope thrown over a tree limb with your own name on it. This silence was born from a deep and justified distrust of the law. The police and the courts were not seen as protectors, but as the enforcement arm of the white power structure. To go to Sheriff Shipp with information proving Johnson's innocence would be pointless and perilous. The system was not designed to find the truth. It was designed to produce a result, and that result had already been decided. The psychological toll on those who dared to breach this wall was immediate and severe. Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins were the ultimate examples. By taking Johnson's case, they shattered the silence. In return, they were marked men. Their lives were openly threatened, their reputations dragged through the mud. They were hunted in their own city, forced to flee for their very survival. The message sent to the rest of the community was chillingly clear. This is the fate of those who speak. After that, the silence became absolute. With the Tennessee courts turning a deaf ear and the execution date looming, all hope seemed to be lost. The legal road had run out, and the gallows were being prepared. But in the small office of Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins, a discovery was made that would change the course of American legal history. The forgotten clue they unearthed wasn't a misplaced letter or a hidden diary. It was a fundamental principle that the state of Tennessee had chosen to ignore. It was the United States Constitution. Their argument was as simple as it was revolutionary. They contended that Ed Johnson had not received a trial by a jury of his peers, but had been condemned by a jury of intimidated hostages. A courtroom surrounded by an armed, bloodthirsty mob, they argued, is not a court of law. It is a stage for a legal lynching. This was not a failure of evidence, but a failure of the entire process, a gross violation of Johnson's right to due process under the 14th Amendment. This was their forgotten clue. The trial itself was the crime. With this powerful argument, they did the unthinkable. They bypassed the entire state judicial system and took their appeal directly to the highest court in the land. It was a desperate, audacious gamble, two lone black lawyers from the South petitioning the 9 most powerful jurists in America. And then, the impossible happened. The Supreme Court listened. Justice John Marshall Harlan, a man who had famously dissented in the Plessy versus Ferguson case that enshrined separate but equal, saw the profound injustice. On March 19, 1906, he granted a stay of execution. A telegram was dispatched from Washington, D.C. to Chattanooga. It was a single piece of paper, but it carried the full weight of the United States government, ordering a halt to the execution. The forgotten clue had not just opened a door, it had kicked it off its hinges. For a fleeting, miraculous moment, the law had prevailed. The case was no longer about one man's life. It was now a direct confrontation between the rule of law and the rule of the mob. The telegram from the Supreme Court should have been a shield, an impenetrable barrier of federal authority protecting Ed Johnson. Instead, in the charged atmosphere of Chattanooga, it acted like a lit match tossed into a powder keg. The news spread through the city not as a call for lawful patience, but as an intolerable insult. A distant court in Washington, they felt, had stolen their justice, robbing them of the vengeance they so desperately craved. The city began to simmer, and then to boil. The central mystery was no longer who attacked Nevada Taylor, but who would dare to defy the United States Supreme Court. The answer was not some shadowy figure hiding in the back alleys. The mastermind of the lynching, the man who held the keys to both the jail and to the mob's fury, was Hamilton County Sheriff Joseph F. Shipp. His unmasking came not from a forgotten clue, but from his own deliberate, chilling actions on the night of March 19th. His motive was a toxic cocktail of wounded pride, political calculation, and pure racist ideology. The Supreme Court's stay of execution was a direct and public humiliation. It was a declaration that he, the sheriff, had overseen a failed and unconstitutional trial. In his mind, his authority, his honor, and the honor of his community had been trampled by an interfering federal power. Faced with a choice between his oath to uphold the law of the land and his allegiance to the unwritten code of the mob, Sheriff Shipp made his decision. He would side with the mob. The unmasking is found in the sequence of his orders that night. First, he sent the vast majority of his deputies home, leaving the county jail, which held a man now at the center of a national firestorm, almost completely unguarded. Then, he personally disarmed the one remaining jailer, a man named Nicholson, leaving him with only a single, useless key. He had effectively laid out a welcome mat for the violence he knew was coming. The mob that gathered that night was not a spontaneous eruption of chaos. It was an organized force, its leaders emboldened by the silent, implicit permission of the sheriff. They marched on the jail not with the uncertainty of a riot, but with the confidence of men who knew they would face no resistance. When the sledgehammers began to ring against the jailhouse doors, the sound was not just breaking steel, but the shattering of the rule of law. The true culprits were unmasked, a furious mob acting as the fist, and the county sheriff, the man sworn to stop them, acting as the calculating, treacherous mind. The night air of Chattanooga filled with the rhythmic, brutal clang of steel on steel as the mob's sledgehammers beat against the jailhouse doors. Inside, a terrified Ed Johnson listened as his last line of defense was systematically battered into submission. When the doors finally gave way, a river of angry shouts and menacing faces flooded the corridor. Rough hands seized him, dragging him from the relative safety of his cell out into the cold March street. They marched him through the city, a grim procession lit by flickering torches and street lamps. The mob was a beast with 100 heads, and it was parading its victim towards the altar of its rage, the Walnut Street Bridge. The modern steel structure, a symbol of Chattanooga's progress, became a stage for its most medieval impulse. The dark, swirling waters of the Tennessee River flowed silently below, an indifferent witness to the horror about to unfold. On the bridge, under the vast, starless sky, a thick rope was thrown over a steel girder. In this final, terrifying moment, Ed Johnson was granted a chance to speak. His voice, clear and steady, cut through the jeers of the crowd. He did not beg for his life. He proclaimed his truth. "I am an innocent man," he declared to the faces surrounding him. "I am not guilty of this crime. I have said it all the time and I say it now. God bless you all. I am ready to go." Then he was pushed into the void. The rope snapped taut, but the fall did not bring a swift end. As his body twisted in the air, a leader of the mob raised a pistol. A single sharp crack echoed across the river, and Johnson's body went limp. It was followed by another and another. From the bridge above, a fusillade of gunfire erupted. The night was filled with muzzle flashes, each bright spark followed by the sound of a shot, over 50 in all, each one a punctuation mark in a statement of pure defiance. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. A ringing silence descended upon the bridge, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the steel girders and the distant bark of a dog. Ed Johnson's body hung motionless, a haunting pendulum suspended between the city and the dark river below. The mob, its terrible work done, quietly began to disperse, leaving their gruesome message hanging in the night for all the world to see. News of the lynching in Chattanooga was not just news of a murder, it was news of a rebellion. The mob, aided by the sheriff, had not just killed a man, they had openly defied a direct order from the United States Supreme Court. The insult was so profound, so audacious, that it shook the halls of power in Washington. President Theodore Roosevelt himself condemned it as a hideous crime. The Supreme Court, its authority fundamentally challenged, decided to do something it had never done before and has never done since. It resolved to hold its own criminal trial. The atmosphere was unlike any other in American history. The case of United States versus Shipp was not held in a Tennessee courthouse filled with angry locals, but before the 9 justices of the Supreme Court. The defendants, Sheriff Shipp and several leaders of the mob, were summoned to the nation's capital. They walked into the proceedings not with the demeanor of contrite men, but with a quiet, stubborn defiance. Back home, they were heroes who had upheld the Southern Code. In Washington, they were seen as insurrectionists. They were not on trial for murder. The federal court had no jurisdiction for that, but for something just as fundamental, contempt of court, for spitting in the face of the highest law in the land. Shipp and his men maintained their innocence, claiming they were simply overwhelmed by a spontaneous and uncontrollable mob. They presented themselves as hapless peacekeepers, not willing conspirators. But the evidence, painstakingly gathered by federal investigators, told a different story. A story of deputies sent home, of a jail left intentionally unguarded, of a sheriff who had promised the mob they would not be stopped. The verdict, when it finally came down in 1909, was a thunderclap. The Supreme Court of the United States found Sheriff Joseph F. Shipp and 5 of his associates guilty. It was a seismic moment, the first time the federal government had successfully prosecuted the participants of a lynch mob. But then came the sentence. For orchestrating the murder of a man under federal protection and for defying the highest court in the land, Sheriff Shipp was sentenced to serve just 60 days in a federal jail. Justice, it seemed, had been both served and denied in the very same breath. The verdict established a monumental precedent. The rule of law could and would reach down to challenge mob violence, but the punishment was so laughably light that it felt like a slap on the wrist. Shipp served his time and returned to Chattanooga not as a disgraced criminal, but as a celebrated martyr, his reputation enhanced by his brief and comfortable imprisonment. The verdict was a landmark victory for the principle of law, but a bitterly hollow one for the cause of true justice. The lives of everyone touched by the tragedy of Ed Johnson were permanently fractured, their futures sent spinning in new and often tragic directions. For the 2 men who fought for him, Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins, the price of their courage was exile. They were hounded from the city they sought to better, their legal practices destroyed, and their lives under constant threat. They became fugitives from the very mob they had tried to defeat in a courtroom, forced to rebuild their lives in the anonymity of the North, their names whispered in Chattanooga's black community with a mixture of reverence and fear. They had won a moral victory, but suffered a devastating personal defeat. The opposite was true for Sheriff Joseph Shipp. He did not return from his 60-day sentence in shame. He was welcomed back to Chattanooga as a conquering hero. He walked the streets not as a convicted criminal who had defied the Supreme Court, but as a champion of Southern honor who had stood up to federal overreach. His complicity in the lynching did not end his career. It solidified his legacy among the white majority. He became a living symbol of the South's defiance, his life a testament to the fact that in the Jim Crow era, some crimes were not only tolerated, but celebrated. Nevada Taylor, the young woman whose assault was the catalyst for the entire nightmare, retreated into a life of quiet obscurity. The trauma of that night in the cemetery was compounded by the horror of what was done in her name. She never spoke publicly of the events again, living out her days in the long shadow of a crime she survived and a murder she inadvertently caused. Her life, like Johnson's, was irrevocably defined by that one terrible night. For the black community of Chattanooga, the lynching of Ed Johnson became a ghost story told for generations, a brutal lesson in the consequences of defiance. It cast a pall of fear that lingered for decades, reinforcing the city's rigid racial hierarchy with the haunting image of a body hanging from the Walnut Street Bridge. But a seed of resolve was also planted. The fight for Ed Johnson's name did not die with him. It was a slow, stubborn pursuit of justice that spanned nearly a century, a legal and moral reckoning passed down through the years, waiting for a time when the city would finally be forced to confront its past. If you walk across Chattanooga's Walnut Street Bridge today, you will see a city reborn. It is now a pedestrian walkway, a beautiful expanse of blue steel where families stroll, cyclists glide by, and tourists take photos of the Tennessee River below. It is a symbol of the city's vibrant present. But the steel beneath your feet tells a different story. The massive girders that support this scene of modern leisure are the very same girders from which a noose was hung in 1906. The bridge is not just a landmark, it is a monument to a murder, a tangible physical remnant of a night of profound horror. For nearly a century, the official story of Ed Johnson was a ghost, a tale whispered in the black community but largely erased from the city's public memory. But ghosts have a way of demanding to be seen. In the year 2000, 94 years after his death, the Hamilton County Court officially overturned Ed Johnson's conviction, a stunning and long overdue admission of the injustice that had been done. The echo of his last words, "I am an innocent man," had finally found its way back into a courtroom and been affirmed as truth. Today, not far from the foot of that very bridge, a new monument stands. It is the Ed Johnson Memorial, a solemn and powerful space dedicated to his memory and to the courage of Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins. It is a deliberate act of reclamation, a place where the story is no longer whispered but told in bronze and stone for all to see. It stands as a counter-narrative to the silence, a permanent testament to a history that the city is finally beginning to confront. The mountains that cradle Chattanooga have seen empires rise and fall, and the river has carried 1,000 secrets to the sea. They were the silent witnesses to the crime, the trial, and the lynching. For decades, the world tried to forget what happened on that bridge, to pave over the past with progress. But the steel remembers, the river remembers. And now, thanks to the tireless pursuit of justice, the city is finally being forced to remember too, ensuring that the echo of Ed Johnson's story will never again fade into silence. So we return to the question that hung in the air with Ed Johnson's body. How could this happen in open defiance of the nation's highest court? The answer, we now know, is as simple as it is terrifying. The law is not a fortress of stone. It is a fragile agreement, utterly dependent on the integrity of those sworn to uphold it. On that night in Chattanooga, the man with the badge decided the mob's will was more important than the court's word, and in that moment, the law ceased to exist. But this story is more than just a chronicle of a failure of justice. It is a profound lesson in the slow, stubborn, and often painful pursuit of it. It teaches us that the arc of the moral universe may bend toward justice, as the saying goes, but it does not bend on its own. It must be pulled, inch by painful inch, by the hands of courageous and often forgotten people. Men like Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins, who risked everything for a man they knew was innocent, pulled on that arc. Their fight seemed lost in 1906, but it started a conversation that refused to die, a quiet echo that grew louder with each passing generation. The story of Ed Johnson is a reminder that history is never truly in the past. It lives in the steel of a bridge, in the names carved on a memorial, and in the ongoing struggle to reconcile our ideals with our actions. The Supreme Court's verdict was a landmark for the rule of law, but the real justice, the clearing of an innocent man's name, took nearly a century to arrive. It is a story that teaches us that the loudest shouts for truth often come from the quietest graves. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. You know how the law can be both a shield and a sword, and how sometimes it is simply a whisper in a storm of rage. For the law can be written on paper, but justice must be carved into the heart of a community. And that is a task that is never truly finished. For 3 days, the law in Blackwater County was gone. A posse of the county's toughest men stood helpless at the mouth of the black hole, a jagged maw in the mountainside that seemed to breathe a cold older than memory. They were waiting for one man, Sheriff Banquo Fletcher, who had walked into that absolute darkness 3 days prior, hunting a killer the rest of them were too terrified to pursue. Now, silence was their only answer. Did the legendary lawman finally meet his match? Not in a man, but in the earth itself. Today, we go back to that moment of terrifying uncertainty to uncover the truth of the man who walked into a legend and came back forever changed. The 2 men who died weren't just company guards, they were Blackwater County men. The first was Thomas Miller, a man whose face was a roadmap of his 50 years in the mines. His hands were thick with calluses, but they were gentle with his grandchildren. He'd taken the guard job to get out of the deep shafts, hoping for a few quiet years before he retired. The second was David Eames, barely 20 years old, with a quick smile and eyes full of plans to marry his sweetheart and buy a small plot of land downriver. They weren't heroes or gunslingers. They were just ordinary men, trying to earn a living in a world that offered few easy paths. Their world was one of stark contrasts. The green, ancient mountains held communities bound by blood and tradition, where folks lived by the seasons and the grace of God. But cutting through this old world were the black veins of the new one, the coal mines. Company towns sprung up overnight, filled with the soot of the tipple and the clang of steel on rock. Life was hard, pay was low, and the company store kept everyone in a state of perpetual debt. This friction between the old ways and the new money created a constant, simmering tension. The payroll wagon was a symbol of it all, a tempting prize moving through a land of desperate men. Standing watch over this fragile peace was Sheriff Banquo Fletcher. Before he became a legend, he was simply the law. He was a constant, predictable presence, as much a part of the landscape as the hawk circling the ridge. You'd see him at the general store, not saying much, but listening to everything. He knew whose cow had gone missing, whose son was running with the wrong crowd, and which feuds were simmering just below the surface. He was the community's anchor, a man who believed in a simple, unshakable truth. There was right and there was wrong, and it was his job to stand on that line. But Fletcher was more than just a badge. He was born of these hills, and he understood their silent language. He felt the weight of every family's troubles, every whispered fear. This connection to his people was his strength, but it was also a heavy burden. He saw the desperation the coal companies bred, and he knew it would eventually boil over into violence. He was one man holding back a flood, and he knew it. His quiet, solitary life was a reflection of the immense responsibility he carried on his shoulders alone. The world that was, before Silas Kane pulled the trigger, was one of fragile order. It was a community holding its breath, praying that the simmering tensions wouldn't erupt into open flame. Thomas Miller and David Eames were part of that order, men doing their duty. Sheriff Fletcher was its ultimate guardian, but their peaceful world had a shadow, a dark place where the law didn't reach and fear held sway. The murder of those two guards wasn't just a crime, it was a challenge. It was Silas Kane declaring that the old rules were dead and that even the mountains couldn't protect you anymore. The scene of the attack was on a lonely stretch of road winding through a deep cut in the mountain, a place where the sun struggled to reach the forest floor even at midday. The payroll wagon sat askew, one wheel splintered in a ditch. The two horses stood unnaturally still in their harnesses, their heads bowed, their coats trembling despite the cool air. A profound and terrible silence had fallen over the hollow, broken only by the drip of water from moss-covered rocks. The payroll box was gone, its hasp broken and discarded in the mud. The bodies of Miller and Eames lay where they fell, covered by canvas blankets that couldn't hide the dark stains seeping into the earth. When Sheriff Fletcher arrived, he didn't join the quiet, grim-faced huddle of men who had discovered the wagon. He moved away from them, his grey eyes scanning not the wagon, but the woods surrounding it. He walked the perimeter of the clearing in a slow, deliberate circle, his gaze fixed on the ground. He was reading the forest floor like a page in a book, taking in every bent twig, every disturbed patch of last year's leaves. He was a man searching for a story, and he knew these woods would tell him the truth if he just knew how to listen. The clues he found were chilling, not for what they revealed, but for what they didn't. There were no signs of a struggle, no frantic footprints of men running for their lives. There was only one set of tracks leading from the tree line and one set leading back. They were from a single man, a heavy man, moving with a calm, unhurried gait. And then Fletcher found the most unnerving clue of all. On a flat, mossy rock about 20 yards from the wagon, he found 2 spent rifle cartridges. They weren't scattered where they would have been ejected from the chamber. They were placed neatly side by side, like a pair of cufflinks set out for church. This was what unsettled everyone more than the violence itself. This wasn't the work of a panicked thief. The careful placement of the shells was a message. It was a statement of absolute control, of a chilling lack of fear. It spoke of a killer who had watched his victims fall and then taken the time to gather his brass and leave a signature. The wilderness offered no easy answers, only a multitude of unsettling questions. Who was this man? And what kind of cold-blooded pride did it take to commit murder and then pause to arrange the evidence like a trophy? The scene spoke not of chaos, but of a terrifying, predatory calm. Before the dust had even settled on the lonely mountain road, a name was already being whispered from the company town to the deepest hollows. It was the name of a man with a grudge as raw and public as an open wound. Jedediah Schofield. Schofield was a miner, or at least he had been. He was a man known for a temper as hot as a forge and a pride as sharp and brittle as shale. And everyone in Blackwater County knew he hated Thomas Miller with a passion that burned cold. The bad blood had started 6 months earlier, deep in the belly of the earth. Schofield, a top man with the dynamite, had gotten into a bitter argument with another miner, an argument that turned into a brutal fistfight right there in the shaft. The shift foreman had been Thomas Miller. Following company rules, Miller reported the fight, and since Schofield had thrown the first punch, he was the one who was fired. He lost his job, his pay, and the small company house where his family lived. In a single day, he was cast out. To a man like Schofield, this was more than losing a job. It was a public shaming. He blamed Thomas Miller entirely, seeing him not as a man doing his duty, but as a traitor who had sided with the company against his own kind. In the weeks that followed, Schofield's bitterness festered. He was seen in the local saloons, his voice thick with moonshine and rage, vowing revenge. More than one person heard him swear that he would see Miller in his grave before he and his family starved. The whispers quickly turned into a roar of accusation. Jedediah Schofield owned a deer rifle, the same caliber as the shells Fletcher had found. He was a crack shot, known for his skill in the woods. Most damning of all, when the deputy went to the rundown shack Schofield's family had moved into, he was gone. His wife, her face pale with fear, claimed he'd gone hunting a few days back and hadn't returned, but the community saw it differently. To them, it was an open and shut case. A man with a clear motive, the right skills, and who had conveniently vanished at the exact time of the crime. Schofield had run, and in the mountains, only a guilty man runs. While the whole county had its eyes fixed on Jedediah Schofield, Sheriff Fletcher's gaze, grey and steady as a river stone, settled on someone else entirely. It was a person so close to the tragedy that no one thought to look at him. Caleb Thorne, the best friend of the young guard, David Eames. Caleb and David had been inseparable since they were boys, their bond forged in the creeks and woods of Blackwater County. They were two sides of the same coin, sharing every secret and every dream of a life beyond the coal dust. No one seemed more devastated by David's death than Caleb. No one, that is, except Sheriff Fletcher. He had seen grief in all its forms, and Caleb's felt wrong. It was too loud, too theatrical. At the funeral, Caleb wept with a noise that drowned out the quiet sorrow of the boy's own mother. But Fletcher, standing at the back of the cemetery, noted that for all the performance, the man's eyes were sharp and restless. He wasn't looking at the grave, he was watching the crowd. Fletcher knew that true grief turns a man inward, but Caleb Thorne was looking outward, like a man checking to see if his story was being believed. Beneath that mask of sorrow was a secret that was rotting Caleb from the inside out. He wasn't just a simple mine worker, he was a gambler who had fallen in deep with a dangerous crowd from the railroad camps. He owed a debt so large it was a death sentence, and the men he owed were not known for their patience. The company payroll wasn't just a target of opportunity for him, it was his only way out. His best friend, David Eames, hadn't just been a friend. He was Caleb's unwitting key to the prize, a source of information about the wagon's route and its schedule. The whispers started when Caleb was seen just days after the funeral, paying off a chunk of his debt at a saloon with crisp bills. When questioned, he claimed he'd won a lucky hand at cards. But the story felt thin, and his behavior, when re-examined, painted a darker picture. People now remembered Caleb asking David pointed questions about the guard rotation, questions that seemed innocent at the time, but now felt sinister. The idea was almost too ugly to consider, that the attack wasn't a random ambush, but a meticulously planned execution, and that David Eames might have been betrayed by the one person on earth he trusted completely. But there was a third shadow in these hills, one cast not by a single man, but by the towering black tipple of the mine itself. The Black Mountain Coal Company was more than an employer. It was a hungry, faceless power from the north, and its interests rarely aligned with the well-being of the men it paid in scrip. In the months leading up to the robbery, a new kind of man had been seen in the county. Men in dark suits and city hats, with faces as hard and emotionless as the company ledger books. They weren't miners or managers. They were troubleshooters, company enforcers, and their presence felt like the stillness before a storm. Their motive was impersonal, but immense. Whispers of unionizing had been snaking through the mine shafts, talk of better pay and safer conditions. To the company, the union wasn't a negotiation. It was a disease to be eradicated. A violent, unsolved payroll robbery was the perfect pretext. It would justify flooding the county with their own heavily armed guards, men who answered not to the law, but to the company. They could lock down the towns, root out the organizers, and break the spirit of the rebellion under the guise of protecting the people from a phantom killer. Miller and Eames, in this cold calculation, were simply the cost of doing business. The arrival of these city men had draped a blanket of unease over the community. They didn't speak to locals, they observed, their eyes taking measure of everything. They were seen mapping the roads, timing the payroll wagon's route, and holding quiet, tense meetings behind the locked door of the company office. Their presence was a silent, constant threat. It was a clear message from the powers up north that they were watching, and that they would not tolerate dissent. The mountain folk, who had dealt with their own problems for generations, now felt the chilling gaze of an outside world that saw their home as nothing more than a resource to be exploited and controlled. The crime itself bore the hallmarks of this cold, corporate ruthlessness. The clean, efficient nature of the ambush, the lack of any wasted motion, and especially the chilling signature of the carefully placed shell casings. It all felt less like the hot-blooded revenge of a fired miner and more like the work of a professional. It was a calculated act of terror designed to create chaos. Perhaps the stolen money was never the point. Perhaps the real prize was fear itself, a tool the company could wield to crush the growing defiance of the men who worked and died in its mines. With Jedediah Schofield named as the prime suspect, a posse of grim-faced men formed, fueled by righteous anger and cheap corn liquor. They were ready to deliver mountain justice with a rope. Sheriff Fletcher led them, but he moved with a different purpose. While the others saw a clear trail of vengeance, Fletcher saw a path that was too obvious, too neat. He wasn't hunting a man he hated, he was solving a puzzle, and he knew the first piece you find isn't always the one that fits. For 4 days, they beat the brush, scouring the unforgiving ridges and impenetrable rhododendron thickets that Schofield called home. The mountains, however, are experts at hiding men, and the trail was cold. It wasn't Fletcher who found him, but a young deputy who stumbled upon an old trapper's lean-to deep in a forgotten hollow. Inside, they found Jedediah Schofield, not defiant, but gaunt and shivering, his rifle unused beside him. He hadn't been running from the law, he had been hiding from it. He knew he was the first man they'd blame, and his terror was so genuine it was almost palpable. His alibi, when it came, was as solid and immovable as the mountain itself. He had been miles away from the ambush, helping the circuit preacher, old Reverend Eli, repair the roof on the remote Black Creek Chapel. He'd been there for a solid week, sleeping in the church and sharing the preacher's meager meals. The Reverend, a man whose word was considered scripture in those parts, confirmed it without a moment's hesitation. Jedediah Schofield was a man full of rage and bitterness, but he was no killer. The most promising lead had evaporated into thin mountain air. Attention then shifted to Caleb Thorne, but that trail was made of smoke and mirrors. There was no physical evidence, only the foul taste of suspicion. He had an answer for everything. The money? A lucky night playing cards with strangers at a railroad camp, men who were long gone. His odd questions to David. Just the normal curiosity of a friend. The community, unwilling to stomach the thought of such a venomous betrayal, chose to believe him. To accuse him without proof was to call one of their own a monster, a truth too ugly to face. The investigation had hit a wall of solid granite, leaving Sheriff Fletcher with nothing but a pair of spent shells and a county where the fear was beginning to grow teeth. With the official investigation stalled, a cold fog of silence settled over Blackwater County. The lively chatter at the general store died down whenever Sheriff Fletcher walked in. Doors that were once open were now latched, and eyes that met yours on the road would slide away, refusing to connect. It was as if the whole community had collectively agreed to forget the murders had ever happened. Neighbors who had once shared every piece of gossip now saw nothing, heard nothing, and knew nothing. The truth, it seemed, was a dangerous secret to possess. This silence was woven from 3 distinct threads. The first was raw, simple fear. A killer was among them, a man who had shot down 2 people in cold blood and left a chilling signature of his arrogance. He was a ghost, a name without a face, and he could be anyone. To speak a word of what you might have seen, to even speculate out loud, was to risk drawing his attention. It was to risk waking up and finding your own grim message left on your doorstep. The wolf was still in the woods, and no one wanted to be the next sheep to stray from the flock. The second thread was a deep, abiding hatred for the Black Mountain Coal Company. To many of the mountain folk, the company was a far greater evil than any one killer. It was a faceless monster that stole their land, poisoned their streams, and worked their men to death for pennies. The stolen money belonged to the company, and the dead guards were on the company payroll. In their minds, helping Fletcher was helping the company. It was a choice between 2 evils, and many chose silence as a form of quiet rebellion against the power that oppressed them every single day. But the thickest, strongest thread was the mountain code itself, an unspoken omertà, as binding as any law on the books. You did not talk to the law about the affairs of your neighbors. You handled your own business, settled your own scores, and you never, ever turned on your own kind for an outsider. And to many, even Sheriff Fletcher, in his official capacity, was an outsider to family matters. This loyalty, this stubborn, ingrained belief in their own form of justice, formed a wall far higher and stronger than any prison. Fletcher found himself on the outside of his own community, a lawman trying to find a killer in a town that had gone deaf, dumb, and blind. 5 years turned to dust. The seasons in Blackwater County rolled on, covering the memory of the murders with layers of autumn leaves and winter snow. The case went cold, a ghost story whispered by old men, a permanent quiet failure that Sheriff Banquo Fletcher carried in the lines on his face. The 2 spent shells still sat on his desk in a small wooden box, a cold testament to a question he couldn't answer. The community's wall of silence had held, and the truth seemed lost to time. The clue that broke it all came not from a clever deduction or a piece of new evidence, but from the rambling memory of an old woman on the edge of the next world. Granny Elspeth lived in a one-room cabin perched like a hawk's nest on a ridge overlooking the very road where the ambush took place. Her mind, the folks in town said, was a tangled thicket of memories and mountain lore, and her words were often dismissed as the wind in the pines. Fletcher, however, made a point of checking on the old woman, bringing her salt and flour when the snows were deep. On one such visit, sitting by her hearth, he listened as she drifted through the past. She spoke of the hard winter of '08, of a blight that killed the chestnut trees, and then, without any change in her tone, she said something that made the air in the tiny cabin stand still. "Such a shame about that young Eames boy," she murmured, her eyes fixed on the fire. "He was always so polite. I saw him walking up the road that very morning with his friend Caleb Thorne. They was laughing, heads together like they was sharing a secret. Not an hour later, I heard the guns. For Sheriff Fletcher, it was as if the last 5 years had collapsed into a single blinding instant. Caleb Thorne's alibi had been rock solid. He had been at the mine, working a full shift. Multiple men had sworn to it. But Granny Elspeth, whose cabin sat miles from the mine entrance, had seen him on the murder road with the victim just before he died. It wasn't a confession she offered, but a simple, unvarnished memory, one that nobody had ever thought to ask for. The old woman, dismissed by everyone, had been the only witness. In that moment, the entire case was reborn. Fletcher realized the horrifying truth. Caleb's alibi hadn't been solid. It had been constructed. He had paid or threatened his fellow miners to lie for him, a conspiracy of silence bought with stolen payroll money. The laughter Granny Elspeth heard hadn't been the sound of friendship. It had been the sound of betrayal. The case wasn't just cold. It had been buried alive. And Sheriff Fletcher had just been handed the shovel. A 5-year-old lie is a brittle thing. With Granny Elspeth's testimony in his pocket, Sheriff Fletcher moved with the cold patience of a winter freeze. He didn't go for Caleb Thorne, not yet. He went for the men who had built the walls of his alibi. He found them one by one, in the mines, in their homes, at the saloon. He didn't threaten or shout. He simply sat with them, his grey eyes unblinking, and told them what the old woman on the ridge had seen. He spoke of perjury, of being an accessory to murder, and then he would fall silent, letting the weight of what they had done crush them. The first miner held out for an hour, the second for 10 minutes. The third broke before Fletcher even finished his sentence. The confrontation, when it came, was on the porch of the small, respectable house Caleb Thorne had bought with his blood money. He had grown soft in 5 years, the desperate gambler replaced by a man who believed his own lies. He greeted the sheriff with a confident smile, but it faltered and died when he saw the look on Fletcher's face. The lawman wasn't there for a social call. "I spoke with Granny Elspeth," Fletcher began, his voice flat. She remembers seeing you that morning, Caleb, on the road with David, just before the shots. Caleb scoffed, a dry, rattling sound. An old woman's fancies. I was at the mine. Ask anyone. And that was the moment Fletcher sprung the trap. I did, he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. I asked Tom Jenkins, and I asked Sam Carter. Their memories seem to have gotten a lot clearer in the last 24 hours. The color drained from Caleb's face. The mask of the respected citizen shattered, revealing the terrified, cornered animal beneath. Fletcher took a step closer, his shadow falling over the other man. But here's the thing that's been bothering me, Caleb. The tracks at the scene, they were from a big man, a heavy man, and those shells placed so neat. That wasn't your style. You're a coward. You always were. You didn't have the nerve to pull the trigger. He let the words hang in the air, heavy and cold. You just led your best friend into the woods to be slaughtered like a hog. You gave the route, the time, everything. And you did it for a man in a city suit, a company man, the one who came down to break the union talk, a big man named Corbin. Fletcher's voice was relentless, each word a hammer blow breaking down the last of Caleb's defenses. He pulled the trigger, and you collected your 30 pieces of silver. It was all there, the whole sickening truth. It wasn't a crime of passion or a simple robbery born of desperation. It was a cold-blooded business deal. The Black Mountain Coal Company needed an excuse to crush its workers, and Caleb Thorne, drowning in debt, was their willing instrument. He sold out his friend, his community, and his own soul. Caleb didn't confess with words. He simply collapsed, folding in on himself on the porch steps, a hollowed-out man whose guilt was now as plain to see as the mountains against the sky. The ghost finally had a face, and it was the face of a friend. Let us now step back into the shadows of that terrible morning. This is not a story from a court record, but a reconstruction pieced together from a confession, a dying woman's memory, and the cold logic of the crime scene itself. This is how it must have been. The morning air was cool and heavy, with the damp smell of moss and wet earth. David Eames walked up the road with a lightness in his step, laughing at a joke told by the man he trusted most in the world, Caleb Thorne. He was young, and his mind was on his future, not on the deep shadows pooling between the ancient trees. From those shadows, a shape detached itself. A big man in a city coat, his face impassive. This was Corbin, the company enforcer. There was no warning, no shouted demand. David likely didn't even have time to register the man as a threat before the hollow was shattered by a single flat crack that was not thunder. It was a sound that slapped the air and sent the birds scattering from the trees in a frantic, silent explosion. It was not a fight. It was an execution. For David, there would have been a moment of searing confusion, a feeling of the world tilting on its axis, and perhaps, in his last second of sight, he would have seen his best friend's face contorted, not with surprise, but with a terrible, knowing guilt. Thomas Miller, a man who had survived 30 years of rockfalls and dynamite blasts, was a professional. His hand would have instinctively dropped to the pistol on his hip. But he was not a gunfighter, and he was facing a different kind of danger than the mountain had ever offered. A second crack echoed the first, a brutal full stop to the sentence that had just begun. The reins slipped from his calloused hands, and his 50 years of hard-earned life spilled out onto the dirt road he had traveled 1,000 times. The aftermath was a scene of chilling, methodical precision. The big man, Corbin, moved with an unhurried grace. He walked to the mossy rock and deliberately placed the two spent shells side by side, a gesture of pure, contemptuous power. It was his signature on a piece of human wreckage. The sharp tang of gunpowder hung in the air, a profane incense in the cathedral of the woods. Then, from deep in the rhododendron, came a different sound, a wretched, heaving gasp. It was the sound of Caleb Thorne, the Judas, being sick in the bushes, his body finally rebelling against the monstrous thing his greed had unleashed. When they were done, the payroll box was opened, and the money exchanged hands. One man walked away with a clean kill and a broken union. The other stumbled away with a lifetime of guilt and blood on his hands that no amount of money could ever wash clean. After the sound of their departure faded, the woods fell silent again. But it was a new kind of silence. It was heavier, broken, and for a long, long time, the birds did not return to their song. The Blackwater County Courthouse had never seen a trial like it. The wooden benches groaned under the weight of the entire community, a sea of grim, weathered faces. It was a pressure cooker of old grief and new anger. At the defendant's table sat two men who were worlds apart. Caleb Thorne was a ghost, a hollowed-out man who stared at the floorboards as if they held the secrets to his damnation. Beside him, cool and impassive, sat Corbin, the company man. Flanked by lawyers from the city with slicked-back hair and alligator-skin briefcases, he looked not like a man on trial for his life, but like a landowner inspecting a property he was about to foreclose on. The trial became a battle not over facts, but over which world held more truth. The county prosecutor presented a simple, brutal story of betrayal, backed by the tearful, coerced confessions of the miners who had lied for Caleb. He put Granny Elspeth on the stand, her voice frail, but her memory clear as a mountain spring. But Corbin's lawyers were masterful. They painted a picture of a backwards, ignorant community engaged in a conspiracy against the company that fed them. They portrayed Granny Elspeth as a senile old woman, the miners as liars trying to save their own skins, and Caleb Thorne as a desperate man who would say anything to lessen his own sentence. For Caleb Thorne, the verdict was a foregone conclusion. His confession and the testimony of the men he'd paid off sealed his fate. The jury, made up of men he had known his whole life, looked at him not with hatred, but with a profound and weary contempt. They found him guilty of being an accessory to murder in less than an hour. The judge, his voice like cracking stone, sentenced him to life at hard labor in the state penitentiary. Caleb didn't even flinch. He was led away in chains, a man who had already started serving his sentence 5 years earlier in a prison of his own making. But for Corbin, the wheels of justice turned differently. They were greased with company money. His lawyers produced train tickets, hotel registries, and sworn affidavits from businessmen in Knoxville, all placing him 100 miles away on the day of the murders. It was a perfect, ironclad alibi, constructed with the same cold precision as the crime itself. Faced with the contradictory testimony of mountain folk on one side and documented, official-looking proof on the other, the jury was paralyzed by doubt. The word of a dozen miners could not outweigh a single stamped piece of paper from the city. After 2 days of deliberation, they delivered their verdict. For the murder of Thomas Miller and David Eames, the jury found the defendant, Mr. Corbin, not guilty. A wave of stunned silence washed over the courtroom, followed by a low, collective growl of disbelief. Corbin showed no emotion. He simply adjusted his tie, shook his lawyer's hands, and walked out of the courthouse a free man, leaving the people of Blackwater County choking on a brand of justice that felt more like poison. The law had punished the traitor, but the man who pulled the trigger had vanished back into the world of money and power from which he came, as untouchable as a shadow. For the families of Thomas Miller and David Eames, the verdicts brought no peace, only a quiet, permanent ache. The community wrapped its arms around them, but their losses carved out a silence that could never be filled. David's sweetheart, a girl whose future had been so bright, never married. She grew into a quiet, sad-eyed woman who always wore a locket with his picture. Her life a long, slow testament to a promise that was broken by a bullet. The Millers, once a boisterous and central family in the county, drew into themselves, their grief a constant, unspoken presence at their dinner table. They had received the law's answer, but it did nothing to quiet the echoes of the guns. Jedediah Schofield, the man who had been tried and convicted in the court of public opinion, was legally a free man, but his reputation never fully recovered. In the hollows, where memories are long and suspicion is a survival instinct, the stain of the accusation lingered. He was no longer the hot-tempered miner. He was the man they almost hung for the payroll. The whispers followed him, poisoning his relationships and curdling his already bitter spirit. He became a solitary man, his anger at the world turning inward, leaving him isolated by a crime he did not commit. He was a second kind of victim, his life forever altered by the lie that had almost cost him everything. Caleb Thorne's fate was a slow erasure. He was sent to the state prison, a brutal place of rock quarries and sun-baked fields from which few men returned whole. His name in Blackwater County became a curse, a cautionary tale told to children about the evils of greed and betrayal. His family, unable to bear the shame, sold their small plot of land and moved away in the dead of night, their name vanishing from the county records as if they had never existed. Caleb Thorne simply ceased to be a person, becoming a number in a ledger, a ghost haunting the prison walls until he was forgotten by all but one man. And Corbin? He vanished like a wisp of smoke. The Black Mountain Coal Company, its union problem now brutally solved, transferred him out of the state. He left no records, no forwarding address, no trace. He was a phantom, an instrument of corporate will who had done his job and been recalled. For the people of Blackwater County, his acquittal was a bitter lesson in the nature of power. It proved what they had always suspected, that there were two kinds of law in the world. There was their law, the law of the mountains, and there was the company's law, the law of money, which could make a murderer disappear in broad daylight. This case changed Banquo Fletcher. The sight of Corbin walking free carved something deep into his soul. It taught him that the courthouse could deliver a verdict, but not always justice. He grew quieter, more solitary, his methods more relentless. He had seen the law fail, and in that failure he seemed to find a harder resolve. He would deliver his man to the courthouse if he could, but he would deliver justice no matter what. The memory of Corbin's smug, emotionless face would fuel his hunt for every outlaw that followed, a cold fire that would one day lead him to the mouth of the black hole in pursuit of a different killer and a different, darker kind of judgment. If you travel the back roads of Blackwater County today, you can still find the scars left by this story. The old company road is paved now, but the deep cut where the ambush happened remains, a place where the shadows lie a little thicker and the air feels a little colder. In the town square, the old courthouse still stands, its brick facade a silent witness to the flawed justice it once dispensed. But the most tangible remnants lie in the church graveyard, on a hill overlooking the valley. There you will find two simple, weathered stones side by side. One for Thomas Miller, a husband and father, the other for David Eames, a son and brother. Their names, carved in stone, are a permanent record of a debt that was never fully paid. Down by the river, the Black Mountain Coal Company tipple is a skeleton of rust and rot, slowly being devoured by kudzu and time. It stands as a monument not to industry, but to a forgotten era of exploitation and greed. The company is long gone, its name just a whisper on the wind, but the distrust it sowed took deep root in that mountain soil. For generations after, the arrival of any man in a suit from the city was met with a wall of silent, watchful suspicion. The story of Corbin became a cautionary tale, a lesson taught to children about the kind of evil that money can buy and the law cannot touch. The tragedy of the payroll murders lives on, not in history books, but in the way a story survives in the mountains, through folklore. Old folks still tell it, sometimes as a ghost story, sometimes as a lesson in betrayal. They say that if you listen closely on a still night, you can still hear the echo of those two gunshots rolling through the hollow. And for a while, there was even a song, a mournful ballad passed around the campfires and front porches called Caleb's Coin, a tune that spoke of the terrible price of 30 pieces of silver earned in a friend's blood. This is how a crime becomes a part of the landscape. It's more than just a memory. It becomes a piece of the county's identity, a part of its DNA. The story of what happened on that lonely road reinforced the mountain code, hardening it. It taught the people that the law of outsiders was fickle, and that their own silence, while sometimes a shield for the guilty, was their only true protection. While the world outside might forget, the Appalachian Mountains themselves hold these memories, etched into the landscape and the hearts of its people. At the beginning of our story, we asked a simple question. Who was responsible for the deaths of Thomas Miller and David Eames? The answer we found was never simple at all. The law points to one man, Caleb Thorne, a traitor who paid for his sin with the rest of his life. And in the cold, hard print of a law book, that is where the story ends. But we know better. We know that justice in these hills is rarely so neat. The man who pulled the trigger walked free, his guilt washed clean by money and a well-told lie, leaving behind a wound in the heart of the county that never truly healed. This story, then, is not just about a crime. It is about the brutal collision of two worlds, the old world of mountain honor and the new world of corporate greed that saw men not as souls, but as numbers on a ledger. It's a lesson in how a community's silence can hide a monster, but also how the quietest voice, that of a forgotten old woman, can be the one that finally speaks the truth. For Sheriff Banquo Fletcher, it was a crucible. It burned away any naive faith he had in a system and forged in him an unshakable belief in a higher, harder law, the mountain's law, where a man's guilt is not decided by a jury, but by the weight of his own sins. The court records in the state capitol will tell you that this case is closed. But here, in the deep hollows where the truth still whispers on the wind, the story is very much alive. It serves as a stark reminder that while the law may have its verdict, the mountains have their memory. And that memory is long, and it is unforgiving. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up. The streets of Morehead, Kentucky, were a slaughterhouse. For 2 terrifying hours, the town echoed with the roar of Winchesters as over 100 armed men laid siege to a hotel. When the gun smoke finally cleared, the most powerful man in the county, Craig Tolliver, lay dead in the dirt, his body riddled with bullets. The newspapers called it the end of a brutal feud. But what if it wasn't a feud at all? What if it was the final bloody battle of a war fought over politics, power, and the very soul of a county? Today, we separate the folklore from the facts and uncover the story of the Rowan County War. Before the gunfire and the blood, Rowan County was a world of 2 halves, held together by a fragile peace. Out in the hollows and on the ridges, life moved to the rhythm of the seasons. Men like Floyd Martin woke with the sun and knew their land not by deeds and property lines, but by the feel of the soil in their hands. They were farmers, patriarchs of large families, their wealth measured in livestock, healthy children, and the respect of their neighbors. Their world was one of hard work, self-reliance, and a fierce independence born from the isolation of the mountains. To them, the law wasn't written in a book down at the courthouse. It was a code of honor passed down through generations. Then there was the town of Morehead. It was the county's beating heart, and its pulse was controlled by one man, Craig Tolliver. His kingdom wasn't made of dirt and timber, but of influence and fear. From the bar of his Monarch saloon or a suite in his Galt House hotel, he orchestrated the county's politics. He was handsome, always dressed in fine clothes that stood out against the town's mud and dust, but his smile never quite reached his eyes. He was the Democratic boss, the man who could make another man rich with a handshake or ruin him with a whisper. He saw Morehead not as a home, but as a chessboard, and every person in it was a pawn. These 2 worlds brushed against each other on market days. The Martin clan and their Republican allies would ride into town, their faces weathered by the sun, their conversations quiet and watchful. They'd trade their crops, buy supplies, and endure the smirks of Tolliver's men who ran the town. In the saloons, Democrats and Republicans drank at separate tables, the air thick with an unspoken history. Everyone knew who had worn the blue and who had worn the gray, or whose father had. It was a peace, but it was the kind of quiet you get in the woods just before a storm breaks. Every handshake was a calculation. Every glance held a question. The people of Rowan County were living on a fault line, a deep crack in the earth left by the Civil War, and everyone could feel the ground trembling beneath their feet. They were proud people, both in the town and in the hills, and pride in Appalachia is a dangerous thing. It can build a home, but it can also burn one to the ground with everyone still inside it. And on the horizon, an election was coming. It was August of 1884. To the rest of America, it was just another local vote. But in Rowan County, it wasn't about choosing a representative. It was a referendum on power itself. It was the spark falling toward a powder keg that had been filling for 20 years. Little did they know, this day of voting would not be settled with ballots, but with blood, and the world they knew was about to be lost forever in a haze of gun smoke. The hatred that fueled the Rowan County War wasn't born in a saloon brawl in 1884. Its seeds were sown 20 years earlier in the blood and fire of the Civil War. Kentucky was a state torn in half, a borderland where loyalties were not to a flag, but to family and to the ground beneath one's feet. Brother fought against brother, and neighbor took up arms against neighbor. When the war ended, the soldiers returned to their farms and towns, but they brought the conflict back with them. They laid down their rifles, but they never truly laid down the fight. In the rugged hills of Rowan County, these old battle lines hardened into political identities. To be a Republican, like the Martins, was to align with the Union, with the federal government that had preserved the nation. It was the party of Lincoln, a symbol of victory and order to some, but of occupation and overreach to others. To be a Democrat, like Craig Tolliver and his faction, was to carry the banner of the old Confederacy, of states' rights and resistance to that same federal power. It was a politics of pride and grievance, a burning resentment that the world had been turned upside down. This wasn't about policy debates, it was about memory. It was about which side your father fought on at Perryville or Shiloh. It was about remembering the Union patrols or the Confederate raiders who had passed through these very hollows. The land itself held these memories. For the Martins and their allies, their farms were a testament to their own hard work and independence, a legacy carved from the wilderness. For Tolliver, the town of Moorhead was a different kind of territory, a center of power to be controlled, its commerce and law to be bent to the will of his party, his faction, his cause. In these mountains, a family name is a heavy thing. It's a coat of arms and a burden, all at once. The name Martin became a rallying cry for every Republican farmer who felt choked by the town's political machine. It stood for the country, for the hills, for the men who answered to no one but God. And the name Tolliver became the symbol of absolute democratic control, of the saloons, the courthouse, and the money that made the town run. It was a feud of ideas long before it was a feud of men. The blood of the Civil War had never truly dried. It had just soaked into the soil, waiting for a single spark to turn the ground red once more. The conflict in Rowan County didn't live in grand declarations, but in the quiet, poisonous whispers that spread from house to house. Craig Tolliver's Monarch Saloon wasn't just a place to drink. It was a spider's parlor where the web of rumor was spun. Here, his lieutenants, men who owed him their jobs or their freedom, would gather. They were the town's deputies, clerks and business owners, all bound to Tolliver by loyalty or fear. They nurtured every slight against their party, magnifying small disputes into grave insults against the Democratic cause and Tolliver himself. The Martin alliance was quieter, forged not over whiskey, but over shared meals and silent nods of understanding on the steps of a country church. Theirs was a sprawling network of kin and fellow Republicans, families like the Coopers and the Hoggers, who saw Tolliver's grip on the courthouse as a tyranny that was slowly strangling them. They were men who had been denied loans, lost court cases on technicalities, or had their businesses squeezed by Tolliver's allies. Their support for Floyd Martin wasn't just political, it was a matter of survival. The ground was already salted with old wounds. Just a few years prior, a sheriff's election had been decided by a handful of questionable ballots, installing a Tolliver man and leaving the Martins and their supporters feeling cheated and disenfranchised. There was the bitter memory of a land dispute between a Tolliver ally and a Republican farmer, a case settled in a court controlled by Tolliver's friends. These weren't isolated incidents, they were a pattern. Each one was a fresh layer of resentment, a reminder that the law in Rowan County bent to the will of the town boss. Gossip became a weapon, as dangerous as any pistol. A drunken argument at the general store was retold in the Monarch Saloon as a deliberate Republican provocation. A Martin supporter speaking too loudly about his rights was marked as a troublemaker. The air grew thick with suspicion. Men started carrying guns, not just for hunting, but for a trip into town. Friendships that had crossed party lines began to fray. The community wasn't just divided, it was curdling, turning sour with paranoia and hate. The stage was being set for a tragedy, and every rumor, every old grudge, was another nail being hammered into the coffin of peace. In the long, sweltering weeks leading up to the August election of 1884, a heavy stillness settled over Rowan County. The summer had been brutally hot and dry, cracking the creek beds and turning the dirt roads into a fine, choking powder that coated every leaf and fence post. Old-timers whispered that it was a bad sign when the katydids fell silent in the heat of the day. It was as if the land itself was holding its breath, waiting for the coming violence. The usual sounds of the mountains, the birds, the rustle of game in the undergrowth seemed to have faded, replaced by an oppressive quiet that felt more menacing than any storm. The true omen, however, wasn't in the sky or the trees. It was in the faces of the men gathering in Moorhead. Election day was approaching, and it felt less like a civic duty and more like a muster for war. The flow of whiskey, always a tool of political persuasion in those days, began to run more freely than usual, loosening tongues and sharpening tempers. Craig Tolliver's men walked the town's boardwalks with a certain swagger, their hands resting near their hips, while the Martin men who rode in from the country were grim-faced and watchful, their eyes scanning every alley and doorway. A deep sense of dread, a cold knot in the gut, became a shared secret among the people of Rowan. Wives watched their husbands clean rifles that hadn't been fired since the last deer season, a silent question hanging in the air between them. Men who had been neighbors their whole lives now passed each other on the road with a curt nod, the old bonds of community straining under the weight of political hatred. This wasn't just another election, it felt like a final reckoning was at hand. They couldn't have known what was coming, not exactly, but they could feel the pressure building, a charge in the air that promised not rain, but lightning. Election day, August 4th, 1884, dawned hot and suffocating. At a polling place just outside Moorhead, the air was thick with more than just summer humidity. It was charged with whiskey and years of bottled-up hatred. Men from both factions gathered, their political affiliations worn like uniforms. Votes were being bought with liquor, and every conversation was a low growl of intimidation or defiance. This wasn't democracy in action. It was a standoff, a test of nerve where everyone was waiting for the first man to flinch. The spark came in the form of a drunken slur. John Martin, Floyd Martin's own son, got into a heated argument with a fervent Tolliver supporter named Solomon Bradley. The exact words were swallowed by the noise and the heat, but they were likely the same insults that had been traded for years. Taunts about the war, about family, about honor. But this time, fueled by cheap whiskey and the tension of the day, words were not enough. Shouts turned to shoves, and shoves exploded into a vicious, desperate brawl. It was over in a flash of chaotic violence. The crowd surged, men yelled, but no one dared to intervene. In the midst of the scuffle, in the dust and the confusion, Solomon Bradley fell to the ground, mortally wounded. Whether a knife flashed in the sun, or if he was simply beaten to death, the accounts would forever conflict. But the result was brutally clear. Bradley lay dying, and John Martin stood over him, his knuckles raw, the grim reality of his actions beginning to dawn on his face. The cheering and the jeering died instantly, replaced by a stunned, horrified silence. The news ripped through the county faster than a telegram. For the Martin clan, it was a tragedy, but a defensible one. They called it a fair fight, a drunken brawl that went too far, provoked by Tolliver's men and their liquor. John Martin was arrested, and his family prepared for a legal battle. But for Craig Tolliver and his faction, this was no accident. This was a declaration of war. It was the son of their political enemy striking down one of their own on election day. They saw it as a calculated act of aggression, an assassination meant to send a message. The law might have had John Martin in a cell, but the code of the mountains now demanded a different kind of justice. The political quarrel had been baptized in blood. It was no longer about who would control the courthouse, it was about vengeance. The first drop of blood had hit the dry Kentucky dirt, and a war was about to bloom from it. There was no going back now. What followed was not an open war, but a slow, creeping plague of violence that lasted for 3 years. The law of the gun replaced the law of the land, and Rowan County became a place of shadows and fear. Death could come from anywhere, at any time. A man might be plowing his field, the only sound the harness creaking and the birds singing, when the tree line would suddenly erupt with a volley of gunfire. He would simply fall, another life erased without a word. A riderless horse returning to a barn at dusk became a common and dreaded sight, a silent messenger of another ambush. The first major act of retribution was aimed directly at the head of the Martin clan. As Floyd Martin rode along a quiet country road, a section of woods he'd passed 1,000 times before, the trees themselves seemed to explode. A hail of lead tore through the air, and Martin was thrown from his horse. He lay grievously wounded, but by some miracle, he survived. The message, however, had been delivered in smoke and lead. No one was safe, no place was sacred. The war of assassination had begun. This shadow war culminated on a blistering summer morning, June 22nd, 1887. The Martin faction, now an army of over 100 determined men, descended from the hills and laid siege to Moorhead. The morning calm was shattered by a sound like rolling thunder, a sound that sent townspeople scrambling for their lives, diving into cellars or hiding behind anything that could stop a bullet. For hours, the air was filled with a constant, deafening roar as hundreds of rounds were fired. It was a storm of lead. The high-pitched whine of bullets was everywhere. Wooden storefronts splintered, sending shards of timber flying through the air. The windows of the Galt House Hotel, where Craig Tolliver and his men were cornered, shattered one by one. Through the thick haze of gunsmoke, you could see the muzzle flashes from doorways, from rooftops, from behind wagons. The Martin men weren't brawling. They were conducting a methodical extermination, tightening a noose of rifle fire around the heart of Tolliver's power. Then came the final, desperate act. Trapped, his men falling around him, Craig Tolliver made a run for it. He burst from the hotel, a flash of motion against the chaos. It wasn't a single shot that answered him, but a deafening, instantaneous chorus of rifles firing as one. The unstoppable town boss, the man who had ruled Rowan County with an iron fist, simply collapsed in the middle of the street. And in the moment his body hit the dirt, the thunder of the guns stopped. A deafening silence fell over Moorhead, broken only by the ringing in men's ears and the sight of the dead man lying in the dust. The war was over. To understand the 3 years of terror that followed, we must try to look at the world through Craig Tolliver's cold, calculating eyes. In his own mind, he was no villain. He was a king, and Moorhead was his kingdom. The Galthouse Hotel was his castle, the Monarch Saloon his throne room. He believed in order, but it was his order. He provided jobs, settled disputes, and kept the peace, all so long as his authority was never questioned. He didn't see the Martins and their allies as a political opposition. He saw them as rebels, as a disease threatening the body of his carefully controlled world. When Solomon Bradley was killed on Election Day, Craig Tolliver didn't see a drunken brawl gone wrong. He saw an assassination. He saw the son of his chief rival striking down one of his loyalists in a blatant act of defiance. To him, this was an insurrection, a declaration of war against his rule. A king cannot allow such a challenge to go unanswered, or the throne itself will crumble. The moment he heard the news, a switch didn't flip from anger to rage. It flipped from political maneuvering to calculated extermination. The Martins had chosen the weapon, and he would simply prove he was a master of it. The decision to ambush Floyd Martin wasn't made in a fit of passion. It was a cold, strategic move, a piece being moved on a chessboard. Tolliver would have seen it as a regrettable but necessary act of statecraft. In his logic, removing the head of the rebellion would cause the movement to collapse. After the ambush failed, he wouldn't have felt frustration or panic, but a grim resolve. It was simply a problem that now required a more thorough solution. For 3 years, as the bodies fell on both sides, it's unlikely Tolliver felt guilt. Each report of another Martin supporter shot from ambush would have been received not with glee, but with a sense of grim satisfaction. It wasn't murder, it was management. It was the slow, methodical process of cutting a cancer out of his county. He was the only man, in his own view, strong enough to do what needed to be done. This is what makes his evil so chilling. It was not the product of madness, but of a terrible, unwavering certainty that he was the hero of his own story. When the final volley of shots faded, a silence fell over Moorhead. It was a silence so deep and heavy, it felt louder than the gunfire that had preceded it. A thick, acrid haze of gun smoke hung in the humid summer air, burning the eyes and throat. For a long moment, nothing moved. The only sign that the world hadn't ended was the sight of Craig Tolliver's lifeless body lying in the dusty street, a final stark punctuation mark at the end of a bloody 3-year sentence. Slowly, cautiously, the town began to emerge from its hiding places. Cellar doors creaked open. Shopkeepers peered out from behind barricaded windows. The faces of the townspeople were pale with shock, their eyes wide as they took in the scene. The main street looked like a battlefield. Bullet holes pocked nearly every building. Windows were shattered, and the ground was littered with spent shell casings. The bodies of Tolliver and his lieutenants lay where they had fallen, silent testament to the terrible finality of the fight. The Martin faction, victorious, did not flee back to their hollows. They were no longer an invading army. They were the new power in Rowan County. They stood in the open, rifles held loosely in their hands, their faces grim and streaked with sweat and gunpowder. They had come to Moorhead to kill a king, and they had succeeded. With Tolliver and his closest men dead, their political machine, built on years of intimidation and control, had vanished in the space of a single morning. The reign was over, but news of a private war travels fast. When word reached the state capital of Frankfurt that a county seat had been seized by an armed force and its leadership exterminated in the streets, the reaction was one of pure shock. This wasn't a feud, this was an insurrection. Governor J. Proctor Knott didn't send a sheriff, he sent the army. For the first time in Kentucky's history, the state militia was called out to quell a local war. Days later, uniformed soldiers marched down the main street of Moorhead, their polished boots kicking up the same dust that had soaked up Craig Tolliver's blood. They came with bayonets fixed, under orders to restore order by force if necessary. They were a foreign power, an outside authority that neither the Martins nor the Tollivers had ever answered to. Their arrival marked the true end of the war. The law of the mountains had finally been silenced by the law of the state. The arrival of the state militia did not bring peace to Rowan County. It simply put a lid on a boiling pot. The gunfire was replaced by a tense, suffocating quiet, enforced by the cold steel of soldiers' bayonets. But beneath this forced calm, the community was more fractured than ever. The war wasn't over. It had just moved indoors, into the whispers in the general store and the fearful glances exchanged over church pews. The town of Moorhead and the surrounding hollows broke into two camps, with a terrified majority caught in the middle. For the Republicans and the families of the Martin faction, it was a moment of liberation. They saw themselves not as killers, but as patriots who had overthrown a tyrant. They had stood up to Craig Tolliver's machine and won, restoring what they believed was true justice to the county. They were the heroes of their own story, and they expected to be treated as such. But for the friends, allies, and business partners of the dead Democrats, the Martin clan was a mob of savage murderers from the hills. They saw the great gunfight not as a battle, but as a massacre, and they now lived in mortal fear of the men who had perpetrated it. This fear gave birth to a powerful conspiracy of silence. When the state authorities began their investigation, they were met with a wall of sealed lips and downcast eyes. Men who had witnessed the entire 2-hour battle from their shop windows suddenly claimed they had been hiding in their cellars and had seen nothing. Others, who surely knew the names of every man who marched on the town, would only shrug and say they couldn't recognize anyone through the smoke. To speak the truth was to choose a side, and in the shadow of such violence, choosing a side was a potential death sentence. Fear of Martin retribution was a more immediate threat than a distant state court. Yet, in this atmosphere of terror, small acts of courage and cowardice defined the true character of the people. A former Tolliver deputy who once walked with a confident swagger would now cross the street to avoid meeting the gaze of a Martin man. But a doctor who had been a friend of Tolliver's would still ride out to a Martin farm to tend to a sick child, his oath as a healer overriding the politics of hate. A widow of a slain Tolliver man might find a sack of flour left on her porch in the dead of night, a silent offering from a neighbor who dared not show support in the daylight. The war had moved from the streets into the hearts of the people, and every small decision, who to trade with, who to talk to, who to help, became a declaration of allegiance in a conflict that was far from over. The hunt for the killers of Craig Tolliver was not a chase with hounds and rifles through the dark hollows. The killers weren't hiding. They were walking the streets of Moorhead in broad daylight, confident and victorious. The hunt that followed was a different kind of pursuit altogether, a methodical and dangerous game of wits waged by outsiders in a land that guarded its secrets jealously. The posse was not made of vengeful neighbors, but of state prosecutors and detectives from Frankfurt, city men who wore stiff collars and carried law books instead of Winchesters. Their prey was an entire faction, over 100 men bound by blood, politics, and the shared secret of the final gunfight. The mountains that had once hidden Tolliver's ambushes now served a new purpose. They hid the truth. The state's men rode from one isolated farm to the next, asking questions that were met with blank stares, convenient memory loss, and a steadfast, unnerving silence. The people of the hills, loyal to the Martins or simply terrified of them, created a fortress of ignorance. The investigators found themselves lost not in the woods, but in a fog of fear and clan loyalty. But the state had a power that Tolliver never did: the full weight of the law and the endless patience of bureaucracy. Slowly, painstakingly, they pieced together a list of names. Whispers were gathered, deals were offered, and cracks began to appear in the wall of silence. Finally, the state felt it had enough. Indictments were issued for the leaders of the Martin faction, charging them with murder and insurrection. The question that hung over the entire county was, would they come peacefully? Or would the state's lawmen have to fight a second war to bring them in? The moment of capture was not a bloody firefight, but a scene of quiet, surreal drama. Faced with warrants from the state, the very authority they claimed to respect, the Martin leaders made a calculated choice. One by one, they came down from their hill farms, met the lawmen, and surrendered their rifles. There was no resistance, no desperate last stand. They walked into custody with their heads held high, not as cornered fugitives, but as men who believed utterly in their own righteousness. They were confident that any jury of their peers would see them not as criminals, but as liberators who had done the county a necessary, if brutal, service. Their war was not over. It was simply moving from the battlefield to the courtroom. The courthouse in Moorhead was not a hall of justice, it was a fortress. State militia, with bayonets fixed, stood guard at every entrance and lined the courtroom walls. The room was packed to suffocation, split down the middle as if by an invisible wall. On one side sat the grim-faced farmers and families of the Martin faction, their expressions hard and unyielding. On the other, the remaining allies of Craig Tolliver, their faces a mixture of grief, fear, and a desperate hope for vengeance. Every person in that room understood this was not just a trial. It was the final battle of the Rowan County War, fought not with rifles, but with words and law books. The prosecution, sent from the state capital, laid out a clear and brutal case. This was murder, plain and simple. A conspiracy of over 100 men who had taken the law into their own hands, sieged a town, and executed their political rivals in the street. They painted the Martin faction as a lawless mob, a threat to the very fabric of civilized society. But the defense lawyers, shrewd men who understood the ways of the mountains, told a different story. They portrayed Craig Tolliver as a ruthless tyrant who ruled Rowan County through fear and corruption. The Martin men, they argued, were not murderers. They were patriots, Minutemen, who had risen up to liberate their community from a despot when the law itself had failed them. The trial became a spectacle of fear. One by one, witnesses were called to the stand. Men who had seen the whole bloody affair unfold would stare at the floor, their hands trembling, and mumble that they couldn't be sure of any faces they saw that day. The smoke, they'd say, was too thick. The chaos was too great. And you can imagine, my friends, the pressure in that room. You can imagine the silent, heavy gazes from the Martin supporters, a non-verbal promise of a long memory. The conspiracy of silence that had protected the killers in the hills now followed them right into the courthouse. Throughout the proceedings, the accused leaders of the Martin clan sat in their chairs with a quiet, unshakable dignity. There was no remorse in their eyes, no plea for mercy. They listened to the testimony with the stoicism of men who had made their peace with their actions long ago. They had done what they believed was necessary, and they put their faith not in clever lawyers, but in a jury of their peers, men who knew the land, who understood the grievances, and who had lived under the shadow of Craig Tolliver's rule. Finally, the day of the verdict arrived. The jury, 12 men from Rowan County, filed back into the silent, tense courtroom. They avoided the eyes of everyone, their faces pale and unreadable. The foreman stood, a single piece of paper trembling in his hand. He cleared his throat and spoke the words that would echo through those mountains for 100 years. On the charge of murder, on the charge of insurrection, the verdict for every single man was the same: not guilty. A roar erupted from one side of the room, a wave of triumphant relief. On the other side, there was only the dead silence of disbelief and defeat. The Martin men walked out of the courthouse as free men, acquitted by a jury of their neighbors. The law of the state had spoken, but was it justice? Or was it fear, wearing a judge's robes? The Martin men walked free from the courthouse, but the war had left a scar on every soul in Rowan County. For the allies of Craig Tolliver, the verdict was not just an acquittal, it was an eviction notice. Their leader was dead, their power was shattered, and the men who had killed him now held all the cards. There was no future for them in a county run by their mortal enemies. A quiet, grim exodus began. One by one, they sold their businesses and their land for whatever they could get, packed their families into wagons, and disappeared from the county, seeking a life in a place where their name was not a mark of defeat. For the victorious Martin faction, life after the verdict was not a simple return to peace. They had won the war, and in the following years they took control of the courthouse and the sheriff's office, just as they had set out to do. But their victory was a heavy crown. They were no longer simple farmers. They were the men who had laid siege to a town and killed its leader. They were respected by their allies, but forever watched with fear by others. They had to live with the ghosts of what they had done, and the silence of their neighbors was a constant reminder of the blood that had been spilled. They had freed Rowan County from a tyrant, but in doing so had become figures of awe and terror themselves. The community, caught in the middle, made a silent pact to forget. It was a wound too deep to be discussed, a memory too painful to be preserved. The bullet holes in the storefronts were patched with new wood. The Galt House Hotel, the blood-soaked epicenter of the battle, stood empty and decaying for a time, a grim monument to the war, until it eventually burned to the ground, taking its ghosts and stories with it in the smoke. People stopped talking about the feud. A generation grew up knowing only a sanitized version of the story, or perhaps none at all. The great gunfight became the county's dark secret, a history that everyone knew, but no one dared to speak aloud. For the sake of peace, Rowan County buried its own past under a thick, heavy blanket of collective silence. If you walk the streets of Moorhead, Kentucky today, you won't see the scars of a battlefield. You'll see the campus of a bustling university. You'll see traffic and commerce, a modern town moving at a modern pace. The old wooden storefronts are gone, replaced by brick and pavement. The thunder of the 1887 gunfight has been replaced by the everyday sounds of life. It would be easy to think that the Rowan County War was just a tall tale, a ghost story whispered by old men. But if you look in the local phone book, you will still find the names Martin and Tolliver. The descendants of the men who fought and died in that war still live on the same land, still walk the same streets. The blood has thinned, the old hatreds have cooled into a shared, complicated history. They are no longer armies, just families. A Martin and a Tolliver might work together. Their children might sit next to each other in school, most of them knowing little of the war their great-grandfathers waged for the soul of this very ground. The physical landmarks of the war are nearly all gone. The Galt House Hotel is a ghost, its location now just a spot on a modern street. But if you know where to look, you can find the final chapter. In the Old Town Cemetery, you can find the grave of Craig Tolliver. There is no grand monument to mark the resting place of the man who was once the untouchable king of Rowan County. There is only a stone, weathered by more than a century of Kentucky rain and sun, his name slowly being erased by time. It's a quiet, humble end for a man whose life was so loud and violent. People have tried to forget. For generations they buried the story, hoping silence would heal the wounds. But in Appalachia, the land has a memory longer than any person's. The mountains that surround Moorhead stood as silent witnesses to the ambushes and the final bloody siege. The waters of Triplet Creek still flow as they did when they ran dark with rumor and fear. The buildings are gone, the guns are rust, and the men are dust, but the mountains remember everything. So we return to the question we asked at the very beginning around this digital campfire. Was this a feud, or was it a war? The story of Rowan County gives us a clear and chilling answer. This was not a petty squabble between families. It was the final bloody battle in a political war that had been simmering since the end of the Civil War. It's a brutal lesson in what happens when the law serves one man instead of all men, and when an entire community feels it has no recourse but the rifle. The great tragedy of the Rowan County War is that there were no simple heroes. To defeat a tyrant like Craig Tolliver, who had wrapped the law around himself like a shield, the Martin faction had to become a mirror of his own ruthlessness. They had to abandon that very law and become an army, delivering a verdict with a volley of lead because they believed a jury never would. This story forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth, that the line between a liberator and a killer can sometimes be as thin as a puff of gun smoke. This is a story of the indomitable and sometimes terrifying Appalachian spirit. It is a testament to a code that says a man's honor is his own to defend, and that power taken by force can be taken away by force. It is a dark and violent chapter in our history, but one we must remember, for it reminds us that beneath the quiet surface of our towns and our histories, there are sometimes wars that have never truly ended. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. When we think of train robbers, we picture cowboys on horseback chasing a locomotive across the open prairie. But what if the crime wasn't set against an endless sky, but in the pitch-black throat of a mountain? On October 23, 1901, the most luxurious train in Appalachia, the fast-flying Virginian, saw a red signal and slowed to a stop inside tunnel number 19. For the hundreds of sleeping passengers, it was just a minor delay. For the crew up front, it was the beginning of a nightmare. The men who emerged from the darkness weren't romantic bandits. They were something new, more ruthless. So what really happened inside that tunnel? And why has this brutal crime been almost completely forgotten? In the early 1900s, the Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad was more than just tracks. It was a steel artery pumping life through the heart of Appalachia. It carried coal out of the mountains and brought the modern world in. And the crown jewel of the C&O line was the FFV, Limited, the fast-flying Virginian. This was no grimy freight hauler. It was a rolling palace of polished wood, plush velvet, and gleaming brass, a symbol of progress and prosperity slicing through the ancient, brooding hills. On board were wealthy industrialists, politicians, and families, dining in luxury or sleeping soundly in Pullman cars, utterly disconnected from the rugged land they were passing through. This land, the Allegheny Mountains of Virginia, was a world of stark contrasts. Small towns like Jerry's Run were nestled in valleys where life had followed the rhythm of the seasons for generations. But the railroad had changed everything. It brought jobs, money, and a new kind of tension. And it bred a new kind of man, caught between the old ways and the encroaching industrial age. The Flippin and Jenkins brothers were products of this world. George and Charles Flippin, Jack and Gus Jenkins. These weren't outsiders. They were local men. Rumor had it some of them had once worked for the C&O, their hands calloused by the same railroad they now saw as a target. They knew its schedules, its procedures, and its weaknesses. They weren't faceless bandits. They were neighbors, men who understood the land and the steel river that ran through it. They saw the FFV not as a symbol of progress, but as a fat prize, a rolling bank vault just waiting to be cracked. And in the heart of this territory lay tunnel number 19. It wasn't just a hole in a mountain. It was long, it was curved, and it was pitch black. Once a train entered, its engineer was blind to what was on the other side. For the passengers, it was a momentary darkness. But for men with local knowledge and a grudge, it was the perfect choke point. It was a natural trap designed by the mountain itself. And so, on that cool October night, the world held its breath. The luxurious FFV sped through the darkness, a cocoon of light and warmth. Inside the mail car, an express agent named Charles K. Bobbitt went about his duties, guarding the money and securities that were the lifeblood of the region's economy. He was just a man doing his job, unaware that 4 local men were waiting in the shadows, ready to turn his ordinary night into a legend of violence and greed. Little did anyone on that train know, the modern world was about to collide with the brutal reality of the mountains. Just after 10 o'clock, as the FFV Limited thundered towards Tunnel 19, the engineer saw a familiar sight. A single red light glowing in the distance, the universal signal to stop. He did what any railroad man would do. He slowed the massive engine, easing it into the gaping mouth of the tunnel, expecting a simple delay. And that's when the trap snapped shut. Out of the inky blackness, shadows detached themselves from the rock walls. Before the engineer or his fireman could react, armed men were swarming the locomotive. Imagine the terror. In front of them, the suffocating darkness of the tunnel. Behind them, hundreds of sleeping passengers who had trusted their lives to them. And right beside them, the cold glint of revolver barrels in the firebox glow. There was no negotiation. There was no room to run. The robbers' orders were precise and chillingly calm. They weren't interested in the passengers' jewelry or the cash in their wallets. They had a single, high-valued target. At gunpoint, they forced the engineer to perform an act of surgical precision. He had to uncouple the engine, along with the mail and baggage car directly behind it, from the rest of the train. With a loud metallic shriek, the connection was broken. The point of no return had been crossed. The robbers now commanded a ghost train, an engine and a single priceless car, pulling away from the main train and out the other side of the tunnel. The rest of the FFV, with its hundreds of oblivious souls, sat silent and dead on the tracks, abandoned in the dark heart of the mountain, their world of comfort and safety suddenly and irrevocably severed. Isolated from the main train, the mail car was now a steel coffin on wheels. Inside, Express Agent Charles Bobbitt knew he was in trouble. He heard the commotion, the decoupling of the cars, and he barricaded the heavy doors. The robbers shouted for him to open up. He refused. He was a railroad man, and this car was his responsibility. Their answer came not in words, but in a deafening roar that shook the very mountain. The outlaws didn't waste time on persuasion. They used dynamite. The massive car door, built to withstand nearly anything, was simply gone, reduced to a cloud of splinters and stinging, acrid dust. Through the settling smoke, the gang stormed the breach. And they saw him. Charles Bobbitt, wounded by the blast, but not broken. He was on his feet, revolver in hand, a lone guardian amidst the wreckage. What happened next was not a negotiation. It was a furious, echoing chaos in a cramped steel box. The small space was filled with the bark of pistols and the blinding flash of muzzle fire. It was over in seconds. When the ringing in their ears subsided, only one side was left standing. Charles Bobbitt lay on the floor of his car, a silent testament to a duty he refused to abandon, even in the face of certain death. Stepping over the fallen agent, the gang went to work with cold precision. They ripped open the safes, stuffing canvas bags with cash and securities. Their haul was estimated between $10,000 and $40,000, what would be well over $1 million today. With their prize secured, they didn't linger. Bags heavy with the railroad's lifeblood, they slipped out of the ruined car and melted back into the Appalachian night. The same forest that had birthed them now swallowed them whole, leaving behind only silence, smoke, and a hero lying on the floor. Back in the tunnel, confusion curdled into fear. The passengers of the FFV Limited sat in absolute darkness and silence, a silence that felt heavy and unnatural. When the train crew finally made their way forward through the cars, they found what the robbers had left behind. Nothing. The engine and mail car had simply vanished. It was only when they emerged from the far end of the tunnel on foot that they saw the scene of the crime. There, sitting alone on the tracks, was the locomotive and the brutalized mail car, its door blasted open like a gaping wound. Inside, amidst the wreckage and the smell of gunpowder, they found Charles Bobbitt. Against all odds, he was alive. Riddled with bullets and wounded by the dynamite blast, he was clinging to life with a tenacity that defied belief. He became an instant hero, the man who stared down the barrel of a gun and refused to back down. His survival was a miracle, a small point of light in an otherwise dark and vicious crime. The Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad was a corporate giant, and this was not just a theft, it was a declaration of war. An attack on their flagship train was an attack on their authority and their very honor. They responded with overwhelming force. Their own police force was mobilized, and they called in the best and most ruthless help money could buy, the Baldwin-Felts Detective Agency. These were not local sheriffs. They were the infamous strikebreakers and union busters who would later become feared enforcers for the coal barons. They were professional manhunters, and they descended on the Alleghenies with a single-minded purpose. A massive manhunt began. The news spread like wildfire along the telegraph lines that crisscrossed the mountains. A huge reward was offered, turning neighbors into potential informants. The world was changing fast, and the dense Appalachian forests, once an impenetrable sanctuary for outlaws, were now surrounded by a network of technology and law. The gang might have known the woods like the back of their hand, but they were now trapped within them. Fear and rumor swept through the valleys. Every stranger was viewed with suspicion. People whispered stories about the brutal dynamite attack, about the bravery of the express agent, and about the audacious local boys who had dared to challenge the mighty C&O. The Flippin' Jenkins gang had pulled off the perfect crime, but in doing so, they had brought the full weight of the industrial world crashing down upon their heads. The mountains that had been their shield were now becoming their cage. The Appalachian forests couldn't hold them forever. The gang's downfall wasn't a dramatic last stand in a mountain hollow, but a quiet betrayal by the very thing they stole. They began spending the new, crisp banknotes, money that was as traceable in that era as a marked bill is today. Informants, lured by the massive reward, took note. One by one, the Baldwin-Felts detectives, methodical and relentless, tracked them down. Within weeks, the Flippin' Jenkins gang was in chains. Their trial was a major event in the quiet county. The courthouse was packed to the rafters, with a tense mix of curious locals, grim-faced railroad officials, and heavily armed guards. It felt less like a quest for truth and more like a show of force. This wasn't a dispute between neighbors. This was the C&O Railroad, a titan of industry, making it clear that its domain was absolute. The lawyers for the prosecution, funded by the railroad, were sharp and merciless, painting a picture of pure, unadulterated evil. In the defendant's box sat the four men, no longer the masters of the dark tunnel, but pale and exposed under the harsh light of the courtroom. There were no romantic pronouncements, no defiant speeches for the newspapers. By all accounts, they were sullen and defeated. They were local men, known in their communities, now stripped of all power, facing a legal machine they had no hope of overcoming. They were men of the mountains, but they were being judged by the unyielding law of the modern world. The evidence was overwhelming. The testimony of the train crew, the recovered loot, their own confessions, it all formed an ironclad case. The defense attorneys could do little more than go through the motions. The outcome was never in doubt. This trial wasn't about determining guilt or innocence, it was about delivering a message. The verdict, when it came, was as swift and decisive as the dynamite blast they had used. Guilty on all counts. And the sentence was a living death, life in the Virginia State Penitentiary. There was no glory, no ballad sung of their deeds. They weren't hanged and turned into martyrs. They were simply erased, condemned to fade away into the anonymity of the prison system. So, was this justice? For the railroad, absolutely. For Charles Bobbitt, who carried the scars for the rest of his life, it most certainly was. But for the people watching, it felt like something else. It was the cold, efficient justice of a corporation, a power that could reach into the deepest parts of Appalachia and extinguish any who dared to challenge it. The Flippin' Jenkins gang were violent criminals, but their fate was also a stark warning to everyone in the mountains. The old ways were over. The railroad was king. So what became of the Flippin' Jenkins gang, the men who brought terror to the FFV Limited? They didn't become folk heroes like Jesse James. There were no daring escapes, no ballads sung of their exploits. They simply vanished into the stone walls of the Virginia penitentiary. They lived out their days as anonymous numbers in the prison system, their names and their crime fading from public memory until they died, forgotten men paying a long, slow price for a few minutes of violent greed. But what about the true hero of that night, Express Agent Charles K. Bobbitt? His story is the one that deserves to be remembered. He not only survived his horrific wounds, but he became a symbol of courage for the C&O Railroad. The company rewarded him for his bravery, and he continued to work on the railroad he had defended with his life, serving faithfully until his retirement. He didn't seek fame or glory. He was a quiet, dutiful man who, when tested by fire and dynamite, proved to be stronger than steel. And what of the stage for this drama? Tunnel 19 still cuts through the mountain near Jerry's Run, Virginia. The FFV Limited is long gone, a ghost of a more elegant age, but the steel artery remains. Freight trains, the modern workhorses of the railroad, still thunder through that same darkness, their powerful horns echoing in the valleys. For the engineers today, it's just another tunnel, a number on a map. Most have no idea that they are passing through the scene of one of the most audacious and brutal crimes in Appalachian history. But a story this violent leaves more than just physical marks. It leaves a legend. For over a century, a whisper has persisted in the hills around Jerry's Run, the rumor of lost gold. The story goes that the gang, in their frantic escape, managed to bury a portion of their loot somewhere in the dense woods. Even now, locals and treasure hunters armed with metal detectors still comb the mountainsides, searching for a fortune that likely never existed outside of campfire tales. It seems the lure of the robbers' gold has lasted far longer than the memory of the men themselves. The official records may gather dust, but the mountains, they remember everything. So we return to the question we asked at the beginning. Why has this crime, so bold and so brutal, been almost completely erased from history? The answer lies in the crime itself. There was no romance here. This was not a story of noble outlaws fighting a corrupt system. This was a story of dynamite, greed, and a cold-blooded attack on a man just doing his job. It was a calculated industrial crime, born from the soot and steel of a new era, and it didn't fit the clean, romantic narrative of the Wild West that America wanted to believe. The mythology of the prairie, with its wide-open spaces, simply overshadowed the dark, complex reality of the mountains. The story of the Tunnel 19 robbery is a stark reminder that the history of Appalachia is not one of simple hillbillies or quaint folk tales. It's a story of profound and often violent collision between old ways and new technology, between the code of the mountains and the law of the corporation. The Flippin' Jenkins gang weren't cowboys. They were a new breed of industrial bandits, as much a product of the railroad as the coal it carried. And in their swift and ignominious end, we see the raw power of the industrial world asserting its dominance over the old frontier. But if there is a lesson here, it is not just one of cruelty. It's also found in the quiet courage of a man like Charles K. Bobbitt, an ordinary man who, when plunged into the heart of darkness, refused to break. He represents the other side of the Appalachian spirit, not the outlaw defiance, but the deep-rooted resilience, the sense of duty, and the simple, unshakable will to endure. His legacy, though quieter, is far more powerful than any lost gold. It reminds us that true grit isn't found in taking a prize, but in protecting what's